your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart. You playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Told me they wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be. Down with the party, that's what they told me. They wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bout the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Here, some teams have any easy path, while some teams are at the bottom of their group and need to beat historic rivals Gentlemates 2-0 to have any hope of going through. How's that for stress? That right there is Liquid. Liquid. Let's talk a little bit about Liquid. You know, I'm excited about this team. Liquid Enzo. His name keeps on coming up over and over again. They'll never make it. They can't make it. In fact, this whole box is full of ways they can't make it. But you know what? I went down to QC's office and I said, What's happening? Can they make it? And what do I find out? It isn't over. It isn't over. All Liquid need to do is for Fnatic to lose, Vitality to win. They have to beat Gentlemates 2-0, of course. But if Vitality lose, Fnatic lose, BL lose both their games. They're through. It's easy peasy.
All right, Mitch. I know it's stressful. Take a breather. It's chill. It's not that deep. It's not that complicated. He's lost his goddamn mind. But I know you guys at home, you also want to know how your favorite team can make playoffs because nobody has made it just yet. And I'm going to make it very, very simple for you. All you need to know is this one sentence, this one phrase for the rest of this week. That is, of course, if you don't win, then you're in the bin. All they have to do is win their games, and that is it. So without further ado, let's get the show started.
Alone in the shadows, I'll carry you home on my
Well, this might just be the most important week ever in the history of VCT EMEA. Every single team still has something to play for. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena live from Berlin, Germany. As I said, this is a very, very big week, and I've got two very important people here with me in the studio. Is Kakuka and Mitch. Are you all right, Mitch? You're looking great, but I felt like you needed to relax a little bit.
Listen, it's been hard running these permutations. It's always good to get the last week and see so many teams have a chance to make it through, even Liquid. But yeah, it's fair to say some teams' chances are a little bit more slim than others.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I feel like for the first time in history, we get to the week 5, and not only we have some banger matches, is the fact that most of them matter for every team.
Yeah, and this is the thing. No one has made playoffs. In all of the other regions, we know who's going, but for us, it is a little bit different. But if we take a look at the standing, even the two teams, Giant X and Koi, that don't have a chance to make playoffs, they still have something to play for, because as we know, Kakuka, for split 2, the standing will be combined. So at this point, they just need a win if they want to make playoffs for the next split.
Yeah, exactly. We care about the teams right now a lot, but for the next stage, the teams are going to be completely irrelevant. Both of the standings are going to be put together, and every result that they've had so far, plus the ones that they will have during stage 2, will matter. And we're not only talking about the record itself, also the map differential, the rounds, everything is going to come into place. And especially with how the table's looking, we might be even looking at the differential for rounds not that far from.
This is the thing though, Mitch. I feel like they can. I feel like we've seen Koi and Giant X do good things. They can get a win. They can.
Realistically, every Giant X game, as an example, bar 1 went to 3 maps. Some of them were incredibly close, up against Liquid 13-11. The narrowest of margins to not make a win, not have a win on the board. And it's interesting as well, on the other side, like teams like BBL, we're talking about Giant X and Koi needing this win to survive in the next stage. For BBL, winning both games this week could set them up for success in the stage to come already.
Oh yeah,
and they will also be the first team to win both matches the week that they have to play 2 matches.
I feel like Fnatic did, right? They beat Gentlemates and Koi in the same week, or did I?
I don't think so.
Did they not?
I don't think.
Okay, I need to brush up.
I might be wrong.
I need to brush up on my Fnatic knowledge. But I'm glad you mentioned BBL, because we had Brave with us last week, and Brave very, very bravely admitted that Ascent is no longer their Istanbul. It's no longer their home map. But I feel like we can assign another home map for them. I feel like there's enough maps in the pool for us to find another Istanbul for BBL. In fact, I want you guys to help me select a team for every single map and tell me what the home ground is for that team. We'll start with, it is going to be, I'm anticipating some debate between you guys, but let's start with BBL. I want you to pick a new home ground, a new Istanbul for them.
Okay, so first BBL. So Ascent is out of the question. I like the icebox, you know, keeping it simple but making it work. Reese even. Split,
I didn't mind their split.
Yeah, a split.
Leaving the word split.
I mean, the thing is with the split is that I did like one of the matches, but I do think that Navi played too much against themselves on that match.
You have to agree, by the way. You have to agree.
I will give you the split. I will give you the split. I don't think it's terrible. I will give you the split. Okay.
Okay, so BBL, you're welcome. This is your new home ground.
Good.
Have fun with this one. But for the rest of this maps, let's just start from this order. We'll go with Ascent. Who do you think can own Ascent now BBL don't own it?
So me personally, I don't know what you think, Mitch.
Go ahead.
I'll go first. I love the way Navi play this map. I think it's immaculate. I think it's great in most of the things that they do. Like the ideas are just simply for a map that has been in the map pool for so long without any change. I think it's great what they do. But, and it has nothing to do with you being here, I just love the composition from Liquid.
Liquid. Oh, wow. Team Liquid. Okay.
Okay, it's kind of hard for me to say no to that, but I also realized the week that we're in, BBL and Foot, it's a Turkish week, and BBL losing Ascent, I feel like it has to stay within Turkey. Foot have looked good there. I don't think I want to take it away from Krax's KO on this map, one of the most beautiful displays I've seen. I find it hard to take it out of their hands.
Counterpoint. Can we choose more than one map for one team?
No.
Then we cannot.
Wait. Hold up. Is Na'Vi not in the question for this?
I just said Na'Vi.
Okay, so but you said Liquid. You wanted Liquid.
I said Na'Vi as in how they play the map, but Liquid for the composition.
Okay, you guys have to agree.
Three teams in the running.
You have to agree. You two have to agree. I'm just here to.
I'm doing Na'Vi, and I'm not biased.
Okay.
At all.
Oh, okay. I like the Na'Vi pick. I got the one that I wanted. But what about Bind? Bind, Mitch. I'll start with
You're
you.
not winning today. Okay, you go.
You see, this messes up my order now, taking some of these teams out of it. I find it hard when it comes to a map like Bind. For a lot of these teams, I can't even remember what I wrote down earlier. Where would you take it?
I had a couple of teams in the run. For me, it had to be a team that runs the Gecko, 1000%. I was between Fnatic and KC because I think that KC had a huge challenge when playing against Koi, because Koi was actually thinking outside of the box and they actually had to adapt to a lot of things. So I want to give them that. I would give it to Fnatic if we would have seen it more and would have seen some more depth to it.
Yeah, I think I was actually going with Bind as well for the reason of Martine. Martine blew me away. I think a lot of these maps, I went down to what player can you remember the most. Evidently not too well for me, but I think I'll lock in with KC. I'll go with you.
I agree with the both of you this time as well. This is we're good at this. We're good at this.
I mean, it's very complicated because we don't have a huge sample and so many things have changed. But yeah, let's go.
What about Breeze?
I have a favorite.
You do?
Don't give me that look. Yeah, it's Vitality. It also has to do with the composition. I think that they have managed to think outside of the box again, but this time I like the Astra. I think that each day they're learning what they can and what they can't do, and they're adapting very well to teams and to different compositions. Like they played against a double duelist and they knew what to do. Well, Save didn't know what to do against it. What are your thoughts?
I think I'll go with you on that one.
Okay.
We'll lock it in. I'll make it easy.
Do you want to say something too?
No, I agree. But like Giant X, shout out to Giant X. Icebox after this. Icebox. So we got Breeze for Vitality. Icebox is next. Mitch, I'll start with you this time around.
I'm cheating. I'm going back to my sheet from earlier. Yes, that's what it was. I had Liquid for Icebox.
Oh.
I think this is somewhere that realistically, I had it right. They started out poorly. I'll give you that. The first week was not ideal. But 4 weeks later, they looked a little bit better. They got the win over GX, which was a very important game for them as well, and for the standings overall. I think that that's a Liquid map for me. And you took them out of Ascent earlier on, so where you going?
Kiko broke a record. Yeah. Kiko broke a record here, so Bea, you have to agree.
I'm fearing for my life when I argue with Mitch against about Team Liquid. So I'm actually going to give you that. Yeah, okay. I'll give it to Liquid. I have some other ideas, but you know what? I think it also matches the color and everything. I like how things are turning around.
I bet Sliggy is loving this. Sliggy is loving this. I know how much Icebox means to him. What about Lotus? I'm going to hurry you up. You take Lotus, Bea, you take Lotus, Mitch, you take Sunset.
The stage composition, the fact that they can run it once, right? No initiator in the map. And the fact that they can do it twice.
It's all up to you now. It's all up to you. It's all up to you. Mitch, you take Sunset.
I would have said GX just to say, because realistically, they need a win, and they've looked okay on that map. So I would give them the win here if they might not get it in regular play. Sunset? No. That was Lotus. That was Lotus.
Gonna be like,
I was going back. I was going back. Whoa.
Okay.
Sunset and a tank on the wall. Is there any debate? It's Gentlemates. They have to be locked in there. They looked absolutely unbelievable on this map. They brought in things I didn't expect to see, and they worked incredibly well.
Crazy to say, probably at the beginning of the year, especially with Team Heretics, I would have also put them on Sunset. I think that they do very well. But yeah, I'll give it to the tank.
I feel like Heretics are kind of robbed here for Sunset, but I'll let you guys have it. So yeah, this is what we decided the home map should be. So with that in mind, it feels like for the first match of Giant X and BBL, they should ban Split, right? That should be the correct thing for Giant X to do?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, for GX to ban, sure. For BBL, I think they can take it almost anywhere. I think the map pool's wide open for them in that series, and they've had some interesting bans. Maps that they previously looked good on, taking them out, like Breeze. I'm very excited to see where they take it. GX may be a little bit more narrowed in.
I think that both of the teams have been adapting very well, just choosing week to week. I think that that's what the format allows, just to prepare intensively for one of your opponents, and thinking into their map pool and what you can exploit it is part of it. So I think there's going to be surprises. I don't think there's an easy answer to it.
Well, this is the thing. Giant X, of course, they can no longer make playoffs, but they do need a win, and that win could come into some level of importance as we head to Split 2, of course, the championship points as well. But for BBL, I cannot believe we are living in a timeline where BBL could be the first team in a split, Mitch, to lock in playoffs.
It is unbelievable. Even seeing them at the top of the group, I said this last week, I'll say it again this week, that they're still there. It's unbelievable. This squad, they didn't look good starting out the year. They've had some okay games here and there, but to imagine them topping a group, dominating EMEA, you can imagine schedule maybe a reason for KC and Heretics dropping off after Madrid, but even then, there's so many other teams I would have filled in on top of them, but here they are. potentially one of the best in the region.
I'm a
Potentially
big
the
fan
best.
of the silent grind, you know, that everybody thinking that you're not worth much, that it's just going to be a resemblance of what happened last year, then maybe you're good for like a fight or two. But BBL are demonstrating that they are the one team in the region that can keep their plans in order and just adapt to everything that is coming in the new meta without changing anything yourself, like trusting in the process and what you've prepared for the year.
This is the other thing, as you guys take a look at my fun fact for this week, is that BBL have never made playoffs. They tried last year, they tried the year before. In fact, the last time they made playoffs, they made it through the Turkish league. They had to play the other Turkish teams and they managed to make it in EMEA. So this will be the first time. And Kakuka, they could even go as seed 1, which means they could also have a pretty straightforward road to make it to Shanghai.
Yeah, exactly. And not only making it to Shanghai, not only them, also Foot can go. Like, we can be in a timeline where we've seen both Turkish teams. And
Never
not
happened before,
only
yeah.
that, exactly. And not only that, also thinking about stage 2, if they manage to secure that seed 1, to get that extra point, the free buy, they're one match away from going to China and looking very, very good for going to Korea at the end of the year.
Yeah, as we said earlier on, the fact that so many teams are fighting for survival here, not just for this stage, but for the next stage as well. While BBL, they're almost fighting for a stage 2 crown right now, at least a road to playoffs, which is an unbelievable weight off their shoulders. And I've only ever seen these players play with a weight on their shoulders. Maybe the expectation of having to consistently be top 1, 2 matches in 1 week, it is a lot of pressure, but from what we've seen so far, they can live up to it.
This is where they fell last year too, right? So I'm a little bit nervous, but I believe in them. But before we bring the teams out, Kakuka, you found something very, very interesting when it comes to just how Giant X and BBR are playing their early rounds and later rounds as well. So break this graphic down for us.
Yeah, exactly. There is a lot of numbers. First, let me draw your attention to the top left where it says first 6 out of 12 rounds, and then last 6 out of 12 rounds. So this is the first half for every team here in the region, the win rate of rounds, right? Now, I'm going to draw your attention to the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing right now. That is going to be BBL and Giant X. Ooh, the graphics, it appeared again. Okay, lovely. As you can see, BBL are struggling a lot in the first 6 rounds of the half. They do not have very strong starts of the map. But then, the last 6 rounds, 72%. That is off the charts, of course. They're topping the league, which is outrageous. It's not only how prepared they are for the gun rounds, the amount of eco rounds that they can get and how they adapt to the enemy on the fly. That, by the way, is on Pora and most of it. On the other side, we see a Giant X that is just not looking solid.
I mean, it's the graph really speaks for itself. You can see BBL, we know them as a team that's slow to warm up. In a series, they're constantly losing first map, sweeping through. Their wins are 2-1s. But you can see here in the first half as well. I guess it's better than both halves being poor.
They have some hope here. Some hope, right, Mitch?
Oh, they have a lot. I mean, like right now you're seeing a team that, like, you think about this from BBL's perspective. They can pick up map 1. If they can come in hot into a series, hot into a half even, then they're going to be an even better team than the one that's currently sitting 3-1 in top of their group. That's a pretty good problem to have, honestly, if you can pinpoint it that specifically and still have the success even with those issues.
Yeah, and again, Giant X, they've been winning maps, so they just haven't been winning more than 1 map a week, so hopefully today could be the time that changes. That is all from us for now, and let's just bring out the teams onto stage. Here is BBL and Giant X. Well, this BBL roster has been on a roll lately in the regular season, and this week their eyes are set on securing a spot in playoffs, and maybe, just maybe, also coming out as the first seed in Group Alpha. But this is the thing, in order to get that, in order to kickstart their dream week, they have to get through Giant X. They are walking out on stage for the final time here in stage 1, and they're looking to end on a high note they've not had so far in this season. They just need that 1 win here, and that could set them up for success and for victory as we head into Split 2 as well. And don't forget those all-important championship points. We have Epic and Pipson on stage once again. Good to see Pipson very animated, but Epic, as we've known and love him to be, he doesn't give away a lot. And the fact that he doesn't give away a lot, I feel like, again, has been a massive win condition for his team.
And so many reasons that he has to be smiling saying, right? But we won't see it. Sometimes, you know, in the camera, we've catched
It's the sweat.
glimpses.
It's the sweat wipe.
Yeah. Love to see that. But yeah, BBL is coming in for today with an incredible form and actually trying to prove some consistency as well. Not only thinking about playoffs, but also thinking about Shanghai and how things are going to be different. BBL has to be ready.
Well, no icebox, no surprises there. And BBL take away the Lotus, which means, Bind will be first.
Bind first up. I like this. I'm curious to see where else it goes because BBL, right, up against Na'Vi, they took Breeze out, which is a map where they looked pretty decent. They dominated Koi. They don't decide to pick it. It gets left through, and they end up taking it out in the end in preference of Split.
Split, actually. We were
home
saying
ground.
about, the home ground, how incredible it could be. But then it would just secure what we've been talking about. Giant X being able to win some maps here and there, but never being able to close the series. And I think it would be devastating for them to then go all the way and then lose on Split.
Oh, yeah, that's not where you want to go. I mean, if you're Giant X, you want to close this out 2-0, in fact. And for BBL, of course, if they win this series, they will be locked for playoffs. Let's talk about this Bind, because I feel like a lot of teams, you know, they've adapted to the Gecko. They like the Gecko. Mitch, these two teams, they don't seem to veer that way at all on this map. Would you like to see maybe the incorporation of Gecko here?
Well, I think if anyone's going to do it for BBL, it could help to improve some of the problems. We saw them get crushed by Koi, and look, Fnatic showed that Koi are a formidable opponent on this map for sure, but the reality is there were some things there that were lacking. They couldn't find the space, they couldn't follow up on it, and that hasn't been a problem on most maps for this squad.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to think about the fact that it's Giant X that chose this map,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
The last time that we saw them play in this map was against Fnatic. They were running the Euro, and it didn't seem very convincing. It's not only that the result was not very good, but it's the fact that they did not seem very comfortable with it. So maybe there's a change in the agents.
I would love to see some changes, but no Gecko, no Cardi.
I also don't mind it. Like, from a certain perspective, you have your way of approaching the game. And yes, we're seeing a lot of teams pick up Gecko, and it seems to be the right choice for the majority. But Vlad was saying last week on the desk, you know, it's not a one-glove-fits-all kind of situation. And sometimes you have to play to your strengths. Are these BBL strengths when it comes to Bind? I'm not sure yet. As I said, there's been some question marks over this. Very weird in terms of the sticking with the breach for me. I would have liked to see a Gecko in, but hey, I don't think it's a bad composition. I just haven't seen them utilize it the way that they want to.
Yeah, also Giant X is starting on the attack with the double duelist. It has to be super explosive. We were talking about the data and the numbers, but they have to use it to their advantage as well, trying to gain some momentum, something that they desperately need, and maybe, you know, that's the path to secure their first win.
I mean, they got to show us why they chose Bind, right? Like you guys said, BBL's map pool is good. They're gonna have a less chance, it feels like, as the series goes on, but that is enough from us. Here, the players are in the server, the maps are in, the agents are locked, so it's time to get active. It's Steel and Pansy.
Oh, it's good to hear from you guys on the desk. Yeah, thank you for that, Sue and the desk, for kind of breaking us, you know, into this game and kind of teeing us up for this matchup, because the veto certainly caught my eye. Josh, how do you feel about seeing this one? Is there anything that stood out to you here? At least we've ended up starting on the likes of Bind, then obviously Sunset to follow.
I think Bind's an interesting pick. We haven't really seen Bind much from either of these teams here. I think one of the things we do need to look at is that, you know, Giant X, they don't really have that much pressure on them right now. So are they going to be able to play without that pressure of everything and be a little bit more loosey-goosey? That could lead them to having a pretty, you know,
stellar performance, right?
Yeah, they just can come out of the gate and you just don't really know what to expect from them.
You're absolutely right. We'll see if that becomes the case. On the other side, of course, BBL with a great deal to do here. This game could mean a great much for them. And oh, well, that's a start, isn't it? 3 back-to-back. BBL off to a roaring beginning. Just Redgar and Hoodie. And I mean, look at where they are. This is a mountain to climb for them. And maybe a good start here for Hoodie would be rather helpful, but not easy. And gosh, they've got a long ways to go here. That triple stack towards Showers was just perfect.
I like how BBL, after they got those kills, they know there's the spikes down, but they just instantly give it up. And what they're doing right now is they're playing retake on both sites. They're just waiting for Giant X to make the next play, collect the spike, move into a site potentially, and then actually go for the plant. And when that plant starts coming in, they have the numbers, 5 versus 2 for BBL. That's what they want to play here with.
Yeah, nice amount of discipline being displayed by them, understanding that if you are Giant X, you're hoping you might catch you know, 2v1 in their favor. Right? You're looking to try and take that player down, but again, really well disciplined, playing kind of, as I said, paired up or even with 3 towards that A side, but sitting super deep, almost just giving up a lot, kind of just being shouldered so far by Elite. You should be able to get all the information once they do start getting a little bit closer. And there
30
it is.
seconds
The
left.
thing I'm looking for is the stun nade. As soon as that spike gets tapped on the site, that's when that combo is going to come in.
Okay,
I
let's
think
see.
Giant X should look for a kill or two before they go for it.
It's just whether or not they get allowed that. You can see that Hoodie's the one trying to lean a little forward for Giant X. The paint shell already went through as well, so you can see them try to toy with time, but we're down to 10 seconds. They've got to make a move here. They can put bodies on the line. Cautionary, beautiful beginning, and Andalusia flawless to kick things off. And when we're talking about Giant X have no pressure, yes, there's pressure with BBL, but it's lit a fire underneath them too. This is a game that can get them into those playoff spots, and we don't know quite what to make of them here on Bind, but so far, so good.
It's almost like we're looking at a completely different version of BBL after they lost the Gentlemates earlier in the season. It's just like, we've seen a BBL that we didn't see at kickoff. They've been really just, you know, on fire, kind of giving it full speed, and right there off the rip, just a triple swing in showers, getting 3 kills right away. That's a really good start for these guys. And they're going to try to ride that momentum as well.
As they should, right? And Cautionary, massive work towards ult, and he's got that rifle out, and this is his area. You're not coming through. Cloud and Purpo learning the lesson the hard way. Vitinho, do you fancy your chances? Maybe double walk in the smoke. Okay, they take him down, but a quick fill of the void. Cautionary, I don't know how close he is to that ult, but it's going to be right nearby. Rifle can be filtered back through. Everything looking good. No harm, no foul. That's a tricky shot until then. This is comfort for BBL.
Yeah, Cautionary's one off of his ult. If he got one more kill there, he would have had it. And I do wonder if they're going to try to like do a play to kind of force it.
Yeah.
It could.
Nice for a bonus.
It would be great for a bonus, but I don't think it's worth it. I think they're not going to go for it because either way, you have to go for the showers one. That could be pretty exposed. Got, you know, double flashes from Yoru and Sky on the attack, and then equally, you know, as painful on B Long. That's just like one that you don't really want to go for, not without a Sage Well at the very least.
Well, it looks like he's back to where he was controlling rather poignantly, and BBL opting for a switch up here. Like, oh, this is dangerous. Oh, that was lovely.
Well, he's got it now.
Yeah, he's got it now. A little late in the day for this round, but I quite like that from Giant X as well. Kind of the paranoia being sent in a lot to try and control that shower area. Maybe putting that on a high priority because he knew that they were one away from that ult. But again, they gambled a bit of a stack. They put the additional third body towards the B site. So now they have to kind of play this one back through. BBL showing some patience here, sitting towards CT. Site should be now cleared. A little bit of a pre-take almost there, just trying to test the early waters. Cloud, lovely work from him. And a comfortable round here for Giant X to answer back with.
Nice Andalusia flawless for Giant X there. You know, first gun round, usually you want to take a slower pace on their attack. You don't want to give up any early kills. This is a very important round to get. And for them to just be like, you know what, we're going to send it. Double satchel through showers. We're going to send it Sky Flash. We're going to paranoia from the backside of it as well. They really just caught BBL with their pants down and didn't let BBL stabilize in the, you know, coming into the site. It's just constant pressure. BBL wasn't able to get into a position to even approach a retake.
Looking at that kind of momentum swing as well, starting to see if maybe Giant X can get that lay of the land, right? Pull that body to the wrong side of the map, get that third player away from where they're heading. And a bit of a default to start with, heavier intention towards B, but again, early showers control. Cautionary going to be tested quite consistently here. Purpo going to snag the ult orb. Get that to hand.
Looks like we're, you know, in store for the first round. That's going to go you know, work the clock a little bit. I know on pistol round it kind of went the distance, but that's only because it was a 2-on-5 for a minute.
Yeah, caution being shown there. Flash just going to be behind the smoke, so not going to get everything they wanted, but they can retake the space still. Flash decent enough to clear this close angle.
We are getting Cautionary to early pivot over towards B. He does have the rocket ready to be used. The problem is, if they do a little bit, if Giant X does a little bit of like a jab towards B and then go A here, it looks like that's what they're doing. It means Cautionary is not going to be out of position.
And to almost make matters somewhat worse with a question mark to it, actually the TP being taken is kind of big. That gets put on the right side of the map. I just don't know whether they know this or not. And no pressure being felt from Cautionary on B, nothing through Hookah. They're starting to believe in this and they're right to. This is where the action's coming, and Braids, the perfect place, set into motion by Pora. The swing comes down and Hoodie on the trade. The spike does get dropped. This is tricky. It was a 2v2 on the side, but Pora still in a great position. Could control this. Oh, stunning from Hoodie. Keeps control. Keeping in mind Purpo was nowhere near. That was all on Hoodie, and he succeeds.
That was a bit of a messy round too. It's not like Giant X had any like super clean things going in there. The initial kills at B were great, but Cautionary on BBL just being able to just like run back and forth and not be in a position to use that rocket. It's like, do you use it now? You're on a light buy maybe, an eco round potentially. So what's actually going to happen here? It feels like that was a wasted opportunity from BBL.
Maybe an opportunity to stabilize now, though, but again, tricky with the weapons they're coming in with. Sheriffs and Stingers, yes, that ult, as you highlighted, still in play, but they need an opportunity to use it, right? A moment. So they've gone for an aggressive start, right? Straight down middle. And Giant X seem aware of this. Either a step's been heard or something's been noted, because both players now paying attention towards this. Purpo's turned his attention elsewhere, maybe trying to take that space up towards Octagon, but it is still going to be pretty much kept in control here by Cloud. And a player I want to keep my eyes on as well, Cloud is one of the highlight players in my mind when it comes to Giant X. Need to see him performing well here.
Looks like the regroup has happened. Para hears this. They know there could be a really big backstab coming out.
Timing's everything, though. Keep in mind where Hoodie is as well, so could be a little offset on the timing, but they have players in the right place. The positioning, I mean, Brave still got his, right? But they couldn't make it out of the side. Bit of a trade here. Easy, what a shot! Back-to-back now, Hoodie all on his own, and he was the last man. The back line, they know where he was. And the spike deep in BBL's control. Rifle in Pora's hand, still a utility, still a flash. Reezy's got a lot as well to work with. This is huge. Now they've got to be patient, though. Make him work for this. They've got to work in unison as well. Can't take too many risks, but they might have lost beat as to where he is. So taking a bit of a quieter stance here. 20 seconds, he has to get that spike. Going to try and give himself the cross. Looking for that first player, and they're making him really work for this. Sitting deep towards elbow, not even challenging this, waiting to tap on the spike. And really has to make the safe choice.
So tough.
There's no good option here. And if he comes out of this alive, it'd be a miracle, being forced away from the angle, the flash to follow, but he's got maybe a fair 1v1. Reezy a little isolated here, up on the top. Hoodie, he's gonna find it. No trade for Reezy, and he's still only got that Sheriff. Gap closing towards the side, it's a gamble, and it's perfect from Hoodie. Excellent read and a great clutch, and maybe a slight misplay it felt from BBL there to not group up better.
Yeah, I agree with you on the BBL, misplaying that towards the end there. I think they had a really good idea getting out of hookah and not overextending too early into the round. They just stuck with their guns, kind of. I thought maybe Cautionary could have been in a position to use his rocket a little bit better. I think GX, what they needed to do earlier in the round, since they have double duelists and only the one Sky, I think they need to get a little bit more information before they hard commit, because they ran into a 5-man stack basically, and it almost cost them. Hoodie bailed them out.
Yeah, Hoodie was a saving grace in that. 2-3 now. That was with just those Sheriffs and Stingers. That was a very light purchase from BBL. Coming back in with the buy now. Let's see what we've got here. Seeker's coming through, the ult from Purpo as well. He's going to take early elbow control, but swing towards sight. Back of sight, there's 3 players and 3 victims. The paranoia was perfect. Purpo and Cloud in unison take the site in absolute outstanding fashion. You can't ask for a better site take than that. This is a save straight away.
Yeah, once you lose 2 players like this, it's instantly a sus round. You have to save the unwinnable situation. And it was a good attack concept here from Giant X. They got the Yoru ulti running in, getting the information of everyone, and then to follow Paranoia. We saw Fitinho throwing a raise grenade in the back there. So as these guys go for a little bit of a hunt from Giant X, because they're getting this momentum. It's a tax-sided map. They've got a double duelist comp. Yeah, absolutely, they can afford it. And it'll help them get closer to the ultimates as well. I think these ultimates are going to be really important. If Fitinho can get his rocket, that would be a really big deal.
Let's see if he can maybe find them. You can already see the Braves putting up a wall of resistance if he can. They are closing the gap a little here. Let's see if they can keep these rifles. For now, it looks like it will be status quo. They're not going to overextend. No. Okay, so both get to walk away with the rifles. Not an overt hunt from Giant X, but I kind of would have liked them to maybe pursue that a little further. But yeah, this side take was just lovely to witness. Again, the utility pour-on was fantastic, utilizing the Yoru almost just to force them away deep sight and being so ready to punish. Just perfect. Now, timeout for BBL, because, I mean, it's 4 rounds in a row here. Giant X haven't really been dissuaded from what they're doing. They've been able to kind of take the space they want. They've been running the map pretty well once we got into the gun rounds. What would you do at BBL? You know, if you're on BBL's position here and you want to try and take that, either map control, the early info, what are you meant to do at this point?
I think it's a good idea to take this time out at this moment, just because they can at least put Giant X on ice a little bit, and then you know, settle their nerves. I think one of the things we haven't really seen from BBL yet is they've been kind of passive in their areas. So on Pistol Round, we saw the triple swing showers, but we haven't really seen anything super aggressive from them. They've been playing, you know, a crossfire setup at Long B on one of the earlier rounds. I think it was like round 3. And aside from that, though, it's been these like, let's spot for info and then fall back to elbow or backside at B. And then same thing on A. It's like, let's spot showers and then play to fall back. We haven't seen them getting really active in places like, you know, down Long B, or doing like a flash peek setup outside of hookah, or doing anything with, you know, 3 people aggressive on A. And they do have the breach to utilize for these types of plays. So it'd be interesting to see if they do something with that, or if they're just gonna kind of go back to status quo, as you said.
Yeah, again, a bit of a half buy really into this one. They still have those 2 rifles, so going to try and complement and supplement them slightly with Sheriff Stinger. And we saw how close they got before in this sort of round, but on the flip side, Economy's in a fantastic place. Vitinho 2 away from the ult. You already have Red Guards there and hoodies. Yes, they did burn Purpos and Clouds, but that's fine. That's secured them a pretty valuable round just a moment ago. So a default is going to be Witness, because anytime you come out of a timeout, especially up against a strange buy or a buy with just a weapon or 2 here, you want to identify where they are. You want to see if they are making those more aggressive moves.
You're expecting something funny to happen. And one of the things I'm not liking too much about what BBL is doing on their defense is they're way too split. They're not trying to do any all-in plays, and this is a perfect round to do that. They have 2 rifles saved, and then everyone else is on Sheriff and Stinger. This would be a perfect opportunity to do like a 4-1 stack and just gamble a site. And this dog is going to show everything that they need to see for them to get the shift over, but still barely moving.
Yeah, and now Breezy's in danger, and again, you're looking at who else is here. The rifle, Breezy was just swept aside. He did take 1 with him, but still, it's on Pora to maybe try and do something. Has he been noted? I mean, he's smoked off, but there's a late lurk coming his way as well. That's in the form of Red Guard, so he's got to be a little careful, because that rifle could be a fantastic upgrade for him. Massive to get. That's Elite and Brave the ones to watch, but it's actually Pora finds Vitinho. So this pause has not worked well so far. Giant X going to need a couple more bailouts here. You can see Pora trying to have a little bit of a battle with Red Guard, but Red Guard wins. TP gets some real damage done, but Brave and Elite making that value known. They were the 2 that had the rifles. They had to be the ones to make the change. 13 seconds, and Cloud's got to be careful. This guy is a god, though, but he's only got 8 seconds. He has to commit to this. He has to do something. Elite and Brave getting closer by. The execution squad makes it, and they bring those rifles to the right site.
It's funny because when I watch this, it's almost like Giant X is, they're in the right position to close out these rounds. And BBL, there was hesitation. As they were trying to rotate to B, there's hesitation. It's like, is it B? Okay, we're going. Oh, wait, no, let's not go. And then they end up going again. And in this hesitation, you're thinking like, oh, Giant X, easy. They go in for free. But Reezy gets that first kill from elbow. And then you're like, okay, what's happening? And everything slowly unravels. They forget about the hookah player. And he's able to get one before Red Guard's able to come in and clear that. So it's just crazy to me how like both teams seem like they're a little bit on edge here.
Yeah, I think Giant X are struggling overall. I mean, the season has been rough for them. Those kind of 2-1 results never in their favor. On the other side, of course, BBL with a lot of pressure. Speaking of pressure, a quick escape. The evacuation button hit.
And the double TP coming in from the back. That means B site is completely exposed. And I think GX knows this. They know it.
Well, they're trying to commit to this. Pora's managed to slip a little ahead, but that paranoia is good again. We've seen this before. It's worked well. Didn't get to close down in time, and actually Purpo a little off timing on that, but Vitinho on the trade will secure the site. You're hearing the ults, right? Vitinho flying forward, finds Cautionary, takes control of CT. This now becomes not unwinnable, but nearly. This is so difficult to try and play back in with no foothold towards that B site.
It's tough when you just lose B site like that. It's almost like an instant save in a lot of situations, especially if the enemy gets into the site without using any utility. It means they've got all this stuff for the post plan.
They're going though.
They are.
Yeah, Molly comes in, Vitinho, going to be noted, but they can't close the gap because you can see the stall. They're slowing them down here, and time is a big factor. They've got to get a move on, and Vitinho is holding them back. Not allowing any naughtiness this round. Reezy trying to make a run for it, but Vitinho, fantastic work from him. 4 in this round. Again, trading that initial problem when Purpo fell, and then just controlling the site perfectly. Reezy will be lucky to make it out of here alive. Already they're very nearby. Cloud already having a little bit of a glimpse here. Bitty on the hunt. Yeah, Reezy just trying to keep this rifle. See if anyone can gap close. No, I think he's good here. Okay, so they get one away, but Giant X again.
Yep.
Noting that TP, controlling it well, they're in the right place, they committed. Everything went fine for them. They're going to be happy with this.
I want to highlight that, actually. The play, the idea from Giant X there to get Purpo to go into showers. They've gone fast with the raised double satchel, and this is the perks of running the double duelist with Yoru, is that they send the Yoru in. They fake like they're going quick there. Here comes the trap, the breach done, the double TP in the back. Guess what? Yoru's gone, and now they just run up into B for free. They know the double TP plus the breach, that's at least 3 on A.
This time it's only 2 on A here. Paranoia play towards showers, often gifted over just to allow Fatinho that control. Smoke towards heaven. It feels like it's a very early commitment to this, and it is. Purpo chasing very quickly there. 1-for-1 trade out. He's taking a lot of space though. That site control 1.
Worth.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd be happy with that. Pora does have his ult, so wondering if that's considered here. It's gonna be rough to try and close gap to this though. Ults in, no plant yet. Pora clears Fatinho, good trade for Cloud. Site control not fully won over yet by either side. Reezy gonna tip the scales, it's BBL. They're winning back on the site. That little bit of hesitation, that little moment to play back through, set into motion perfectly by Pora. It worked out very well for them.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths from BBL is their retakes, so it doesn't really surprise me too much that they were able to, convert that round. But the thing that did confuse me was it looked really sloppy from Giant X, individually peeking 1 by 1, then getting stuck on the bench and stunned, aftershocked, comboed, and it's like, well, what are we doing here? We're popping the Viper ulti, we're not even getting the spike planted here, and we have the 4 versus 4 so early with that aggressive play from Purpo. We gotta be better than this, guys.
Yep. That's probably a round that Pipson's not too happy about. He's a cheerful boy, is old Pipson.
We'll save that one for a VOD review.
Yeah, that's one to look back on, because it did feel a little disconnected. And again, if you're going to sacrifice Purpo for all that space, you better bloody use it. Now, the ult on the other side's come through for Elite, so he's going to try and take away all that early access towards A, right? That's just an early bit of control. Reezy's got contact towards B long. No eyes towards showers, but you can see that deep hold coming out from Cautionary. So they've got everything somewhat wrapped up, but I want to see if they can keep control of this, as Giant X have been pretty good at the push and pull on this map. And wow, okay, just finds Pora.
And that's also the breach ulti gone. Pora was sitting on that for a couple of rounds now. No chance to use that. I do wonder if Giant X is going to go back into A. They did use the Skydog at long B, so they're not going to have that to clear out the Viper. But what they do have is the Yoru ulti, and that could be a great combination with the Seekers from the sky as well, and they might just target focus that Viper on the defense. It doesn't look like it looks like they're gonna fake it, then go B.
I've got your train.
No, he's gonna get caught from the Seeker.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. And yeah, look at
L.
They've just completely drifted past each other. Again, he doesn't kind of get all that punish for this. Purpo's done really well. He's cleared a lot of space here. And they've pulled the rotation. They've got, the red carpet is rolled out towards B. There's no one to stop them here. The only real factor is maybe that you've got Brave on a really deep lurk. I don't know if the timing's even going to be valuable here, but...
They know Brave's around here somewhere.
Yeah.
The Seeker caught him. He just needs to make sure that the timing's there, that, the breach... That he's thinking Brave snuck through hookah. Oh, this could be really weird.
Yeah, the timing's going to be a bit bizarre here. Hoodie got the better of him. Okay, so that's a clean slate. And now the pressure towards CT is really focused. They don't have to be too worried about elsewhere. They've got a 2v4. Everything is very comfortable. And BBL just being really locked out here, Josh. They are not finding what they need. I mean, the scoreline is still relatively close, right? We've got, where's it going to be 4-6 now? But still, it's a competitive scoreline. But the way these rounds look, Giant X are having their way with this map.
This was a bit unlucky, though, for BBL. Pora getting, Purpo shot 3 bullets, I think, through the Viper wall, and he found Pora right in the head, and that's instantly breach ulti gone. That, and then you have the Viper on short A, and then you're getting faked out by the Yoru plus the Sky. It's like, it's just so sad how everything just stacked up against you in that round, and coming out of that, it's like, well, you just have to chalk it up to unlucky. Like, that's an unlucky, really, moment right there.
Yeah, they kind of got the rock, paper, scissors ults coming through as well, just to clear that Viper's pit perfectly. Purpo, as you said, and the Seekers on top. There's not much more you could have done, especially when it was kind of set into motion and kind of begun by a shot through a wall, essentially. So you got to suck that one up. But again, we look at what we've got here, a little bit of a back and forth. The money now starting to get a little bit worrying for BBL. They're going to have to start being rather protective about this, and Reezy again going to be forced away from this. So early progress, kind of standardized approach now. Coutinho relatively far up long, but no commitment behind this. And again, the third player this time, BBL opting to put them towards that B site.
It's looking like Giant X is running their anti-eco setup that they have, where the controllers are holding the A push, and then you got the double duelist with the Sky just working towards long B, trying to figure out what's going on and figuring out which side to go. Last time they did this, they actually 5-man grouped B. They didn't have enough info, and they ran into a stack. So let's see kind of how they play with this. It looks like they might try to fake this and hit the TP back to A. The controllers are in play for that.
Yeah, toying with that expectation, if they're considering it's the same as last round. I kind of like this late look for information, but Purpo again has found Brave, so already Giant X with the man advantage. Do they now continue towards the B side? They might do now. Fatino gonna find the head of Reezy. It's on Pora, and just one by one, they're just playing in towards it, trying to catch him in the heels on the TP. Oh, Fitty! What a shot! A big backhand there to Pora. But the rotations didn't fully come in, so Cautionary and Elite are still around here. There is still an opportunity. It's on Elite, really. How much can he achieve from this one? Hyper-focus towards Cautionary. The paranoia doesn't land. Oh! He's still got two! Cautionary giving them a lifeline, maybe a chance if, but Elite's gonna go huge if he wants this. A 1v2, it's not impossible. 15 seconds. Plant, they want it. It's a priority. Has to come in here. Cloud unaffected by the utility. And Hoodie just can slip away a little safer here. Does he have util for the post plant? He does. Cloud even has a flash too. Really difficult for Elite. So much to clear. Doesn't quite know where Hoodie is. Making a bit of a gamble. He's got to try and get this one towards half. Might have given himself that one, but the flash doesn't make it through the wall. Huge opportunity now. Elite, you know they had to check that. Cloud had to put his body on the line. And now a chance to defuse. Hoodie is right under his nose. Elite clutches the hell up. That was outstanding from him. You don't see that every day. And again, what are you meant to do about that? That one flash meant that Cloud had to body check it to see if it wasn't a full defuse.
What a blunder. Oh man, just so many things went wrong there. You had such a big advantage, Giant X. You're going in through the TV, you're going into A site, losing 2 great kills there from, I think that was Cautionary, right?
Yeah,
getting
it was.
the two Vandal headshots.
Yeah.
And then Elite coming out, the backside of U-Haul getting the kill on the bench, and then closing out that 1 versus 2. Everything about that was so clinical. It was really well played by BBL in that retake, and that is where their strengths are. They've been in those situations so many times that they're able to pull those out. Giant X need to tighten up.
This is... I'm wondering if this is now maybe a little momentum builder as well, a little bit of a confidence builder off the back of that, keeping the scoreline within touching distance. Again, a little bit of a speed up though from Giant X, looking like they want to pick up pace. And again, an early pick. You
have your ulti still.
For this is going to be gutting for them. Brave on the trade, finds Fatino, and it's just a brawl towards long. So much on the line for it.
He didn't use the ulti one time this game, I don't think. He's had that for so many rounds, and he's been first picked. And not being able to set up anything with a trap, you know, having that rocket in play as well, again, here could have been a great combination. So again, we're just seeing BBL 2-2 on the sites here. They're not really in a position to hold either site when you're split off this hard. The rocket could be a game changer, though.
Could be. Closing in towards that A site, sitting deep here, BBL.
They're gonna go and dry without putting the Viper wall up? They might.
Maybe trying to get the timing right.
30 seconds
BBL
left.
have been playing like deep on site. They haven't been playing all that close by, so maybe an opportune moment for Giant X to take the space. Yeah. So oh, what was that? Elite besting his opposing number. What looked like ease, but now there's yeah. Here we go. Rocket comes out, and now time's a factor. Bye bye. That's 2. BBL
10 seconds left.
holding them back here. Redgar left in a 1v2 in the time. 6 seconds. There's nothing more to be done from 3. I don't wait. I think it was just afterwards. Oh my god, it's a 1v1. He's got a 1v1, but does he have the timing right too? Redgar, this is outrageous from Redgar! Pulls it off, a Red Bull clutch. I thought we were out of time there, Josh, but apparently not.
It was tight, it was very tight. And these back-to-back like clutches from both teams here, we're really seeing a close game because of it. It's from these heroics, it's from these early initial picks. A lot of like, you know, 1-for-1 trades early in the rounds, but you know, another big 2K here from Cautionary with that rocket going in there. At least he was able to get his ultimate off because Para, he wasn't able to. So you gotta count the silver linings, the little things that add up.
I just can't believe that actually worked out. Like, legitimately, I thought the timing looked so off there. I thought it was wraps, but no. 5-7. Okay, pretty competitive here. Now, keep in mind, all the wins the Giant X have pulled out so far in the season. Now really keep this in the forefront. They haven't converted into full match wins. It was only map wins, and that was mostly on Lotus and Breeze. We haven't got to see them kind of leading in this scenario. So let's see if they can close out and get a win here, at least on the first map. Start things off well. Could be a different look for them. And Cautionary, early damage taken.
It was good info early from Cloud's jump spot there, and we're seeing a big rotation over to B. They had really aggressive positions up short A, Giant X, with the Yoru and the Cubby. But they're just over-rotating here, and it might play out into their favor. If this is a B hit and BBL commits, this could be really big.
Yeah, it could. Giant X doing serious damage here. You can see Purple wants a bit more. And maybe a little over the top here. Got to be careful to not allow opportunities and then not. Fatinho and Hoodie making sure things don't spiral out of control.
I got this spot.
That is what Reezy's probably worrying about now. A 1v4. Not easy by any means. A little bit of damage on Fatinho, but again, not really enough to change this. And you can see the crossfire. It's just a firing squad. Goes for the TP.
He's looking for a consolation prize at this moment. There's nothing really he could do. A kill and a plant would be
30 seconds
decent
left,
recovery from this round. But I mean, great defense here so far from Giant X.
Yeah, and the positioning on Redguard basically means that Reezy doesn't have anywhere to fall back to safely, right? And there's no point you're going to consider that. No, Redguard, lovely timing, good positioning, kind of playing around on that lug very well. And the fuse comes through. Giant X going to take the lead even further now, and this should unlock a couple rounds off the back.
Yeah, this is looking good for Giant X at this moment. This is the position you definitely want to be in. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit of a more difficult side. They're going to have to be a lot more active. They got the double duelists. But I like what they did in that retake situation. Redguard was behind showers. You saw the rest of Redguard's teammates just waiting at the CT's pipes. And basically, if Redguard goes out and finds him and loses the 1v1, the position is exposed, and now the other three can play the 3-on-1 and know exactly where to look.
Flood back,
yeah.
Really confident with full information. Yeah,
no one's going to get picked off too early and then be too spread apart, giving isolated fights. Well played.
Okay, so this, if you're looking at the buy, I mean, obviously Frenzy, Sheriffs, and Ghosts, that's about it. A bit of a walk up behind the wall. Purpo's an aimer though. Only going to get one this time. That's a Guardian not too far away. That could be recoverable. I mean, I don't know how long Fatinho wants to stay around here. They're trying to police this, yeah. Redguard on the case, trying to keep control of it. Lovely from Redguard there. Just farming on up. And again, this round looking like it's falling by the wayside. No bigger threats. As Cautionary makes it go a bit and actually finds Cloud.
NT.
Looking at something no. Hoodie. To keep things moving on for Giant X, that's 9 now.
And that's 3 rifles for Giant X going into this bonus round as well. It's going to be interesting to see if they try to do something a little bit crazy with this. They do have Yoru. He could do some sort of TP play early on. And, you know, even if they don't go for like a fight with it, he could do something to stress out BBL, make them waste time in the round. So I wonder if we're going to see that or something like that, because that is the strength of this comp, with this agent on this comp, on this map.
Let's see what Purpo's up to. It might be a little aggressive, at least where we're seeing him start here.
3 for 3 short A cubby start.
Yep.
Mark that one down on the anti-strat.
Yeah, looking for this.
Decoy.
Yeah, BBL sitting pretty... Oh! Purpo! So nasty!
Instantly rotates to B as well.
Oh, he's done his damage. That's exactly what you were talking about, though. Try and get aggressive, utilize him like that, TP out, keep him guessing. Hard to get that read now. So much weight on BBL's shoulders. This round feels so stressful. Redguard just shouldering this. It's going to be...
He's going to have to pop his paranoia here.
Yeah, try to stall it. I don't know if that caught it. Did. Yeah, Cautionary gets slowed. He can't close the gap, and Redguard waiting. Bucky ready. Cautionary on the corner. Not the shot you wanted. Cautionary still standing. Unfazed. And that could facilitate a plant.
Fatinho with his nade ready. As soon as the spike gets tapped, the nade's going to come in. Maybe the flood behind it.
Might see it. There it is. Yep. Cancel on the plant. Cloud gets closer but doesn't commit.
2 flashes ready for the next. And a big flank from Hoodie.
Yeah, the timing's going to be really rough because they've got a fight on 2 fronts. It's so hard to handle. But actually, the corner gets controlled. Pora denies Cloud, but the trade is there for Purpo, and Hoodie finally strikes on the back lines. He doesn't have to overdo it. He can just fight in unison. It's gorgeous from Giant X. That was really well timed there.
That was really well timed. I like what they did. They, you know, waited for the spike plant, then they naded. Then they waited for the next plant, and then it was a sky flashing and pushing. But he went alone. He was kind of like the sacrificial lamb to set up Hoodie for that flank. So without, you know, that stall, that delaying them from planting the spike and then keeping the pressure from the forwards, then, they could turn and saw a Hoodie on the flank. But because of all this constant pressure coming out, they were trained to the back of the site, and Hoodie was able to come out in the back and get 3 for free.
And this is what's going to put a little bit of a question mark in my mind when we talk bigger picture, is that BBL have had some exceptional series. I think that's pretty fair to say. They've had some big opponents. I mean, Na'Vi, Heretics, Koi, Na'Vi and Heretics as of late as well, and they've been good at those. You know what I mean? All right, relax. I can see you smiling. All right, I was heavier on the first two.
You had me on the first two, and after that, it's like, well.
Hey, look, okay, it was, Na'Vi and Heretics are pretty good. So, I mean, by all accounts, this shouldn't be a hard game. Giant X have always been scrappy. They always seem to pick up one map and then lose 2. It just seems how they're fated this season. But is it this new freedom? What's happened here?
To be fair.
Okay.
Okay.
Not what you're known for, but sure.
What do you mean? I am. If there's one thing I am, it actually is fair. Okay.
All right. We'll see.
I've been critical, but I've been fair. Okay. Giant X, all the series that they've only lost once where it was a 0-2. Everything else has been a 1-2 loss. So it's not like they're, sitting out here getting dunked on by every team. And on the flip side of that, BBL's also kind of been overperforming, I would say.
Yeah.
It's not like
I think that's a fair assessment.
I think people are surprised, like, oh wow, they're actually doing really well. It's kind of like a little bit of a surprise. So, combine both these facts together, and we're seeing, how this situation unfolds.
Yeah, this is a really nice position, though, for Redgar. Oh, he's only going to be left alone now. He's got to get out of there. Elite's taken away for Tinio. And these rounds seem more dangerous than any. Seeing Elite get a rifle, too.
Was this pop too early, I think?
Might be. I don't know what he's going to plan to try and do with this one. No one can really do much off the back. They're very ready for this. Yeah, Cautionary and Reezy waiting. Deeper control towards Showers as well. They're just being very patient. Yeah, retake going to be coming in from Giant X. Going to try and early pressure towards Lamps. Trade comes in and they're going to continue on this path thing. And Reezy needs to turn attention. The pinch comes in and now Redgar re-swings from heaven. Keeping full control of this. But a slip of the net. Effective. Reezy's opened up a chance here.
That first kill at Lamps, I was thinking, or it wasn't even a kill. I'm like, oh.
Did the TP just bait him?
It might have.
Slowed him down.
Turkey on Sheriffs is so
30
dangerous.
seconds left.
Oh, but they're prepared. They're prepared for that. Played it very diligently. I like kind of sending the clone through on the TP just to kind of keep him guessing. It stalled him out, right? It caused him a second to consider coming back towards A. But still, 4 rounds back-to-back this half. Giant X couldn't have asked for a better start here. This is everything they would have wanted, really.
Yeah, this is great for Giant X. This is exactly what you need to have going into, the rest of the series. Obviously, if they're able to pick this up, it's not like it's, oh yeah, a walk in the park. It's still going to be a difficult series to go through, and you need to close out, and anything can happen. I mean, they can end 13-11 at this point for BBL, so...
I've seen stranger things.
Absolutely. We got the crowd, though. We got the 6-man for BBL.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a leg shown. Redgar, paranoid already. TP taken. Crunch time towards Showers.
Help Showers.
Purple on the hunt. Oh, it's gorgeous. Purple's gonna be happy with that one. Reezy and Cautionary going down, and Giant X just handling everything that's thrown at them. There hasn't been, it looks like a problem that they can't solve. The plant comes in and they take a little bit of a breath. They sit back a little bit deeper. They don't need to do too much. You can see what BBL wants. They wanted to pick off the back of that. They'd love to have had a fair fight. And Giant X just aren't giving them it.
Yeah, they're giving up the site completely, and for good reason. Once BBL plants the spike, they're committed here, and now it's a 5 versus 3. They can come in together. Maybe even Redgar uses his ultimate here to get some information of what the positioning's like for BBL.
And I think you're reading his mind there. Perfect. So Elite going to be forced off the angle, forced to invest utility, but they do need to start getting a move on here, because there's still a lot to try and clear. Brave's going to control towards Heaven and CT. Elite does well to find one. He knows Redgar's still around. But Bora spammed out of position, and it's all on Brave. This guy can be a monster, but he can't even deny the defuse. There's so little to do for him. Desperate attempt. He needed some of these bullets to work, and they're not going through. Defuse comes in. Giant X up to 12 here. And again, they seem so prepared for every eventuality in this.
It's funny to see BBL trying that exact same play on their defense with a trap toward Showers, and it just couldn't work out because Purple was going in there as Yoru, and instantly as soon as he got stunned, bam, he's gone. He's teleported away. And now BBL gets caught in the showers there. 2 of the players there getting crunched, 2 in the back, 2 in the front. Nowhere to go. So really well executed there from Giant X.
Good job, guys. Yeah,
Good job, guys.
Good job, guys. 19.
Not even super hyped. Just like, not even like, nice, let's go. Good job, guys. It's a good job.
Ooh, going aggressive. Cautionary. Quick TP, and it's Purple again.
Yep.
His value on these early kills is outrageous. He's doing so well at that. It's an early pick, backs away, down to 4 now. Took away Elite. It gets a little bit trickier maybe in that post-plant positioning potentially. We have to wait and see. As it stands though, BBL have a little bit of control, but look at the rotations. They are all in. 4 players here ready to go. Dog gets invested, first denial. Reezy has to pause, maybe considering the Seekers. Trade comes in, it's a battle through from Showers, but it's Brave. A highlight player. A quick investment of the ult towards CT could give them some space to work with, and it's a 2v2 now.
A little bit of space given, but they didn't do anything with it. I feel like it was a little bit of a wasted ultimate for there.
Maybe hoping that they'd get the plant in that time, but it's fine. They've gotten away with it, and they didn't get caught on that. Flash, yes, but they've already kind of gone close to the side. The drop down's there, swing from Brave. That's 4. This guy is out of this world. Brave gonna find 5 and give BBL this round. That is on his shoulders.
There you go. Gotta get that, Brave. So well played by BBL there, getting into the site there pretty easily. Big kills from Brave from the side here.
Oh.
Just love to see that, huh?
Guys, again, when you talk about this roster, when you're talking about BBL, a lot of the key factors in my mind has been 1, Cautionary. When he's been having those good games, those impactful games, incredible player, and then Brave in the same breath. Those 2 have been your highlights. So seeing him starting to warm up here, that's pretty good for the bigger series, because trying to come back from a 6-12 scoreline, not going to be easy.
I think Brave has been one of their big players for the mid to late rounds, especially the clutches. He has been one of those players for the team, and we've seen kind of flashes of that from other players on the team, like Elite, for example. You know, we can't ignore him. His impact on, you know, Cypher, Viper has been pretty important for these guys.
And I love how confident Purpo is. I feel like he's been given that kind of freedom just to make quite aggressive plays, commit behind it. Yeah, you can TP out, but he's willing to kind of double dip almost. Like, this guy is pretty confident. And speaking of confidence, walkabouts are happening. So they should be very firm in their positioning here for Giant X. They know what's coming their way. Yeah, there could be a pivot, of course. Still, this positioning is huge.
They need to have a better setup, though. They know what's happening. They know that the hits B, but they're just not in a position to help each other fight.
I mean, Hoodie somehow found Reezy. That spike dropped. Cloud gets an individual fight. This is, you know, very bit by bit. Good response from Elite and then doubles down, taking away Hoodie and Cloud. Now the cavalry's on the way. Purpo needs to play his life and not die right now. He needs to just live. The support system's going through from Hookah and Long. Plant's gonna come down, Purpo gonna pop the ult, and it's time to go. Gonna be spotted early, gonna be noted, but he's gonna find everything. This Viper's Pit ain't subtle now. Redgar finds Brave, and it's down to just 2. Elite and Porridge trying to hold on to this one, and it's all on Elite, and he's dead, gone, and buried, as is map 1. Giant X looking like they got a new lease of life here. Vine sits in their pocket. The rest of the series is still to come up, though. Sunset and Split still to get past. I'm almost praying we don't get another 2-1 here.
I think I was calling it too early in the green room that Giant X could really make this a thing, so we're gonna have to, you know, see how this develops.
Yeah, let's sit around, let's find out. This series is not over.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us.
Nice, querido.
Nice, good job, boys.
Nice! Nice! Good job, guys. Yes, let's go. Nice!
What a fantastic start from Giant X. They take map one Bind against BBL here. This is the thing, Kakuga. I've got you back in the studio, and we spoke about they need to show us why they picked Bind. Do you feel like they've given you a good reason?
Oh yeah, exactly. I was surprised also not to see Purple being one of the people that was celebrating the most, right? Because he ended up 10-3 in opening duels. And that match wasn't that long, you know, to have that kind of impact. So things that Giant X brought onto the gameplay, they actually came to fruition. We saw so many cool rounds and actually, you know, the players making the right decisions.
And they didn't just win, Kakuka. They played well. It was great. It was beautiful.
I was scared, you know, because we were talking about BBL, how good they are on these ecos. And this looked like it was going to be one of them. But no, Hootie manages to take the clutch, well, to ended up winning the round, even in a 2v1 situation. Probably this kind of scenario we have seen in the past, but Giants was not on the winning side. Another round, beautiful, with this Euro ult showing its true potential, and Purple actually playing into everything. Like, this is the first time for me that we have seen Giants from beginning to end playing as a unit and playing as an actual team.
Yeah, they were playing together, they were waiting for Utah, they were peeking after the flashes, everything just looked like it was great. Even at that last round when I thought for a second, like, oh god, they're gonna throw a 5v3, they didn't, Kakuka, they closed it out, and this could just be the Giant X that we needed to see this entire year.
Yeah, exactly. I do not think that, you know, there are many things for BBL that I liked. I liked that the setups that they had on defense. They also won an eco. I like the plans. I do think that Giant X was very disruptive. And I'm surprised because they were playing on Friday, right? And now they went from playing the last day to playing the first day. You do not have a lot of time to prepare against an opponent that has been very fundamentally good, and they are so close to being seed 1 of their own group. So the fact that they still have this in them, probably this is one of the teams that just needed the extra time.
Yeah, let's talk about BBL real quick. Here is Pora in the AM Labs warm-up, because Pora has been having a great year, but I just wish we saw more of that Rolling Thunder come out from him.
Yeah, it would have been definitely necessary, especially later in the first half, in the later rounds, as you say. And we needed to see probably that Rolling Thunder come into fruition. I think that the calls on the first, like, 4 or 6 rounds were very good. We saw him using like very brilliant stuns. He definitely had a read onto Giant X. And to me, Power is one of the people that we need to look at when we think about the next map being Sunset.
Yeah, let's talk about this map, because Giant X's chances, I feel like, drop pretty dramatically when it comes to this one. Not been their best.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing, you know, Giants is able to win a map. Like, we see the bind that we see, and we're like very happy for them. Yeah, like, oh my god, such a good form. What happens in the rest of the map? So they still have to win a match. And I think that in Sunset, they've tried so many things. Like, they started playing with the Sage, and then they moved on to the Cypher. And then, you know, it feels like each time that they play it, they add something new to it. Now they also have the Gecko. I think that being BBL, it makes a lot of sense that they want to play the Sunset. Not only because it's a map that Giant X is not typically comfortable in, but also Sunset is a map that is being played so much, not only in the region, but also internationally. If you want to go to that to Shanghai, you need to be prepared for this.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select here and see if we're going to get more things. No, we don't. They're going to stick with it. Of course, 4 times they played this, 3 different comps. Maybe Kakuka, they finally found some footing, some comfortability.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it also has to do with the reps and feeling comfortable. I think that Vitinho is another one of the players that has to have that potential. One very good comparison would be, for example, KC, and Hannah Raid is able to set up Martin so good, just because as a main duelist, you know exactly how to set up the duelist and how you would like to be feeling. On the other side, again, I'm looking at Power. I think that if he can fix those, you know, sloppy mistakes that we were seeing on Bind, he can be a very, very serious contender. And we cannot forget, under any circumstance, that Brave is in the Omen. That is so much more different from the Brimstone.
Well, Giant X, they won map 1, but can they close this out? BBL, their playoffs chances are riding on this. I'm going to throw this back to your casters, Pansy and Steel, to get the game underway.
Thank you, Sue and the desk. Yes, we are now into map 2. Sunset coming up here, Josh. And this has changed a little bit, right? We've got Brave on that Omen, which is a big, you know, adjustment, right? That's a big upswing as well. Reezy coming out on the Gecko, everything looking pretty good. But where do you stand when it comes to Giant X here? Have you seen anything from them in map 1 that you'd hope would translate here? Purple on those entries. What's standing out to you now coming into this?
I think the no pressure and the purple entries and just opening kills was a really big thing for these guys. And looking over at BBL, obviously, I think their defense is the stronger side, especially when it comes to the retakes. Elite on Cypher is going to do a really good job for these guys. And no Neon to run at Brave and take him down from elbow. So it's going to be a little bit easier for them this game, I think, than against other teams. But still, a little bit of an uphill battle here.
Yeah, and now Purpo, first contact. It looks like he wants to pick up where he left off, right from map 1. Hoodie Late control towards middle, gonna work out well, gonna catch Brave and give himself the escape plan too. That's perfect. Man advantage and numbers looking solid for them here. Door gets broken. BBL now have to try and posture their way back into this. 2 through CT, maybe 1 through middle, maybe 2. You can see there's a 3-man squad on the other side, Josh. This is going to be very hard for them to try and get any sort of step towards.
Para uses this grenade. It could be really big.
Could be. But Cloud does pretty well for himself, and there it is. So yeah, a bit of a back and forth here, just down to Elite now. 1v2. Redgar and Fatinho still standing. And first found, Giant X kicked this one off with a bang already. That first round in the pocket has got to feel good.
Feeling good for Giant X. It's not really something that BBL should start freaking out about already. And obviously, knowing how strong they are with Sheriffs, I'm interested to see if they do a little bit of a Sheriff buy or if they just full save into that 3rd round and just start from there. Taking that 4-1 gamble on Pistol, it didn't play out into their favor. It's a little bit unlucky. You have to take some of those 50-50 gambles, though. And
speaking of gambles, look at this.
5-man with a camera on B, yeah.
Okay, that's a big gamble. I mean, they only have classics, right? So you kind of have to make those sort of guesses. An early stack there, no contact made. And the knife lands. So how do they respond to this now? Because it was quite early. So do they now fully rotate? Do they try and stick around? Do they hope that it's fake? Because Giant X are going to go through the motions regardless, right?
They have a camera for the retake. I think they might flood out on B as soon as the spike starts to get planted. Otherwise, they might just go for the contain kills at the very end.
Yeah.
There's the plant.
All comfy.
Purple still has his grenade here to stop the retake as soon as something comes out. Knife for Para is ready.
Trying to see what they can get here. What does BBL go for? Of course, not wanting to give over too much information.
Mosh pit.
Knife and Mosh, I think Pora's got a cubby to play from. He does. Fragment goes in. First forces Purple away. Braves found one. Pora's got another. Elite's just found Hoodie. What is going on? Okay, Cloud just kicks it up a gear, though. 3 kills, make it 4. Cloud controls. That's Giant X making it out of some stormy waters there, because that got far too dangerous over towards CT.
It's from the CC. Crowd control? Is that the pun you were going for? Cloud control?
It wasn't, but I kind of like that you thought I'm that creative.
Well, you know.
Thanks, man. That's really not Josh.
You have a little bit. Maybe it's like a subconscious thing.
That was really sweet of you.
Thank you.
What a nice guy. Against popular opinion, obviously. But, you know. Bonus round coming in, and we do have Cloud with that ult ready now as well. So you've got quite a lot coming into effect. I want to see how this gets utilized. Do they have something in mind they want to approach this with? But as it stands, Giant X just kind of going through standard approach, and there it is. Ult to be worked in. That's going to be probably Fatinho following that as far as he can. Excuse me, Purpo. Used to seeing Fatinho on that raise. So going to get them elbow control to start with. And response-wise, BBL slow to respond. They don't need to be quick about this, I guess.
I like how they were able to move out of that position. Brave obviously has played there many times in many matches and gone caught out of position. I just wish that they had a next phase to this. I don't think that they can sit around in the site. Brave sitting in site with Reezy sitting in spawn. I feel like if the A hit comes, there's just no way that they're going to hold from here, not against a gun round by.
Here's the test, right? High Dizzy, you're going to see the breach clearing the corners. Brave is still there, and there he is. Brave's now connected. Can anyone help him? I don't think so. A little bit of stall, yes. Cushion has found Hoodie, and it's Reezy to find Redgar, and he managed to near or live through that timing, but Reezy! The timing from him was on the money, and Fatinho can't do any more. The BBL still finding some actually pretty impressive value on that one. Didn't get forced out of those positions too readily.
That was kind of like an angel play from Redgar there, trying to teleport up onto the boxes. Once the Thrash goes in and you have the Dizzy going out before that, you're getting the information on the site.
Yeah,
you know it's one player, he's at the back of the site. Just make sure that you come through the smoke together, gun out, look at the one spot that the enemies are going to flood through. They're going to try to protect Brave. Brave is detained on the site. There's nothing he can do. Ignore him. You have like a good 5 to 10 seconds where you just don't even have to look in that direction. And yeah, getting caught in the back, just not acceptable. Not if you want to win the series.
Yeah.
The split.
Now it looks like Giant X instantly with the pace change as well. Quick pivot through towards Market, having a little bit of a glimpse. Spots no one. Kind of being halted here for now. Rotations are coming in. You've got 4 players on this side of the map, so this looks like it's going to be committed as well. Anything to pressure CT, I'm looking for it. Not really. The cross is dangerous, and Reese is going to punish Fatinho. Already this is getting a little deadly, yeah, and the spike's now been dropped. Not worried about this one, as they're gonna go for the pre-take, gonna take back that market space, fight for this area. And so far, so good until Purpo forced away a little deeper. Don't underestimate what this man can do. And look at the wrap through CT. Redgar, does he get his timing right? He just got around the corner before Brave could check on him. And there's consideration here. Brave's watching this one. They could get pincered here. They've got to be a little careful. Purpo still with a boombot to throw into this one. Purpo's going to find Cautionary. Now Redgar starts to lean forward. 2 lined up and 2 executed. Giant X, what a play back in. That counter stall almost, holding them out. Just punishing them in market. Josh, that was excellent.
That was really well played by Giant X. They didn't go too early. Redgar waiting at spawn, waiting for his teammates to take contact. That really big opening kill from Purpo to spam through the info box. I think that was really what opened things up off the Cypher Cam tag, obviously. But then as soon as that pressure comes in from market from the front, Redgar's able to open up from the back. And we've seen teams constantly going too early on the flanks throughout this split. So I'm really glad to see that teams actually doing the timings properly.
That was genuinely really impressive. Starting to see, it looks like Giant X kind of play as a 5, and that sounds almost stupid to say,
when you set the bar really low.
But getting those timings right, getting those like fundamentals right, it looks so different. It's amazing to see. It's actually really nice. 1 away now from getting the showstopper here. Looking on the other side for BBL, they've got Sheriffs. Cautionary does have a rifle. That does light arm too. Oh my god. For that, I mean, it looked pretty close, but still. It should put them on red alert. There has been exploratory kind of work done by BBL here, so Giant X have to re-clear this quite meticulously. Got to be a little bit careful coming back towards the safe side of the map.
Knife into B main, getting nothing. So the rotation back to A is going to happen soon.
Are they going to go for the double fake? They're trying to fake each other out here. It's just like, who puts what where?
It looks like it. I don't blame Giant X for doing this. On Bind, the amount of times they ran into a stack on their anti-ecos, they just want to make sure that they don't do it again.
Oh, Purpo, really quick to that. And this should pull rotations.
There you go.
Hora's gone down, and now the floodgates open. Now they can make it back to this site. Looking at mostly where Cautionary is going to be. He's kind of the big boy in this with the rifle. But Redgar up to the challenge so far. Wait for that plant to come in. Elite with a belting shot. Redgar's gone down. And the disrespect on the smoke. That's your danger, man. Pops the ult. There's nowhere to get out of there. Fadinho knew it. Had to stand and face the music. And with 14 seconds, Purpo has the same. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They've done really well to counter that.
It's so funny the way that Giant X loses these rounds. I'm like, okay, they've learned from Bind. Bind, they were just waiting, holding, no push. Okay, we're going to group as 5. We're going to hit something. We're going to go B. Oh, and he got hunted down in the end, too.
Upgrades galore. Oh, he couldn't quite grab it in the end.
So Giant X is adding in a step here. They're adding in the step where they do a little bit of a jab. It's going to get info for them. It's going to bait a rotation for them. They're going to go into B site for free here. But what happens? The same thing that cost them the first round that BBL won is running through the smoke, getting 2 in the back. Reezy did this on, Reezy did this on A site a couple rounds ago when Brave was detained. And here it comes again. We cannot be letting them run through smokes, getting at least 1 kill and getting away with their life. We got to punish that. We got to stop that.
Okay, we're going to start seeing those ult cycle up as well. Pora 1 off his, Brave 1 away. Reezy's got his online. You're already going to hear 1 being invested and instantly denied. Cautionary on the trade out though. Fadinho still going to be keeping this pressure going. Look at this pace coming out from Redgar, but met with resistance from Elite. This is all very much a gear shift in that cross. Okay, they're going to get the cross until Cloud going to punish Elite. This is getting a little worrying, down to a 3v3. And this pace change might just work for them. And the timing, not quite right there for Fadinho, trying to swing back in towards market. Let's look at this post plant as well. Cloud and Hoodie. Oh dear. That's not what you want to be hearing. Oh dear. Cloud's in trouble. And does Hoodie try and bail him out? Oh, he does! But the Kiko as well. This agent is ridiculous. And now the 1v1. What does Hoodie do here? Up against Reezy. Dizzy not collected. And now it's all on Hoodie. Oh, the timing could not have been better for him. Reezy considering that utility, maybe trying to clear a little deeper. But Hoodie, the timing just right. That got so dangerous, though.
Again through a smoke, Cautionary with that first kill, just running through the smoke.
There it is.
I feel like that's the, Giant X's biggest issue right now is getting people running through smokes and killing them. At this point, just throw a smoke anywhere and just hold for it, and someone's gonna come through. But really big round from Elite there, obviously.
Yeah, this was... dangerous. What was that done to the money of BBL? Oh yeah, that's not good. So BBL maybe gonna look for a pace change themselves. Yeah, Cautionary with a quick kill. Gonna take away Purpo. And now maybe they pause here, but I'm looking at middle as well. The positioning from Pora.
Pora's been down here with his Sheriff on these types of rounds, yeah.
And why not? I mean, yeah, high risk, high reward. Takes away Redguard. That's 2 freebies, no trades here, nothing. This is excellent. And now Giant X left in tatters, 3 of them. Trying to maybe group up here. Hey, there's a smoke, there's probably a BBL player nearby.
They're gonna phase this, side, yeah. Looks like.
Cover going out.
Seeing that 2-1 split.
You have full util.
Trying to get this close dry, I guess. Brave. Looking to try and isolate him, but does he have a pocket plan? I think he does, yeah. He's not forced out of position here. Just kind of messing around with the TP as well. Keeping them on their toes. Do they even check this again? They do. But it's been traded out. The numbers are so favorable here. 4-2, but the rifle still in the hands of Hoodie. Another round of heroics from him, potentially. Yeah, it's looking like it might be. Oh! Outrageous from Hoodie. He's made this now a 2v1, and Pora, who tilted the scales earlier down middle, is now going to be tasked with near on the impossible. Vitinho is making no mistakes in this one, just going to charge in. There is no harm, no foul, and now I'd rather they secure it. Maybe an overdue, but at this point, that round was deadly from the start.
That's actually worth, anytime you get your ultimate off of cooldown like that, you want to use it. You don't want to, like, we saw that last game, right?
Yeah.
Map 1, Pora has the ultimate, the Rolling Thunder for like 6 rounds, doesn't end up getting to use it. So here, you get it early enough in the half that you might be able to get it back before, you know, get a second one. Absolutely, use it, close out that round, build that gap. BBL is a huge momentum-based team. If you give them any ground to win a big clutch and then they're able to string another 1 or 2 rounds, they're just gonna run with it. So if you keep like icing them and just block them here, block them there, it stops their momentum in their track, and then they start making these kind of bad mistakes, these mental kind of like lapses of judgment, and that's where you're gonna be able to start stringing more and more rounds against them. So it's the anti-momentum.
Anti-momentum.
Anti-momentum. You like that?
How do you feel about those? There was a phrase going around, girl. I think it was like the anti-bonus.
The anti-bonus.
Yeah, which is just a buy round. Basically, like, I hate it because you got banded around and people are like, yeah, anti-bonus. I'm like,
you have the anti-eco, they're on low buy, and then you're playing a certain way. The anti-bonus.
It's a bit of a stretch. I think it's a bit of a stretch. I don't know if I commit to that one as hard. But 5-2 though. And this game still feels incredibly volatile, right? I feel like we haven't like gone into a rhythm. Even with Giant X leading the scoreline, BBL have been incredibly dangerous in some of these rounds. Now, this looks quite all in. Having to have a look at the ults here coming through. Yes, we did see one just burnt. Hoodie utilizing his as well, and of course Vitinho at the end there. But
shot her. You did good.
Early start for Giant X, showing presence towards A, and Cautionary getting curious. They swing on this? I mean, Brave shouldering it.
He gave that up before he saw anyone. It's going to be a blind.
Giant X have been going kind of dry to some of these hits. This time around, you can see the Paranoia is just going to draw out fire, maybe note the presence. But they're carrying on this track, and actually Brave could be in a bit of a predicament. Yeah, he is. The timing on that, lovely work between the Dizzy being thrown, and now you can see the ult coming out. This is an execution squad on the other side there. There's nothing you can do than face the music. But they're going to clear Cautionary, right? You're going to clear Cautionary, right? Like, you don't let him get away with this. Oh, lapse in judgment for a moment, and that's all he needed. Vitinho now with a 1v3. What you got for us, Fitty? Nothing. BBL, get it back on. 3 rounds now on the board.
They figured with the double elbow swing fight from BBL, surely there's no one else on site, otherwise he would have swung and fought with us. Nope. They don't clear the box, and Cautionary's just hiding, laying in wait. Fundamentals.
Yep.
They don't even have to like really go out there anyways. Like you have
just
the wing.
Watch.
Yeah, the wingman's going into plant. You have the spawn smoke. All you have to do is sit there and hold the smoke. Or if he wants to stop and deny the plant, then he has to show himself.
Yes,
and then once that's happened, now you can kind of deal with him.
Okay. No contact in the middle. I got you. Dizzy, so they can start making their way towards it. We've seen a couple of variations on this kind of mid-pressure from Giant X. We saw that kind of fast mid-pressure that came down, that pinch towards market, but now just kind of feigning some sort of presence, which actually has drawn a big amount of BBL's eyes towards it, but that will only stay for so long.
Is he going to smoke off spawn and market and then use his TP for info and then stun off the TP?
Let's see what the plan is. Wingman going to be set on his little mission. Purpo supporting teammate 0.5, but denial. So they're going to have to put a body behind this for now. And Purpo wants to take the space. So it's Bora to find Redgar. Not sure where that came through, but it's Hoodie on the trade out. Now the site is lightly under Giant X control still. BBL very nearby and regrouping towards market, looking for this counterplay here, and Giant X just pausing. Maybe seeing if they are going to go early on this one potentially. Yeah, it looks like that might be what they're going for. Pora closing in now, actually getting a little ahead.
Both smokes down is...
Oh, the swing, come on! Giant X getting caught off guard here in so many instances. Maybe not expecting these sort of plays from BBL, but once that confidence starts, it doesn't stop Pora! Ace for him, 5 in the round. And BBL closing on the scoreboard now, nearly within touching distance with back-to-back rounds, and that will shatter the money.
It's interesting that Giant X tried to go for an execute like that without using Redgar's ultimate, and both Omens going down super early. It just makes you wonder kind of what's going on here. Is there some sort of disconnect between the IGL and the players, or are people just overheating or overextending? Because that's not the first time we've seen that happen from Redgar. It's probably like the 5th time this map where he's kind of gone down early in a position that he doesn't even need to be fighting in. So I'm not sure what's happening. Same thing with Brave. I think a little bit of overextensions from both the Omens.
And as I was highlighting last round about the variety we've seen, Purpo, that would have been filthy. It's actually Redgar to carry on the trend though, and he's got some space here. Okay, quickly handed. Yeah, Caution is not allowing that. He's like, no. We need at least some control here, because they don't have anything else, right? They don't have market, they don't have anyone on site, they don't have a flank going. So it is pretty indicative that it's all through CT. So I wonder if there's any threat to this. It is only Sheriffs, right?
Only.
Yeah, I mean, only Sheriffs. I want to see if 50 gets played in. Okay, nice shot. Any counter swing? Yeah, good trade for Cloud. They're keeping it going. They need... Oh my god, okay, Pora got his gun out. It's all on Hoodie. Where is Hoodie? He's waiting. He's got a little setup here too, actually. This could be quite nice, but the ult's going to make it difficult.
Brave should smoke the spike here. If he does, then it's going to be really difficult to spam with the Sheriff.
Wait and see what he's got for us. Oh my god. Oh, that was so that was so close. I don't think he can do much about this though. Yeah, Diffuse has come through. In the end does connect, but the gap has been closed. But a very dangerous round there with Giant X, even on those Sheriffs and that lighter buy. I kind of like the rounds they bring out with these pace changes, like, you know, kind of more utilizing middle, pressuring that, splitting through towards the B side. But again, stability now found for BBL. Do you think we get a timeout maybe for Giant X, or are they just going to close out this half?
They definitely could. If they have one available, there's no sense...
They haven't used it, right?
Yeah, there's no sense not to use it. BBL's won 3 in a row, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to use it. I think, like, oh my god, that is so lucky. I'm actually... What I want to talk about is, why did Hoodie cage himself off? That's like an autopilot play. When you have like a Vandal, or especially a Phantom, in those types of situations in the post plant, yeah, absolutely. You put it down and you spam through as soon as the spike gets tapped. But with a Sheriff, you've got 6 bullets. And if you have to go for the head, because otherwise you have to hit half your magazine in the body. So it's just questionable, like, why?
Yeah, maybe under the pressure made, you know.
Just autopilot decisions.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Now, this is a full retake structure from BBL. They've sat super deep on this. They weren't actively trying to hold towards site, maybe just depending on the ultimate, but they didn't depend on Hoodie. Making magic happen in middle. Gonna take away one, and BBL now gonna focus on market, but they don't have the numbers. And look at this, just counter swing on counter swing. Very difficult to get a favorable trade. As Pora's position will be noted, there's no subtlety to this now. And a 1v3, the Knights try and put some pressure on, but you can see it. This is so difficult. Not gonna happen now. Giant X finding some value back for themselves here. 3 still standing, and some very key ults now coming through for what this last round will be.
It's going to be hard. I think Hoodie was making a really good, just like all game presence at middle, just denying the rotations, denying the ability to go in for those B retakes, just being a threat, a thorn in the sides. And, you know, BBL just not really having any answers for it right now. Hoodie just winning all of his isolated duels, and then after he gets his kill, he's running away and keeping his life and just buying more time for his team, and then being able to like close out rounds. He's been pivotal this match.
Yeah, he absolutely has been. And again, speaking of pace though, look at this one. Right off the rip, Purpo is in the face of Pora. And they've once again garnered this space of market. Deeper smokes in towards the side now to allow for the safety of the cross. Do we get just a shot through the smoke? Of course we do. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we get that?
Why not?
And now the ult comes in. It's all starting to come through. Redgar still has his ult, but nothing else to be reporting home about, and the pressure through market is going to start now. It's all eyes towards Reezy. Can't isolate the fight, and it's going to be Redgar to do well. Trade comes in for Elite, and you're looking at the back line here. But that, oh, wait, okay, the cross got cleared. TP, where's he off to? And let's have a look. Tap on the spike, BBL. Beautiful play back in from them.
Wait, did
keeping
he
this score
cancel?
so close. I actually don't know where he went with that one.
I think he was going back to B main and cancel it. Ended up back in market, and they were holding him. Ooh, if he committed to the B main one, it could have worked.
It could have helped.
But that's one of those like hindsight 50-50s. You just have to take a gamble because, you know, if they're not watching you market and they hear you repositioning main, that's just absurd, isn't it? Yeah. That's the reaction I'd have to, like, whatever. Like, what can you do about it? Well, we've seen that happen a few times this game.
Yeah,
even.
we have. I mean, the plays coming out from BBL around smokes are just hilarious, to be fair. The amount of times they've either disrespected a smoke, shot them completely blind. Map 1, similar scenes. Like, I think it was Purple actually doing that, to be fair. Yeah.
So it kind of evens itself out.
Karma works out. But bloody hell, 6-6 on the half. I mean, this feels like the best opportunity we've seen for a Giant X potential 2-0. Right? Like, this feels so possible.
All right, third map, here we come.
Yeah, I'm just absolutely cursed here. Why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? Give me the full map pool. Why not? But as it stands, Purpo looking like he's rabid for this one. Going back, shouldering this too. And Brave quickly up middle. This is a pacey round. We've got a little bit of something to this one for Tinio, though. Gonna start things off well, but Redgar couldn't quite close on the second. Big info, big damage, and a big flank on the way as well. Hoodie, he is keeping control of this map.
Both sides, Omen's first to die.
Purpo, okay, there, I was worried there because I didn't see Cloud, but he's still holding on, but he's gone down. He's given them a chance here. What has just happened?
Ghost headshots.
Yeah.
Crowd's really happy about that one too.
I mean, it's huge. It gets them back with, you know, a chance to take the lead finally. Well, they have.
I think BBL needs to win a couple more in a row before they start feeling it. And if they're able to kind of catch that momentum spark by winning not only this, but then the bonus round as well, then I think Giant X needs to be a little bit scared and cautious going to the next rounds, because that is how BBL is able to do so well this season, is they are able to capture this momentum. And once they start getting fired up like that, that's when they just go bulldozer mode.
Yeah, my teammates don't respond to pistol round wins that well. You know what I mean?
Well, put more stakes on the line for your teammates.
My bad. I'll get to work on it.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What's gone on here, then? An absolute tragedy just occurred in B main. BBL are left down to 2, and they've got no eyes on the rest of the map here. They have no clue if someone's on the back lines, which we know Redgar is. Now, timing is everything. Doesn't need to go too far, doesn't need to overdo it. But can he find value? Pora's eyes turn away and he gap closes again. Closing closer and closer. Redgar can just wait now. He's going to hear some of this at the very least.
The guns are down in B main.
And they've tried to police them, though. You can already see them throwing them out of the map, which I think is a good idea, but I don't think they can get all of it.
I don't think so, but they know that if Giant X wants to get the guns, it might be baited in.
Purpo's still got that paint shell too. That's kind of huge here. Nice, just come back on for Pora, and Redgar's getting as close as he can. He can't progress any further. There's nothing more he can do about this. He's held here unless he tries to apply the pressure at the right time to get him paranoid about the back lines. 30 seconds now. We're getting close. Trying to play him in a little here. Purple on the spam. They're trying to be really careful about this, trying to be very, 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 very particular with that utility. And the plant on the backside of Pillar. Now look,
positioning,
you're right. Redgar's made it around in time. High flash to the left side of Pillar and the swing on the right. Purple spotted it. Redgar, his position's excellent. And they play it together. Giant X making mountains out of molehills in this round. That's what you love to see. Lovely pressure here in there. Just kind of dying to a death of 1,000 cuts almost. Really played that well.
I like the push on B main early. BBL trying to use that momentum. Oh, we just won a big pistol round. Let's go. It's kind of like they weren't expecting this. Great combination of util, great triple swing. Winning those the first 2 Sheriff kills were huge, but I really like what happened at the end of the round there. Redgar was behind B main. He knows there's a trip there. Yeah. He breaks the trip, knife out, runs all the way back to CT spawn, and his teammates go out and fight, and they're expecting B main flank is coming, so they're pushing forwards. Redgar gets all the way around to Boba, gets that big flank off. So really well played to close out the round there too.
That was lovely. I want to give a lot of credit to Redgar because, again, he's one of those players who will get flack on occasion, but that was very well done. And we see the starts here. So GIANTX going to get early A main control, orb to boot, and meet no resistance. So, again, you put a question mark, you won't have full security, but now seeing this, you know it's towards middle, and the paranoia play was out of this world. Cautionary set up for success, but Cloud wanted to answer back, but only gets one. Cautionary still hot for this. Watching the angle, though, a bit of a range fight there for Hoodie, and it's not clean. They've identified his position. That spike is still not fully committing. Slowly drifting around the map here. Does Redgar get his positioning right again? Oh, he's finding fights everywhere! Redgar wants this himself! And now this position's a problem because Hoodie can close the gap. And you're going to see where that Dizzy came from. They now know where Reezy is. That's probably the spike here. Paranoia a little early, but it plays into Hoodie. Gets the angle, gets the kill. BBL trying to go for that gear shift, and right now they are breaking down into pieces. Elite a 1v... Oh, he's got the 1v2! Ties him up in chains, and BBL still dangerous as ever with the Red Bull clutch.
I don't mind the idea. I feel like the execution was a little bit off for GIANTX there. Coming through, I feel like Hoodie comes to the smoke first before Redgar goes, or Redgar could just TP out and they can play the 2-1-1. They know exactly where the spike is and everything. But it's crazy. Just like both Cyphers, Hoodie and Elite, this game are just taking turns closing out these rounds for their teammates.
Oh. Close affair between these two, right? It's like who blinks first sort of deal. Imagine if GIANTX won that one after another like Redgar huge round, you know you're pumped up, but no. Held back, kept in check. BBL are going to feel that momentum. Elite basically bailing them out. Big saving round for him.
Both teams have to sweat for this win. They want it. Who wants it more?
It literally is that. Jesus, Elite picking up where he left off in the last round.
And Cautionary still has his rocket as well. This could be pivotal in this round. Para needing to get a good knife value off if he wants to be able to stop that. I wonder if Hoodie should just abandon B-site and they just full gamble. I mean, we have the info here. We see everything. It's easy.
Okay. Info found. Not particularly telling, but Redgar.
Faking the positioning.
Gonna pull the eyes. Gets another utility burnt up early. Rotations are in. He got out of time. Redgar.
Oh, man.
Okay. Cautionary gonna get slowed down a little. All right, he kind of pulls the ult away, and now this body's in the right place. GIANTX might get a little bit more settled in here. BBL gotta be careful in the crossout. There's a gap between this, and he still finds value. Hoodie and Redgar in unison, denying Pora. Cautionary brave. Reezy still alive, as is Elite, so there's still a chance. And now it's all on Hoodie. Who's the hero today? It's gonna be Elite in this round. These two are going toe to toe, back and forth here.
Oh, man, and BBL's catching the momentum spark again. If they're able to swing this round as well, this is a huge round. This is going to be pivotal for GIANTX. If they want to have a chance, they need to be able to utilize this thrash. They've had it for a couple rounds now, haven't had an opportunity to use it. BBL getting like all these different pace changes. We're getting them speeding up one side than the other. They're going fast in the B main, then they're going fast through mid. Like everything is just super crazy from these guys. They're changing everything up, pace, positions.
Gotta go in though now. Sheriff's coming out. Anything unique gonna happen? Are they gonna try something a little different? Yes is the answer, to say the least. 4 down middle. That's gonna be a quick reposition towards market. And BBL, what do you do with this here? You've had a lot of resistance. You felt a bit of pressure. You know they're gonna be on a lighter buy. So where do you pivot to now?
They need to not make the same mistake that GIANTX made. That mistake being kind of going into a site without prodding, getting any information. They really need to be able to leverage either the knife or Dizzy or Wingman, something to get some information, or maybe even just like a fake hit. They did it early at B, but when they showed themselves heavy there and then they cut noise for this long, it's going to cause GIANTX to go and peek and prod and look for something. But the Cypher camera's on A, and they're using it as a retake camera. So GIANTX is feeling like, yo, let's stack B, because on A, we got the retake cam, we can just go together. Oh boy.
It's a long way, and now you've got Redgar already clearing, right? If you look at the minimap, Redgar's already cleared B main, he sees nothing, no resistance.
Give us a
They're
smoke.
pretty deep here, so they're already pretty close by.
One suppressed.
Camera gonna be handled, but they now know what's somewhat up here. Paranoia not gonna connect much. But let's see if they can get dangerous in this retake. You look at the utility. Patino,
Oh, they saw
Purpo,
Redguard up
Cloud,
there.
and away we go. Already Brave in a little bit of trouble here, but he's still going to play his life. It's going to be Purpo to connect, but BBL holding them back. The wave not landing so deadly this time. Giant X not sticking the landing. Not bad, but not good enough. 10 now for BBL. The Giant X curse feeling like it's a little more likely at that 2-1 potentially now.
And I think BBL's actually going to keep the pressure and momentum up here.
Yeah.
They have Thrash, they have KO's ulti as well. Para, he probably will use Null Point or whatever this half, unlike the Rolling Thunder. But if they're able to combo these, then they're going to be sitting on 11-7, and then also Giant X is not going to have the greatest economy going into the final round of or well, I guess into round 12.
Yeah.
So BBL, I feel like they do use their ultimates fairly well, and they use them off cooldown, so they're not going to sit on this for too long, probably on their attack side at least.
Eyes on BBL and the progress they want to make.
They're going to use the KO ulti as a fake here with a smoke maybe, and then go back to B?
Be pretty filthy.
I feel like they should combo everything and just throw everything in the kitchen sink over at Giant X. But there's a reason why they're here.
Yeah, it's okay. We can be hindsight Harrys instead.
Okay.
If it works, it was the best idea. If it
True,
doesn't,
yeah.
What are you doing, you know?
There.
As it stands, Giant X are in the right position here, right? They are in the right place if BBL continue along this pathing.
Poor has all this space by himself as well.
Yeah, I think maybe feeling that, coupled with maybe this read that they've got going on.
Redguard push into B main. He gets all the info here as the rotate. And, you know, if Giant X goes quick enough, they might beat BBL to the rotation to the A site. There's the Cypher trip up, but Para has to be popping his ulti here.
Wait and see it.
There's Thrash.
He's already pretty deep on this though. Purpo just trying to get ahead. How is he still alive? How is he standing there? Cloud's got in as well, and you're right, they've absolutely beaten them to the punch. Giant X somehow winning the foot race to get back towards his site, but BBL aren't going down without a fight here. Purpo playing a dangerous game. Support system on the way. Redguard en route, 10 seconds. Oh, it doesn't matter. Purpo executes so many of BBL, leaving them laying wasted on the ground. Giant X, they made it back fast.
I wonder what's going through BBL's mind there when they're having Para walking all the way up A. They have, like, we have the information of everything that's going on. We know that the site's free. But what I'm thinking to myself is they have such insane ults that they can go and blast in anywhere they want to.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're doing all this, like, push and pull stuff, why they're going towards B main, and then Cautionary's using his grenades to break a potential Cypher trip to close B. They don't need to do all these extra steps because what that means is they don't have the utility for the actual execute.
Yep.
And when they have Thrash and Null Point, they could just go and take whatever set they want. B is usually kind of like exposed anyways, and they're going to be playing the retake. And then over on A, you could actually just crush anybody. If they're actually trying to hold the site with 3 people, you go in and slam them because there's no recourse. They're not going to be able to use counter utility, counter, you know,
anything.
Thrash, counter anything. They just have to run through the smokes again. But, you know, I feel like they're...
Overcooking it a little bit?
I think it is an overcook. I think there's no other way to put it than overcooked.
And maybe that's why we're seeing the timeout from BBL now.
Yeah.
Right? It's like maybe coaching staff has kind of identified that. Maybe not. Who knows? I mean, that's what we have to wait and see. But it's certainly something you'd keep in mind because we're getting to that point where you don't want to be overcomplicating matters.
Keep it simple.
Exactly. Keep it simple, stupid. It works. Yeah. You just like...
Sorry.
Just had to get it in there, didn't you? But Cautionary going to have the rifle. Everyone else very light here for BBL. So this could be a turning point. This round kind of opens up, you know, a potential crack in the doorway, right? The Giant X could walk through. Now, whether or not they take these steps, we're yet to see. Again, up until this point, BBL were really on the money. They were feeling that momentum starting to build. It was looking really good for them. Now starting to see them get a little fast and loose because why not? You've got Sheriffs. This is a round you can kind of play out of tradition. And it looks like they're going to try and re-clear middle, actually, for Giant X. Decided to like that. Deep smoke, quick glance. I think Dizzy potentially was invested there as well to clear. So they know they're not in middle anymore, so they've got the timing right, but they still need to keep control. This BBL still very, very deadly, and that's the main man handle. Cautionary goes down, and there should be comfort now. For the rest of BBL, they're not having the kind of success they wanted across the map.
For Giant X, I feel like the double-edged sword thing has been Redguard because on some instances, he's been the reason why they've won some rounds, but then on other cases, he's been going like way too early, dying early, and ooh, okay, well, that's a bit ambitious. Oh, so one of the things I want to, well, never mind.
The farming.
Yeah, just farming them ecos. So for Redgar, I like how proactive Giant-X has been this half. So every time that, you know, some BBL shows themselves somewhere, Giant-X does a rotation, and then once it goes quiet, Redgar's the one that's kind of walking into an area. Oh, wait, I walk into B main. There's nothing here. It's going to be A, go A. And that's been working out for their favor because they've been having really good rotations because of it.
Yep.
So when it works well, but when he's getting picked off, that's when it's not working well. And I do wonder if BBL's kind of looking for that, looking for Redgar to kind of regress.
Tell almost?
Yeah. So if Paro's walking into A elbow, and then, you know, there's a little bit of pressure towards B, is Redgar going to walk into him and give them an opening? I think that's maybe what their game plan is, what they're looking for, but that just wasn't happening. So I feel like they should just keep their fast-paced, hard hits.
I mean, I'm kind of with you on that, and again, this smoke will always be disrespected. And yeah, the pace, I think they're in absolute agreement with you there. Gear shift, pace change. Blanc going to come in, and Brave already going to find Hoodie. Yeah, there's a trade for Purpo. Purpo's got space here. The flash is great. Hold up, there's more. Oh, Purpo is out of this world. This guy has got so much potential joining into this roster. And now it's on Pora in a 1v4.
Oh, boy.
I mean, what are you meant to do with this one? That's a good attempt, but there wasn't much more. There was almost no space to play with. And you got to say, Purpo finding some real value here. Map 1. He was key. I've got to say, his entries were just statistically so impressive. And now you're starting to see him finding that space, and for a young player, looking very diligent here.
Yeah, not even his entries, just like the opening duels. I like to make that distinction.
Okay.
I know it might be like, wait, isn't an entry an opening duel?
Be a pedant, it's fine.
Well, I mean, a pedantic?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I like doing that.
But why do you differentiate the two?
I differentiate the two because an entry kill is like you're going into an area together with your teammates and you're creating this opening for the site, whereas an opening duel is just like a duel that could be an isolated instance. You're not going in and taking the space with it. It's just like you get the kill, but you're not getting a lot of ground with it necessarily.
Okay. So it's the different values you get it. Now, you heard the ult early, you've just seen it as well. It was all for mid space. So they've cleared, they know what's going on. Oh, come off it! A little bit of vengeance almost there. We've had a lot of shots through smoke for both sides, but again, though, BBL do at least get themselves a plant here, it looks like. So that's, you know, tick the box. Now the timing for Redgar to start applying the pressure on the back lines. Same to be said on the other front. This is very difficult for them to handle the fights on two fronts. And again, Purpo, Hoodie, clearing house. They come back in, and they're going to take the lead here. Giant-X. What a moment for them to tip the scales back through 11 rounds here. Looking cool, calm, composed. They've got it. They're starting to really work this out.
It's looking like GX might be able to close this out. And I do wonder if it was BBL kind of giving them that opportunity. They got those 3 rounds in a row. They have the ultimates. They can keep the pressure up. They're sitting on 4 ultimates right now. They should definitely combo these. I'm surprised that round 18 they didn't just dump everything and just get to round 11, and because, you know, by this time they could be up 11 to 10 and then have like their ultimates off cooldown. Exactly, and then they're able to clinch that, you know, 12th round, secure that overtime. But here it's like they're gonna have to dump everything just to tie it up at 11-11.
It's a big snowball round though. They've got so much to play with. High dizzy towards middle, no presence this time.
I got you, I got you.
It looks like BBL's kind of like scared, almost. Just working so slow around the map, so afraid of everything. Hoodie obviously has been so clutch and pivotal for Giant-X this entire game, and breaking the Cypher trip here, they're gonna think, oh, I wonder if they're putting the Cypher trip here but playing the Cypher on A to make BBL think, oh wait, the Cypher's on B, they're playing retake B most likely, let's go A.
Awful timing. Oof, sorry about that, Purpo.
No, it's fine.
This guy's been landing shots, so I get a little worried if he's getting fights in middle, and they're continuing along with this. There's so many players waiting for this approach, though. Yeah, smoke towards top middle, sure, but they're going to disrespect it. Yeah, they're going. Purpo's out there. Clear. They have no idea about Pora, though. They didn't know about it. And Purpo's gone down as is Cloud, and now suddenly there's problems. They're ringing the alarm bell. There is presence in middle, and Pora's cleared everything so perfectly. Where do they decide to go? Surely A at this point. Wait, Fatinho, what? What have they done? How did they allow this to happen? Fatinho finds his form. And now it's all down to Redgar, though, a 1v2. They brought it back barely. Redgar's position will be noted. What can this man do now? Oh, time he actually gets across this.
Is he gonna... Wait.
What is the plan here for this man? What is going on? What is going on?
Planted.
Bloody hell.
Why are they so split up in this? Wait, it's going to work out for them, though. Brave is too smart.
Brave just giga-brained him. Like, why would he ever be here? Why would he ever be there? And it has absolutely worked.
I think the plan was like he has to make noise or break the Cypher trip, and if he breaks a trip, they're gonna know he's going on the A main flank. So if he's gonna be going there, he's gonna fake like he's going A main flank, but then he's gonna go back to middle. So it's just like one big meta mind game thing happening here, but crazy mid fight there happening.
I mean, they almost lost this round on the back of Coutinho after they'd invested an ult to see where he was.
Yeah, and usually it's kind of like cloud on the breach.
That's a dirty replay, by the way. That's a dirty little replay. I see.
Hey man, that's a shorty spread. That's not your fault, okay? It happens to the best of us.
Okay, look at you.
I like the. Oh man, it's usually cloud on the breach, getting those 3Ks back against the wall.
How is Purple alive? How is Purple alive? How is Purple alive?
He's got a rocket as well.
Oh my god, he still gets a trade. Brave's gone down. This is early round. Redguard didn't actually get punished on this either. The ult got used on him and he gets away with daylight robbery. This is a messy round. This pressure is really starting to mount. Hoodie playing completely off-site here as well.
Big read, the rotation coming. All players are going towards mid, then they're going to go clear and go into B.
What util do they have? Actually quite a bit still left on Giant X. On the other side, yeah, similar scenes. Horror's got his ult too. Pond gonna come in. Yeah, that's gonna be Wingman doing his job. No swear. Oh, I was gonna say no stress. And they got Cloud almost caught him for a second. Okay,
no
utilities out. Yeah, this is all now just kind of gunfights.
In a perfect position to do a pop flash for Bane as well.
Waiting for it though. Yeah, there it is. What?
Giant X was hiding from, or he missed.
Yeah, I don't understand how that didn't work, and now it's on Elite. Now it's on. What has just happened? That looked so right, Josh. That looked on the money. They were ready for it. Everything. They had the ult. How are we on 12 for Giant X? Show me that replay, please, because I don't know how this has just happened.
I think Giant X was playing anti-flash at the back of the site.
Okay.
I think they were expecting the flash. Because Poro, when he was ulting, he was showing himself at the back of the main.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, if he's all the way back there, like, surely he's setting up a pop flash or something. So they waited for it. I think that's what happened. There's not. I mean, the big point of this round was how the hell does he live Purpo and get the rocket launcher off and get the kill? No business winning that.
None. But you'll take it every day of the week to get you up to 12. The first real chance for a 2-0 in their favor for Giant X and potentially breaking BBL's hearts here. This was a huge opportunity for them. A massive chance. And away we go, and Giant X aren't going to sit back and let this just roll into their lap. No, they want to be instigating this one. It's going to be a fight back for middle here.
Another slow round here from BBL. It's like they're scared.
Ooh, Purple. First time we're seeing that, though. There you go. The shot rattles through. They know the operator was in play. Just going to switch out of that as well.
Oh, man. I feel for Redguard right now because they have it. They have match point, and he's here, and he's all alone.
The only one
and
here.
He's got no smoke. He's got no paranoia.
He's got to just run.
Chased.
He's just got to run. He's trying to get out of there. He's trying to... Oh, did he? He's been blinded. He's found a little bit of safety behind the box, but barely. Surely they check him. Surely they do. Cautionary clears, and now the site's under their banner. Is this OT? It might just be at this point, but Plant's in, and we're looking at the retake here. Utility light for Purpo doesn't have it. Fatino still has his, and Cloud with a little. This is dangerous and Brave. Being the smoke criminal we saw from the first earlier couple of rounds here, waiting around. Purpo want to maybe start those steps going. Nice high and low setup there. Cloud with a follow-up. And now we're down to 3 players. Poor Arizi and Elite having to face the music on this one. It's getting dangerous. Great shot from Elite, but the trades are there in the numbers, favoring Giant X. This could be the first 2-0, and it is. Claiming their stake in this matchup, showing they are finally the team who are waiting to see.
All those 1 and 2 games that they've had, showing that they're able to take maps off of even the best, but not being able to close out, and here they're able to get their 2-0, get their win and post it on the board as well. Gotta be happy about that. Obviously, a little bit easier when the pressure's off and you can get really loosey-goosey, but it's gonna be really good for them to know going into, you know, the rest of the season that they're able to do this. They're able to pick up a win. They're able to go toe-to-toe, and all they have to do is clean some things up, and they'll get to the next stage.
I mean, mentally as well, you've got to say, you're right. It's a big, you know, you kind of move that curse aside. You feel like you can actually start winning games again. It can be such a mental drain. And if I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure people at home would remember it too, but I don't even remember them calling a timeout during that game. Not once. I don't remember Giant time. There may have been one in the first map, maybe, but definitely not in the second. It was a 13-11.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a testament to who they've got on their team. Obviously, posting up big numbers from Hoodie. He's been so pivotal for them this game. Cloud as well. I mean, generally speaking, looking at both those players, they have been the rock and the backbone for this team.
Sure.
And then Redcar is able to get really proactive, and I think part of the reason why he's so aggressive in so many of his spots is so that he can get really good information and just move people around, get them in the correct spots. I mean, that last round even, 4 versus 5, and they had to go for the retake, and they're just closing these out. Great trades.
Yeah, it's looking so good, and actually starting to see the interview get ready. And I actually can't wait to hear this one, because Purpo, again, was such a highlight player on map 1 in my mind. His impact alone was exceptional. Map 2, still very much a highlight player. Since coming into this roster, he looks like he's starting to really find his footing here, looking more comfortable, seeing them really show that value. So as soon as we get the go-ahead, I'm going to hand it down to Sue. So hopefully, actually, I've just been told, Sue, ready to go with Purpo. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Steel. They finally got their win. I'm now joined by Purpo. Now, Purpo, we've heard so many great things about your scrims, about how you guys are getting crazy win rates. Do you feel like today you guys maybe played like you've been playing in scrims? Is that why you won?
Yeah, I think it's hello first of all. I think this was our main goal to play like a scrims, because how we're playing on scrims and how we're playing on stages, we feel a little bit difference, not a little bit, big difference. And Pipson, even the game before, he was saying to us, just enjoy the game. I have nothing to say, just play like we play on scrims. But you see, we've lost 4 games in a row, and I feel like we didn't play like on scrims. But the last game, as I said, it was our main goal to play like on scrims, and I think we just played good, especially Bind for me. And on Sunset, it was a little bit difficult, but we managed to win. But winning is a win, so it's fine.
I mean, you had a great performance today. So, of course, not many teams made changes between kickoff and now. So did you feel a lot of pressure maybe coming into this team, knowing that you had to do well?
Honestly, I felt the pressure on myself, because I've been playing on flex role for maybe almost 2 years, 1.5. And when staff messaged me in Discord, just bro, you want to try out your own duelist? I was in one side excited, but the other side I was like, oh, I need to actually try, because I feel very comfortable on duelist. At the same time, I feel very comfortable on flex. So it's actually good, I think, having me in the team that I can play even Ohm and breach any roles I can feel. But yeah, it was huge pressure on myself. But boys helped me, everyone helped me. Performance coach helped me, so everything good.
I kind of wanted to see you on that breach here, maybe. Maybe next time, You haven't had a lot of time because you played Friday and now you're back again on Wednesday. So how's scrims been this week? What's been the focus?
I mean, after we lost the last game, we just didn't practice for 2 days because we had a talk with the team. So we were talking that actually maybe we need to change something, even how we preparing for the game before when we're sitting on the practice room. So
no scrimming was good, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we just scrimmed 2 days and that's it.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys look great out there.
Yeah.
And lastly, before I let you go, we've waited a long time to see you on this stage. Even back on the Gambit M3C days, we thought maybe you would make it here. Now you've made it here for this split. What would you say was the biggest lesson you learned?
Never give up. Keep pushing forward, keep working hard. Everything pays off. Time will tell everything, so.
You're going to come back stronger split too?
Of course.
Yes, I love it. Never give up, Indy. Thank you so much, Purpo.
Thank you so much.
For joining me. We'll see you for the next split. Next up, we have the rematch of the Kickoffs finals. It is Team Heretics versus Casey coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Nice! Oh! Good job! Nice! Good job, boys! Nice! Dá-me daqui!
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back, everyone, once again to VCT EMEA. Now, before we get into the second match, I thought we'd take a trip down to Gelato, down to the bakery, and do some top-tier glazing. Now, me and Kukuka are going to be in a competition to see who can glaze the best donut, and I believe we each get around a minute to do it. So I'm just going to get straight into my donut. I want to make the best donut, so I'm going to make a Carmine Core donut. And of course, what color is it? Blue. what other color can it be? And I don't want this to be just tasty. I want it to be Mar-tasty. Sorry, I had to squeeze Martine's name in there. So this is actually already infused with the power of Martine and Narrate as well. We got a double whammy in here. Lovely blue. I can't see if there's any other color that's better than blue in the world. So I feel like I've got to a great start. I've only got 40 seconds, so I'm not going to mess around. I don't want it to be a one-dimensional donut, so we can add a little bit of flexibility in flavor, which Tomasi, of course, is perfect for. So I'm just going to sprinkle a little bit on. Not too much, not too much. And finish it off with everybody's favorite ice cream. That is Magnum. There we go. I actually managed to do something that I didn't shoehorn in. You know, we talk about how things has to be good for your health, good for your brain, good for your stomach, but I think this one is going to be good for your shin. Thank you very much, my KC donut. We do have a judge that's going to determine who makes the best one. We'll reveal him in just a second. I think I did some pretty good glazing here, so I'm going to invite Kukuka to come here and glaze Team Heretics.
Okay. Have my donut ready. I was making sure that I washed my hands. Well, it has been a good day already for Spain, but you know, why not stretch it? I actually kind of dig that donut. It looks good, but we're gonna make one that looks actually better. I'm gonna take red because it's the color of blood, because you will be suffering. I'm actually going to start by adding some names, and I'm just gonna put the kings here. I'm gonna do Mini, not Fanatics Mini. I can hear you laughing, Sue. And I'm gonna say Mini Wood. Oh my God, actually my writing is getting great, guys. Well, not at the end. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. My mom's a doctor, so of course every letter is connected. But beautiful from the players so far. Now, another one of the important players, hey, there you go, Mini Wood, is going to be Benji Fishy. You know, I'm going to, in honor for him, going to place some trap wires alongside this beautiful donut. I hope that you don't grab it by the sides. Beautiful so far. Of course, I want to add some sprinkles because we have to celebrate that Miniboo is not only cracked on the server, he's also doing great on his exams. We don't have stars, so I'm just gonna give him, you know, a little bit of this Smarties balls. And my time might be over, but I'm gonna do whatever I want because I feel like there's never enough chocolate in any donut. I have to say that now my writing is a bit scuffed. But I am very happy with what Team Heretics is going to do today. And it's going to be even more delicious than this.
Well, it doesn't really matter what we think. All it matters is what this man thinks. Fresh off a victory, welcome back, Cloud. Congratulations. I'm really sorry we're about to put you through this, but I need you to taste our donut and tell us who did the better glazing. You can start with the Heretics one. Yeah, start with the Heretics donut. Tell me how it is.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Oh, it's a big bite. It's a big bite.
He's hungry.
What do we think?
Is it good?
Are you feeling the Benji Fishy trap wires when you taste it?
You wouldn't be the first one to eat one.
I think they are not doing great today.
Oh! What? All right, okay, I like that, Cloud, right off the bat. Now, there's a lot of power in this one. There's not that you need it.
I see him.
But
it's their color too.
Blue is your favorite. Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, right. Take a bite and tell me if you can feel the power. You know.
He actually did bite.
Oh, I got a yeah?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think this is much more tasty.
Let's go! All right, I feel like I'm not the only person that's glazing Casey right now. I think Cloud might also be doing it. But I want you to, you know, respond to that, him saying that they're not going to do great today. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
I think that after everything that you've been this year, the fact that you do not support another Spanish org, I know it has to do with points and things and stuff, but, you know, I'm hurt.
To be fair, history would agree with you because they did play each other already a couple times, and when they played each other at the finals of kickoff, it was Casey that won. Cloud, do you think we're going to get the same Casey today? Are they going to be that good?
I mean, KC were struggling last games, but I think that's what made you making you a strong team. You know, if you are taking a look after a loss, they will fix some mistakes, and I think they're gonna become like a little bit stronger or a lot stronger.
You agree?
I think that there were some flaws that we've been seeing during the stage that we also see in the game against Koi. I do think that Koi came in a bit stronger than they have been doing the rest of the year. But to me, the edge that Heretics still has, especially it looks like the honeymoon period for Casey was like brief, right? It was like during kickoff and all that, right? But now it looks like Heretics is renewing it, bringing in also Wood.
Do you think that for Heretics and KC, it was a honeymoon period during kickoff? Do you believe that?
I mean, honeymoon period, maybe yes for KC, but they're still strong as a team, you know? It's just not about honeymoon. They're also working pretty hard. So it's like hard working plus honeymoon, and it makes them super strong team.
Why do you think they're so strong? What is it about them that makes them so good?
I think it's just like a bunch of people, like young people and talented. They want to work, they're hungry for wins. They've never played in VCT, you know, for some of them. And yeah, they're just hyped up. They support each other no matter what, and that's what makes them strong.
Well, if we're going to talk about young players, we got to talk about Wood, because he is the youngest player right now, and he had an insane debut. I feel like if we take a look at the stats as well, him and Naray versus each other on how they did on their debut, I don't think is a lot separating them. In fact, they both got 23 kills the first time they played on this stage. And Kakuka, for Wood, my biggest question is, can he replicate this? Is he going to be able to do this again?
I mean, I think that is flat out a beautiful thing to happen also, because you're chiming in not at the beginning of the season, but mid-season, where everybody's like super warmed up and you already know that this kind of players are going to have this performance. To me, it's also like the things that he was achieving in the little rounds that he played, because that game was very, very fast.
Yeah, did you watch that game? You know anything
Yeah, I
about
watched
it?
this game.
For like 10
I
minutes?
think he actually did good for the first game. But
He did good?
the question
Sorry.
is always, can he keep it up, you know?
Do you think he can?
I mean, I do think he can, yeah. It just depends on the pressure, you know. Whenever you're losing, it just matters how you deal with it, you know. But he didn't lose yet, so I would like to see them going through everything, you know, like KC did.
Well, what
I think, sorry for interrupting,
That's all right.
I think like Narate is also super good. Like after he's losing, not losing, he's still keeping up his performance.
I was actually going to ask you that. I'm glad you mentioned him, because there's a kind of a debate right now, right? Who's better, Miniboo, Naray? Are these the two best players we have in the entire league? What are your thoughts?
Miniboo or Narate?
Yeah, and do you think they are the two best players we have right now?
Yeah, I think they're one of the best right now. But I prefer mostly Narate. I also watched his small interview about how he thinks about, and I really like a lot of stuff from his thoughts. So yeah, I kind of have same thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's other names also in the question. I think that Atakatan is also playing beautifully, like especially the other day. But definitely having some young players coming into Tier 1 and having this kind of performance, of course, they're going to be everything that we talk about.
I think the pressure element will be interesting as well, because obviously for the kickoff finals, I think a lot of people thought maybe Heretics could win it. People thought KC could win it, and obviously winning it gave you the 3 points and the first seed and so on. There was a lot of pressure, and today it's no different. If anything, I feel like today the pressure is even higher, because if KC win, they are locked in automatically for playoffs. But Heretics need to 2-0 if they want to lock in right now, right here. And I feel bad for asking you this, Cloud, because you know you guys don't you're out of playoffs contention. However, as a team that kind of you were really playing like you had nothing to lose. You were so stress-free. You were so relaxed today. Do you feel like that's the approach these two teams have to take today if they want to forget about the pressure?
Kinda the most important part is like to having fun on the games, and KC are doing pretty good on this stuff. They're hyping up, they're having fun, and also Heretics, they're also a young team and they're having fun as well. So it's gonna be a banger match, I think.
Do you think that there is a way to deviate the pressure? Like when you start feeling it, for example, like a match like this, imagine that it was you in this situation. If you were either of these teams, especially like Heretics, it's not only that you have to win, you have to do it convincingly. Is there something that you would like to recommend to the players, or what will you do in this situation?
I think the most important in kind of these moments is just to trust your teammates, don't think about that much. Like, don't play on a call, you know? You just play your game, same on you were doing on practice, and that's it. So that's how you need to think about it. You don't think like, oh, it's the biggest game of my life. It's one of many, you know, and it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, both of them already made
for
Masters.
There's a second one.
Yeah, they made Masters already this year, so Kakuka, they've been there, they've done that. I mean, Cloud seems to be in the field of KC. They could maybe learn a lot from losing, come back stronger. But what about Heretics? I feel like they did lose, and they did come back, and they look better.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for both of these teams, and the question that we had is, are they going to keep the performance that we saw at the beginning of the year happening throughout the entirety of it? And it has to be with, with growing up within within the game, understanding how your region works and how different it is to have secluded tournaments where everything happens within 10 days and actually working week by week. Also because we want to see them succeed and explore how they do it.
And do you believe in the rematch buff? The team that usually loses the first time around, they win the next time, right?
No, I don't believe. But Heretics are actually doing good. They're just like swapping honeymoon, you know, always. Like one guy's out, second guy's in.
Oh, as in who's fragging out, who's top of the board?
Like we did super good with Patitek, but time is for second honeymoon, you know?
Oh, now they got the second honeymoon.
They got all the land demons. You know, we got Rians, then Woods.
Yeah, of course.
Who's next?
Do you believe in the rematch buff?
Have you seen their
totally.
headshot percentage? Like Turkish people. Oh, that's insane.
Wait, give me the stat. What's the headshot percentage?
Like I think they're overall Turkish, like above 40% or something like this.
Oh.
Who is on the top?
Damn, that's crazy. Let's
That's
bring
like
out the
headshot machines.
let's bring out the aim demons right here. It's Team Heretics.
I mean, you can take top 10 ranked and they're gonna be good.
And Carmichael. Well, they are coming out first in this matchup, the reigning kickoff champions, and of course, one of the fan favorites here at VCT EMEA. If they win this match, doesn't matter the scoreline, they will lock themselves in for playoffs. But on the other side, it's a familiar opponent. Third time's the charm, perhaps, Team Heretics. They looked great last week. They have an opportunity to pull off an upset here. They have an opportunity to get their revenge. But if they want to lock playoffs themselves, they have to win 2-0 and it has to be clean. No other chances. They cannot rely on the results of the teams around them. And of course, the coaches coming out, En and Neilzinho, they know each other very, very, very well at this point. But today is all about who can come out on top, who can lock themselves in for playoffs. Now, I'm in the camp of, why don't we send both of them to playoffs? Why does it just have to be one?
Because, you know, the season has ended up being like this. And I think that this is one of the obstacles that they're going to find in their careers. Klaus was mentioning, probably this is just one of the many matches that they're going to play. But of course, there is a lot on the line if you want to be the one that makes the change after going to Masters Madrid.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map vetoes here as well. Of course, they're going to let the Ascent through. I can only assume is because they both don't like to play Ascent. So they're just playing this kind of mouse and chicken kind of game. But Cloud, of course, you haven't played Heretics because they're in your group, but you have played KC already. It doesn't seem. Oh no, there's the bind. There's the bind. You didn't get to play this maps against them. But when you did play against them, what was it like? What were the kind of strong things that they pulled out? You feel like Heretics have to look out for.
You mean on the maps?
I mean, you didn't play these two maps, sadly. But when you did face KC,
but you know, maybe especially about the icebox. You know, when you think about the new compositions, the Gecko, the KO, playing it without a duelist. What are your thoughts on the actual state of the map?
I think their playstyle is kind of good, you know, because they have Sage and Gecko. It's super strong combo for this kind of map. You know, they can just put the wall, throw a wingman, then plant is secured. You can play post plant. You can do whatever you want. And also, like Gecko Flash and Idox is super good if you're playing proactive. But KC have no problems with that. They're always proactive.
I also like Heretics' comp as well. I might maybe just smidgely prefer it. It just seems so annoying. Like, what do you do against a Heretics icebox comp?
What is their comp?
I think that probably what you want to do is, I think that what you want to do is getting those reps against them and actually trying to play as much as you can. Is the duelist less comp? Is the Gecko, the K on the Sage? Yeah, so Gecko, KO, KJ, Sage, Viper. It's just so annoying. It's relentless.
Just Heretics comp?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is so annoying.
Right? It's
I just realized it's super annoying. Yes, of course.
No, that's what I mean. Like, what do you make of this kind of combo? And most importantly, what makes KC so comfortable picking this map against them?
I think Heretics' idea is just to put the Sage wall, plant the spike because they have Killjoy Viper, secure the plant, then you can play post-plant. You don't even need to fight it against them. You just win enough time and you won the round. And that's the kind of idea of this comp, I think.
That's the thing, and probably one of the main reason why I am excited for this map. After KC lost it, they decide to pick it. They want to go against them, and probably they have found a solution to what we're mentioning here.
Yeah, I think if they definitely picked it, so they know how to play against it, and they want to try it.
Yeah, and I don't believe, have we seen them play with Wood yet?
I don't think so.
We haven't. Oh, what is going on? on? Okay, they went from having a super annoying comp into kind of the basic B comp with Reyna. What do you think, Cloud? Is this a good idea?
They're just like, I think Nadezine said just, guys, can we just send it?
Is this
On
2020? What is going on? It's like,
is it Shados? Is Shados in this lobby
Just
right
look
now?
at this composition. For how long did we see this kind of thing in
I'm
the
really
EMEA?
mad. I'm really mad.
I am
felt
actually
like-
very excited because hear me out. One of the things in the to-do list for KC was to fix out the mid-run, and hear me out. There has to be a lot because this was not in the initial plan.
But their comp was already, like we've talked about, it's annoying to play against. It was great. And Wood has only played Reyna twice ever. This is his third time playing
I
Reyna.
mean, this is also annoying. Imagine Reyna every time picking you somewhere, you know? You
And it's
expect
Wood.
it. Yeah, and it's Wood. also.
Okay, if you were in the server right now, Cloud, and you were prepping for that Gecko Sage a KO comp, and you see this, are you celebrating like, yes, this is going to be easier, or are you like, oh, this is going to be more difficult to play against?
I mean, it depends which playstyle we have, but definitely against them right now. If I would see this comp, I would say, guys, can we just hold the angles and like don't do anything on the map first 15 seconds, so we can realize where is the Reyna or something.
I think also like Team Heretics is starting on the attack. We can expect a lot of like set rounds and just sending it, you know, time after time on the same side with everything. It's going to be complicated. Martin did not have the best couple of weeks prior to this, but I think that, you know, there's some weight on his shoulders right now.
How are they going to plant, Bear?
They will, no worries.
How?
So I'll tell you why. If Benji is just going to put his setup, everybody's going to be running across the map. Riens is just going to be getting the info so they can go in. Minibo's going to dash in. Benji will get the spike down and just walk back, literally. He has like a very 5 meters to work with on the side, and is the 5 meters between his turret and the spike.
You agree, Cloud? Do you think that's a good plan?
I mean, they will not even plan, they will just send it. Like, why do they need the plan? They have Reyna, Jet, we can just run at them and kill.
Okay, on the other side, how do they retake into the Gecko Sage, all that stuff? What are they going to do in there?
They don't retake, they just fight till then.
Yeah,
But that's the thing. You were talking about how KC loved to be proactive, right?
and
Do you
KC
think that you
loves
can do
fight.
it with against this, or this is like a very good move from Heretics?
I mean, they will just fight each other, I don't know.
Do you want to change your choice of donut?
No, I think the KC one. I feel like, honestly, I was really mentally preparing myself for this annoying comp versus annoying comp. We're going to have like
I bet Egg was in the same
wingmen
position.
are going to fight each other. And then all of a sudden we've got the Reyna in the mix as well. But to be fair, I don't really hate the Reyna that much. I'm just really upset that they took away the Gecko Sage. I just felt like that was the win condition.
The thing
They want to surprise their enemies. Because they probably know that N is gonna anti-strat or do something with their icebox, especially if he picked it, you know? So, yeah, they're expecting.
Well, if you guys at home are wondering what's going on, Pansy's not casting, but we do get a little bit of a tech issue somehow, so I'm wondering if maybe Pansy's in the crowd doing something, but
she only
it's just
casted 2 maps. That's like not in her contract.
It's just a keyboard issue on the side of Casey. We're getting it looked into, and hopefully we'll be ready soon.
Somebody smashed it after seeing the Reyna.
Yes,
My
yes.
prep!
They're like, guys, we need some more time, you know?
More time to think. But this is the great thing about N, right? N will know what to do. He put Shadows on the Reyna on Icebox a billion times.
The problem, Sue, is that Eng is not in the server. Like, he gets 1 minute and like 2 minutes tops to talk about them after they see the composition. And I would not be super surprised if this was like a last-minute change, right? Like, probably there is a world in which Team Heretics is not expect to pick this, to be playing this map, and after they see that Casey picked it and they have a clear idea, and like Cloud was mentioning, that Eng is going to be very prepared to just be like, what if we play Reyna? Like, there is nothing that they can prep against that. I have a little bit also of PTSD, because I think that Gecko has become so important, right? I just, you know, I also think, you know, the Sage for the side of Gentlemates, some of the Phoenix, I can see some of these agents coming out. I don't know how much I want to see the Reyna, though.
Well, we're going to see it regardless. Thank you very much, Cloud, for joining us. Thank you, Kakuka, as well. And it's time to pass this over to your casters to create even more chaos. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. We're ready to kick this one off at long last. No more broken chairs in the background. Oh my goodness.
We got Reyna.
Like it's VCT EMEA, but it feels like Heretics came in
honestly,
expecting a ranked game.
Every analyst around the world is rejoicing. Their favorite agent has been played. The year is 2021. We're going back to absolute rubbish comps to try and just blitz their opponent with individual aim. And honestly, they have Woot, it's gonna work.
Well, the guy came in, a fantastic debut, one of the best we've ever seen, if not the best. He's currently stat leading in EMEA and now looking to defend it on Arena. Fair play. This is one way to do it.
Those stats aren't skewed at all either.
No, not even slightly. Not even slightly. And you know, for KC, I love what we heard out of Cloud as well. KC's a team with Aang. They're going to want to come in. They're going to have their anti-strats. They're going to know how you like to play the map. Good luck anti-strat in this.
Uno reverse. Pull out Arena. You can't anti-strat no strats. How about that one? Yeah, this is definitely a risk. It's a gamble, but as I said, this kid is the prodigy, the prince, the man who's put ridiculous numbers up in his first match, now trying to do an extra bit more. Let's not pretend like Miniboo hasn't been a force to be reckoned with either. And it's their opponent's map choice. If they're able to pug their way through this one, it would be impressive.
Oh, yeah. Look, it's a statement coming in with this composition alone. Let's see what they can do with it. Miniboo not causing any trouble in the pistol. Normal Rian speed. They're all dropping, leaving Woot down below on the site and a teammate far, far away. Benji's on his way. Woot has to hold strong and he's stunned up underneath. Quick swing. There's one already. That's all he's getting. Good luck to Benji in this clutch. 50 HP and a 1v4 walled off. He's on the long sprint around the side and plenty of players waiting. Good round for Narrate as KC pick up the pistol.
Yeah, I think we have to talk about what is going to be the problems of this composition. Like, we've seen a lot of people sort of talking about whether you should still be running the likes of a Sage or Harbor because it allows you to get into the after plant, which we already know on this map in general is going to be incredibly strong. The other alternative is that you run a Gecko and you run a lot of utility, so you can clear a lot of angles and basically put yourself in that after plant anyway. The problem that Heretics are going to rely on is you need Woot and Miniboo to be getting entries. If they have a flat game, they are done. There is no backup plan. There's not a lot you can really do as you don't have any of the combinations you would do with, for example, the comp that you have on the other side.
Well, that's it. It's why you don't like to see it in your ranked games, right? When a player doesn't do well on Reyna,
Or
they're
pro
not really...
games.
That too. You know, the only thing is I have a bit more faith in players like Woot to hit their shots and find the value on Reyna than Timmy in the ranked game. But the reality is, someone like Woot, this is the exact kind of player we want to play. We're reminiscent of the old days, like Element on this map. He made Reyna a little bit of a staple for a while.
Jackass as well, if you want to say someone who's still in the league.
Absolutely.
He was a beast on Reyna.
There's always
but even he doesn't play it anymore. In fact, he took Heretics on con.
There was a time. There was a time, but I can understand against KC just avoiding that anti-stratting. We'll see if there's any benefit for Heretics. This round will not be where we're searching for it, at least not expecting to find anything. With just classics on the other side, Woot having himself a little sheriff to work with, but severe lack of teammates.
Yeah, expectations low.
Nice shot.
Never zero. Not when this man is about. We were hyping him up before he even got his debut. Had to wait a little bit longer than expected, but on an individual level, there is few
30 seconds left
that can put up as much damage. The thing is, though, if there were youngsters who could match up, they're on the other side. KC, they've signed some incredible players. We've seen it already with their run to Madrid. Although there's a little bit of damage here for the side of KC. Ultimately, the Heretics didn't get anywhere near as much as maybe they would have hoped for. And with 2 players dropped, the bye will be fairly comfortable for the French side.
Yeah, that's one of the take it or leave it rounds. I think KC did a good job in sitting back after this initial burst of aggression from Narrate. He goes down and they realize they need to play the numbers. They do a fantastic job of it. You even saw the Outlaw catch the tag onto Woot. It was a 140 hit. Of course, his overheal kept him alive, but not for too much longer. Did allow Benji to get the trade, but economy not damaged too much. And KC have a pretty strong follow-up by 3 Bulldogs and an Outlaw, a ton of potential damage output. Team Heretics obviously on the full buy. The rifles come into play. And for KC, backing off on A pretty quickly. Nowhere near the numbers that we've seen in play before on this side. Instead, it's mid-presence they look for. Already destroying the turret, taking some info out of their hands. But there's not much else they can do here on the defense without taking risks. It looks like they'll be set into an A retake.
This is based around the ult. Like, well, when you've got yourself an ultimate online that's definitely going to help you out in retake scenarios, that's the better gamble. You can put extra personnel on the other side and actually a little bit unaware of some of the angles they could have lost to. Man advantage actually held with Tomazi being able to find another one. Woot, though, is not stopping. Cloud mentioned this. They're just going to push. They don't even care about plants, and well, it may be their demise.
Yeah, this is a problem now. Boo's got no teammates to help. Benji's miles away, making his way through mid, so that's an isolated kill. But at least Benji picks up one on the back end of it. Problem is, there's so many more to take down with the defuse already underway. Half, and I don't think there was any way to stop that. Nano lands way too late. and they only delay the defuse to put the orb in play for Tamazi. A third round for KC and a fight back on weaker weapons as well. That's a danger sign for Team Heretics not getting that third on the board.
Yeah, and this is the thing. A lot of what we sort of hated about this old school Icebox was the fact that you basically did rely on, okay, can we pull something off with ridiculous over-aggression? That's what Woot was going for. And bear in mind, this is a bonus. So that was a round that you were expected to win. Your opponents came in with a few weaker weapons, and they were able to take over the line because ultimately you ended up in a 1 versus 3 duel. So already we're seeing the vulnerabilities of this sort of composition in comparison to the high util one they ran before. And well, Woot. I'm actually a little bit surprised they don't have him going in with one of the Guardians. Okay. See you later, Mini Boo.
Quick and clean, straight through the smoke. Yeah, especially with Empress online. You know, this is where you'd expect a weapon. I'm not going to say the Guardian in particular, but any weapon to make its way into his hands. Probably want him to be taking a lot of those opening duels, but hey, maybe they're very confident in this man's Sheriff ability. Far back play from KC, but the rotates are underway. Looks like they'll be fairly stacked up on B, and the question is if Benji can find value from his lurk position. He's caught by the turret, and now seeing Narrate, though, will be dropped. And he has a good idea on both of these players down below. This duel goes Benji's way, and with some support as well, they can find themselves right back in the round, but the pincer's too good, and it leaves Boo alone.
1v3 scenario.
I have the spike.
Spike retrieve. Still a bit of time to play with him. Okay, Tamazi at least gives him a fight. An opportunity
Toxin screen down.
for him to try and find something here, but he's going to have to try and isolate one of these battles, and it isn't going to be happening. Martine is there to close out the round a little bit closer with what was, again, some weaker weaponry. But now we look to Heretics. We look to see what response they have, because bear in mind, Mitch, they chose to start on this attack, and thus far it's been a little bit flat.
It has. It has. Look, the last round, like you say, there were some weaknesses there. They put up a little bit of a fight, but this is where things get interesting. You have a Viper's Pit online for Tamazi. KC 4-0 in the lead. They lock in this round. They start to snowball, run away with it. We need to see Team Heretics find a response. And it's not only that ultimate, the lockdown in play for Benji Fishy, sure, but the operator of Martine won't get contact early round. We can see on the map that the A side is where the contestant's coming through. And, well, it looks like Shin is lucky to escape with his life. Tagged down to 26 HP, and the wall's going to be used already.
Initiated.
Down in. The wall will definitely cause an issue or two. So he won't be able to claim a lot of the ground. You can see Narrate attempting to try and play in front of it, but eventually has to back out and try and play on the edge and spot anybody, but the utility is there. Again, take flight. Gonna have to be fairly aggressive in their post-spawn. Not a lot of utility for Heretics to play with here.
Big problem is this man here, Magnum, on his way up behind. It's being watched, though. Benji was aware of that play, and with the Viper's Pit blocking out a lot of space for KC, they're forced into a Heaven retake. It's going to be a big drop from this squad, running them right into Mini Boo, who's up on top for one and a little bit of damage. A lot of these players tanked up, and Boo's taking advantage of it with Martine down and the time ticking ever quicker. They might just decide to bail on this one, save those weapons through to the next round. It looks like the call is made. Those initial fights, enough to decide the fate of this round, and it looks like at long last, we're going to see Heretics with one, but Woot isn't done yet. He's going swinging, and there's a punish on the other side.
Yeah, it's something in an attempt at damage, but ultimately it does probably a bit more the opposing side. Again, another fast-paced round, but it was the Viper's Pit, I think, that made the majority of the difference, and just the awareness of Benji Fishy, who's been off to a good start. I want to say that. I want to give a little bit of context as to the value of these games. So I know that a lot of the time, the permutations can be quite confusing. So I'm going to try and keep it as basic as possible.
I have a whiteboard if you need it.
Nope. Okay. If KC win, they are qualified. If Heretics win 2-0, they are qualified. Otherwise, I think if they win 2-1, Gentlemates, if they were to win 2-0, could overtake them. So that is where we sit. So if KC win this series, they are in. Heretics, if they lose a map, there is still a world in which I think Gentlemates could overtake them.
Yeah, they'll lose a map and win. For KC, lots of ultis online moving into this one. And rifles on the line for both squads. Viper's Pit out of Tamazi. Would have been nice last round to fight their way back through. But now that retake becomes a little bit stronger. They can play lighter on B already. Some nanos being used to slow down the push. Although I'm not sure it's really succeeding in that aspect. Heretics have pumped the brakes to look for duels. The rotates are on their way. And it looks
like they've made the right decision. I don't see a way back here for Heretics unless it's taken quickly.
The problem with B takes is you're going to have trouble getting those after plants in. Now, they're lucky in the sense there isn't really body towards Snowman. So they can sort of bait these plants, but there's a lot of counter utility. Magnum, though, has however gone down. These fights for now going in the favor of this attacker side. Tomazi tries his best. Shin now the last man standing, but he has a res.
He does, but I think Benji Fishy's position's enough to end this round. He goes for the res, that flank coming through. Might just end it there and then.
Oh.
The wall not even attempted just yet, and it's all a patience game. Benji's not in a hurry to close this one out. Wall up, tap on. It's not stuck. There's the swing from Boo to close it. Nicely done. Team Heretics up with another. And I like the idea here, Tom, because we see exactly what was talked about on the desk. They just want to fight. The wall's up. They don't really have a position to plant and play post-plant back on yellow. Instead, they just stand out in the open, wait for the wall to drop, and what are you going to do when there's 3 of these guys facing off against you? They try to take the duels, but those narrow hallways betray them.
I'm a little bit surprised, though. In a lot of these rounds, I would say KC could very easily hold this B site basically just from Snowman. It's a really difficult spot to clear, especially if you don't have a lot of sort of pop flashes. I guess you have Woot's Leer that could kind of help you out, but a lot of times when you see teams taking that control, they use a Kayle or a Gecko, and those are the best ways to do it, maybe even running a Harbor. So if you play from there and you're Tomazi, for example, you can just throw utility in and stop them from planting, and then it becomes very, very difficult to get anything done. Instead, because they're all playing sort of back within the site itself, within the plant area, those are battles that they can very easily swing in from without a lot of the risk that you would have had if there was someone towards the Snowman. So I think the way that KC set up was actually one of the easier ways for Heretics to take the fights that they wanted. And well, to be fair to them, they won them.
Well, I think that's it as well, though, from the side of KC. In terms of making the adaptations to avoid giving these players those fights, it's going to be tough to do. Like, even as you're saying, towards Snowman, it will be more difficult to take that space, but the way they're playing for the wall to go down, you might end up peeking to check if they're still there and still have 3 guys in a firing squad on you. We saw it in the start of the previous round. Like I said, some utility came through. There was a nano back yellow, but I don't think that's why Heretics slowed. I think they stopped to let KC swing in to see if there's a player there to get the information, and they would be able to dome that Snowman player. Nobody peeked, wall goes up, they go to site, same process, but look for top site. Now, a quick bit of aggression around the tube from this Heretic side. They took top and they're taking bottom as well. Magnum on the jump peak just to spot it, and he's the one player you don't want to see in an early fight. He's got himself a pistol. Everyone else on his team has a rifle to fall back on.
I think Tomazi as well. Viper's Pit. I saw the Phantom, made the assumption that that will be coming through in this round, and it's something that they may want to try and battle for. A lot of the time it's going to end up with a player isolated the B site normally in that realm anyway. Instead, though, KC have doubled up, tripled up even their mid control, and then just put a deep wall in. It's something that would have to be broken, basically just being used for information at this stage, and then they even have a couple of nanos ready just to deny if anybody was to attempt a quick push.
I do wonder if the pit even goes up on the back of the drone being heard from so far away. Now they have nothing to fight back through. They have to take it the other direction on the side of Heretics. That means straight into the A site, where Shin was waiting, where nanos are online and now activated, slowing it further. 30 seconds as Mosh Pit comes through. That time running down, they're going to go straight into Shin in just a moment. Although Magnum's fallen, so is Narrate. The numbers thinning out on the site, but Shin standing strong. He's holding the control till Boo drop shots him. That's one way to do it. 14 seconds, and they've got time to plant, and no denial possible from Tomazi. That ult no longer online as it falls over towards B. He has to do this with the Phantom he bought up earlier, thought he'd have an advantage in these fights. Instead, has to try to win that spray, and it would have to be a collateral. Not this time.
I think if he'd actually sprayed correctly, they would have killed Boo first, just because of the vulnerability behind him, but good team play in the end for the double swing. I'm out. Nice attempt from Shin. I feel like he's a little bit unlucky not to get the kill on very unlucky. I didn't realize it was that instantaneous. Heretics, though, they're on the climb back. 3 rounds in a row. And as I said, like, these are the sort of maps as well that I feel like if Heretics win, it's going to be infuriating for KC. Because you're coming in with a comp that objectively is just based around running in and gunning.
Well, that's it, right? There really isn't a lot more to it, as we've seen in the rounds that they've won. And look, if Boo's going to be hitting shots like that as well, it's one thing with this comp, you have to be little bit more committed than with some other comps. You've got to be a bit more direct. But a guy jumping out of heaven, drop-shotting people, that certainly speaks to where the brains of Heretics are at right now, looking to move towards this A site. Nice snakebite in play, and a late peek from the right almost caught them off guard. Good damage with the weaker weapons already. Woot, though, hasn't been damaged, has plenty of heals and dismisses all around him as he's dropping and assisting those fights, but none of them are needed. Tamazi, the last man standing again, but not a 1v2 with a rifle, instead a 1v3 with a sheriff. But some of the players are tagged. I don't know how much that's going to help.
See that at this point, you've still got a snakebite and nano. When one player's standing, it becomes a little bit more difficult. With Tamazi managing to find himself a rifle there, there has to be a part to this where he just thinks about bringing it through to the next round. They will have a buy anyway, so he may just want to try and do some damage, but the economy from Heretics is not in a particularly bad spot. And again, like when you're being this direct with a lot of your plays, a lot of the time the repurchase of even some of the utility isn't going to be the most important factor. 4 rounds in a row now from either side, as it will even up on that scoreline. Heretics grinding things back. I'm waiting to see what response KC have, because they've already taken themselves an initial pause, Mitch.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. When you go 4-0 up and now you're equalized, I think it is the time to reassess how you're approaching this. And again, the value being found by Heretics in that KC will have done so much preparation for this map, for this squad, and now that prep is out the window. And you need these pauses.
You know as well that a lot of the coaches, they do like all-nighters. Yeah. Like, if you ever talk to any coach within any region, and you say like, oh, did you get a good night's sleep? The answer 99.9% of the time is going to be no.
Well, that's it. You spend weeks, months working up to that point, and one official can change it all. That little extra hour's sleep doesn't seem so good compared to an extra hour looking over.
Oh, they'll
VODs.
get a lot of hours of sleep if they don't make it to the event.
That's it. You got a little while. You got a month to just chill out and take those siestas. And for Heretics, op in play for Mini Boot, Bladestorm back up, and a few ultis to fall back on. A pick in a position where they can't hold the body. Not as valuable with Shin having a res to work with, but this squad has been pretty deathball-y. Just the lurks out of Benji Fishy that have been thrown out most rounds. And you'll see Heretics looking a bit more pointed towards the site. The B site, their target this time. Plenty of utility locking them out, but they're waiting for their toxins to come back up to put that wall in play. Where's Miniboo going when that happens, though?
This is the problem. They are so ready for a player in towards Snowman, because it is one of the major danger points. If you have snake bites coming in, you can't plant. Miniboo has just been tapped out of there, and again, this is what I wanted to see. Just attempts at plant denial. Just don't even need to necessarily fight them, but they are winning every single one of them at that. And the rate with another, they're trying their best to defend Boo, and he will get out of there with a plant. But losing 2 men in the process, not ideal.
Well, it's both your duelists, right? We talk about the ideas behind this, playing that bit more aggressive. You're not going to have your post-plant utility from Benji because he's miles away, and now they've spotted him too. Magnum picking up his first 2. And it looks like that might be where it ends. He's very low, being tagged up, defuse underway, and undeniable at this point. Sadly, Rians can't do a thing about it. That rifle's forced to save through to the next round, and KC surviving with 4 players in this round, avoiding the mid-lurk out of Benji Fishy, taking down every aspect. And to be honest, the Mini-Boo pick through that's Magnum's first kill of the game. That's ridiculous.
The thing is that it is the problem, again, of this composition is just, it's difficult to get into the afterplant. It's definitely difficult to get into it for free. And if those duelists fail, that's what you get in a round. You get a 3v5. And you have to remember who they're up against. Like KC, we have talked about the individual skill that this team has. And although, okay, Martin at the top of the board, he's normally not even the highlight. Like we talk about how good Narrate has been throughout the season. I think Shin's resurgence has been insane. And like, Tomazi doesn't even really need a mention. Like this kid has been nuts. He's been switching roles over to Viper, then over to Cypher. He's been fantastic. So there isn't a guarantee for Miniboo and Woot that, okay, you two run in and get a couple of kills for us. That's not a guarantee, even though they have the ability to do it. And right now, whoa, the top of the board for them is actually Benji. It's been those lurks. That's been one of the biggest successes. For Heretics, I do worry a little bit. Because remembering back to the Icebox of old, it was a very attack-sided map. Like that's what we used to think about. It's like, oh look, G2, they've only managed to get 3 rounds on their defense. Oh, cool, they won 13-9. Like that was how the game would go. It wasn't fun, it wasn't enjoyable. So seeing them struggle a little bit when it comes to the attack, I think that's going to be problematic because their defense basically just has to be running it down on the A side.
Oh, at the end of the day, though, 4 out of the last 5 rounds have found their way to Team Heretics, right? That's a little stumble in the previous. It's
I do think they need 7, though.
Fair, fair. There's no more room for error in that case. But yeah, there was a stumble from Miniboo. Will that happen again? Oh, nice shot, but Shin surviving. 26 HP, heal up close, but he won't get out. Woot's there a little too quick. And right back out of the choke point. Empress online. Benji Fishy down to 26. A lot of damage done, and breaking their way through a choke point won't be easy. If they go back in the other direction, as we can see, Tamazi has got it on lockdown, spotting their spawn and ensuring no rotates. That means when they do push A, there will still be 3 players waiting for them, beckoning them in.
One of them with Thrash as well. That is going to be thrown out, so they can clear a lot of this initial position, and Tamazi has gone so far forward. He's going to have to hit some pretty nice shots to get more than one. The first one is almost guaranteed to be for free, but I think he now knows they have cleared the rest of the information. They're going to be running in his direction. Oh, it's a whiff. Oh, he played the round so well, but then hasn't managed to connect the shots.
The worst part is, Tom, if he stayed took there, I think all 3 walk past him. Who's going to clear it? Who? Who is looking there? I understand why he swings.
Oh, yeah, it's the element of surprise. It's not the wrong play. It's just the wrong execution. And now for the rest of the team, well, you have to question, do you go for this? Post-plant potential with a Viper's Pit if they need it. A 3v4, your economy not in a great position either. I think they were all in gambling on Tamazi getting at least 2 kills there. And unfortunately, this time he comes up with nothing.
Oh, well, look, that's at least one silver lining. It seems Heretics still expect this to be commitment from KC. Speaking to their ability to retake quite quickly, how dangerous it can be when 3 players come back into that 3v4, but Narrate can send the wingman usually. Obviously, we can see it's not online late into the round, and then still have those 3 players aim dueling. They're scared. They use the pit.
This is the worst. Like, imagine you're Tamazi. You're a young superstar. Your aim is normally crispy as can be. You whiff, and then you have to sit there for a full minute, just like, oh God, what have I done?
Everyone saw that.
Everyone saw that, and also, just because the other team has to go plant, then you have to sit out the entire plant timer and the round ending, and you're just like, yeah, that's
how you feel.
Yeah, that's the face I made as well.
Did you tee that up, Tom?
Yeah. We are twins, you know?
Vision mixing.
Tom Biz, Tamazi, like, you know.
Ah, yes.
2 Toms.
I think he got the genetic lottery, unfortunately, Tom.
Yeah, you know. He got the looks, the skill, the hair. What did I get?
The voice. There you go. I'll give you that, Tom. No, 5-5, round 11. 2 more to play for. Rez still online for Shin. KC 4-0 up. Stalled out that little bit. And Tom, you said 7 rounds for Heretics. It's looking doable at this point. Economy still decent on some players for KC, but that op shot not landing. Even though they could afford it here, Benji just about dodging that peak. He won't get it the second time, but, well, he just runs straight into the danger. Takes down Magnum, and that's a lot of map control out of the hands of KC. They've got to fill those gaps.
They orchestrated that play. They literally pushed Benji into the fight, and then he still wins the battle. It's like the script was written by KC, but he just changed one line. Even still, though, the res is available, so it is going to end up with a slight advantage, the aggression, just to try and force Tamazi out of that position. You can't allow him to deny the plant, and he won't.
Spike planted.
They're split into a 2-2, waiting for the further aggression towards the spawn, but Heretics have pulled back a little bit, playing below the bridge. Woot has a position here to catch at least one! And a beautiful transfer, Miniboo picking up another. And Rian's even doing his bit. Martin now, that op that rung out earlier, the last man standing. And he might not even have a way out of here. He thinks he can run to the spawn, but he's dead wrong. Benji Fishy waiting, lurking. Yet again, 6 rounds now for Heretics, and the lead is theirs.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless as well. It's getting cleaner as they go along, and again, like, I think the initial juke, that's got to be frustrating. And Woot being able to get away with so much. Like, this is the thing. This is why we said, if this comp can work, it's based around this guy popping off, because he's slowly climbing. I think Benji has been an extra factor for sure, still causing so many issues. But for Heretics, as I said, I think this will be the minimum they'd be hoping for, and as said, you've always got to be careful. Narrate a Martino, it's not pretty, but he gets out. That's the main thing, he escapes.
That's all he needed. Yeah, it was an info play. He's a drone, that's it. Easy peasy. Wall up, they can't pursue. Those reveals are, well, they're fruitless. But Wood has managed to get himself a spot up top, and they could cross with the spike, but instead, Benji's on his way backwards. Wood's fallen off.
I don't think that was the plan.
And now Benji's on his way. Okay, well, Turret is protecting the back, so there's no need to worry about that. I'm not sure if that was caught between a rotate and further aggression, but KC...
gonna run out.
Oh, no. KC are still in position with 4 players ready to fight and a lockdown to work with. The idea from Heretics is not to slow down, it's not to go back. In fact, it's to send Woot running through. He's going to charge into them. 2 kills, but no denial. That lockdown is still coming through, and they can't get out. Not quite in time. A player detained and one quite far away. This could be a little bit
We've got
awkward. There you go. Easy. I thought Benji was going to get back online, but now Boo has his back against the wall. The defuse behind that wall that could be dropped by the kill. And now Narrate has to pull off it. The classic in hand is not enough. A 3rd kill for the North American and an equalized scoreline. No 7 rounds for Heretics this time.
Yeah, it's workable, but it definitely is going to be tough. I think this is always where you're going to have the main worries about this composition. And just the shadow of doubt thrown in from Narrate. Yeah, that first kill was utterly disgusting. And Miniboo, very unlucky.
Spike planted.
I'm interested to see how they're going to do this. Because, as said, like when it comes to this defensive side, the main expectation is a lot of the time you're just going to send your Jet, your Reyna around together. They're going to push one side of the map, and the utility is there to try and hold the other. It's not the greatest of strats, but if Wood keeps doing what things maybe it'll work, I'm not going to be happy about it, but take it, you know.
Well, look, 6-6 after a 4-0 down, Tom. At the end of the day, you know, it looks pretty equal. Heretics missed the mark of the attack rounds we wanted from them, but the pistol could set them right back on the correct course. The scoreline tied up, the pistols in play, seem to be leaning towards the A site. All the attackers there, and the Turret very passively watching the push. Not even trying to see them coming into spawn, instead catching them as they actually make their way behind A. It means the info won't come in until much later. But by the looks of things, that flank won't come in for a while anyways. Woot is slowly making his way up behind, and that plant is on its way to the site.
Here are the firefights. Martin, Narrate, Tomasi already landing. So much damage, and well, I believe that the steps may have even been heard of Woot rotating back around. You can see the post plants attempted to be set up, although there's no utility to play alongside them anymore. They're just going to be sitting back and using their advantages. At least there might be a little bit that they could try and do with this Viper utility, but ultimately just no expectation of anything here on Woot. Left on just 4 is going to go as well. KC start things off strong with the pistol under their belt. And I also think this is going to be where the Gecko is going to have huge amounts of value as well, because when there's aggression, what's great to have? A flash that will tell you where it is that you can pick up again.
Yeah, the consistent, the rotation of utility you can have with this Gecko. The Gecko alone. 10 seconds to pick back up Dizzy. I still can't get over that. For a long time. I don't know if it started at 15 or if I just pretended it was.
10 seconds worth of comeback. Because it does sound like you mean he sat on the floor for 10 seconds slowly picking it
No.
up. I know what you mean. I'm just clarifying.
Once he picks it up, 10 seconds later, he's got it back
on. That would be hilarious nerf. Do that on like an April Fool's next year.
I'm surprised that wasn't what they settled on for the Viper Orb.
Just 15 seconds.
Oh, Magnum. He is lucky the Turret's here to back him up a little bit. Benji's taking some damage, and look at Magnum's adjustment. He's just running forward. Lucky for him he is, because his player's running behind him. He's heard the steps, but the adjustment isn't quite there on time. Damage done nonetheless. Boo, Rians, Miniboo, all taking a few bullets. It won't make it easy, especially not up against this Outlaw with no shields in play. The Outlaws missed the angle. Looks like Miniboo will sneak his way by. Really, damage is the name of the game for Heretics. We don't expect them to win, but well, maybe we're going to change our expectations in a moment. That late flank from Miniboo being undetected, if they can make enough noise on the site, well,
he got 2.
Well, that will quickly put to bed any rumors of a retake from Heretics. Instead, it is 8 rounds, and with 3 players standing, KC are in good form.
That's what we normally expect to see when multiple players push Tomasi.
Yes, yes.
He headshots 2 of them in the single spray. 8-6. This is where I think we need to see some sort of response. I assume that the purchase in the future that Heretics will have an operator in there. I think that will allow for a little bit more variance in the way they're going to be playing the defense. The fact that they're already pinging Tube, however, makes me think that they may be about to push Tube. This is really in-depth analysis I'm bringing in here.
Well, that's, you know, it's an interesting read, Tom.
Oh, look at that.
Could be the fact that there's two players there, too.
They pinged it on the map. That's the only reason I can tell.
The ping gave it away. What can we say? Well, the Lear's given away the fact that the push has come in, but Rain is on the way back. Thanks to that kill out of Martin, there's a big gap on this defensive side. The B site wide open, has to be spotted and cleared, and that's Woot's job. Now that thins out this defense, it means you don't have that follow-up. What would have been the bait, most likely, Woot in the tunnel or underneath, just trying to catch their eye and run away.
Full gamble. Full gamble. Yeah, they're rotating all the way through spawn.
Did they hear something?
To the other side. I don't think so. I think this might just be a risk. Maybe Benji heard some steps, but if he did, maybe has his headphones on backwards because they're going the other way.
Yeah, at most it was one player stepping to B that immediately turned back.
This is... I think it's also just so problematic when Boo goes down early. Like, you talk about the delay that they have. They have the Viper screen on A that he uses. The Orb will be on B. He's meant to use utility to sort of slow them down on the B side. He goes down early. I almost feel like the round's over. Like, this is such a difficult retake to try and get back in without any Viper utility.
Maybe if Benji picks up this one on the back end, never mind, he's been spotted. Element of surprise most certainly gone now, and there's even a double fight coming this way. Nice spray, and Rienz has got another. Looks like they're not down and out just yet. Heretics still in dueling form with Benji's third. The round is locked in. Heretics fought their way back in quite nicely, Tom. In fact, flawlessly on the way back through. That's ridiculous. Would you call that flawless, Tom? They didn't lose a player on the way back in.
I'm not
Clean.
I'm not going to say
Couldn't
the word,
ask for anything better, I'd say.
I'm going to say the word I would use. I don't know how, like, this is the thing. I don't know how Benji, this is the battle. That completely changes the round because it ruins the post-plant position of every other player. Yep. They were all playing in high aggressive positions that they could kill the rest of the rotation, and two players going down to Benji is absurd. Like, well, you can see he's over the moon, but I'm a little bit perplexed as to how KC sort of threw that round. That's the one I wanted to use.
There we go. There we go.
I couldn't hold it any longer.
Oh, they've stolen that round away.
Yes.
Say that. Would you steal it? They certainly would. 8-7, one round in between them, and Team Heretics on this defense really starting to heat up now. Looks like already we're catching one kill as Magnum's fallen, but they haven't spotted out Miniboo. This is the position we were talking about earlier, expecting someone like Woot to maybe pop off in the form of Element, but unfortunately, Miniboo wasn't in his element that time. Shut down, and the advantage now equalized to 4v4.
Yeah, he took just the first two letters, as he was handed an L. L. Either way.
Right there.
Wow. Or first four, even.
All right, yeah. L.
Sorry, can we get a paramedic up here for Tom?
Just one man again, though, defending this B site. KC looking to push and pull those rotations. Thrash. I feel like Thrash is always online, but not because Narrate isn't using it, just because he gets so many kills.
Right there.
The rotation has made its way over to the B site for the defense. Now they've got a little bit
30 seconds left
to deny this, but it's only really shock darts. It's going to have to be these elevated positions. The deep wall, a little bit unorthodox. Boo tries to play around it. Instead, though, Little Bro will be sent into plant. I don't think there's any way they could stop this. A post-plant that's going to be tough again, but I don't want to speak too soon.
Oh, the follow-up is huge. Martin realizes they're going to shoot at that ult and maybe even be detained by it, so swings in for one free kill. Heretics 2v4 and a near impossible clutch ahead of them. Nice try to start it off, but Woot and Rienz quickly put to bed, leaves 9-7 on the board. KC will extend their lead, and what started out as a 4-0 is now back in their control by the looks of things.
I think it's unfortunate. They got a little bit unlucky in this round by the fact that Benji does so well to find an aggressive opener for them, but then they have a second player aggressive that has to almost try and go forward and find something, because if you dash out of there, there's just as high a chance that you end up getting killed.
For sure.
The setup kind of haunts them a little bit. And it is weird to say that probably the person who's had the most success in individual aggressive plays is your Sentinel player. When you're running a Raider jet, the one with no escape mechanism. Here he is again. Don't worry, the screen hasn't frozen.
He's in their heads, Tom. You have 3 players watching mid now. Literally just Benji might push, wait. And it worked out.
Yeah.
He did push. Now he's dead. Advantage to KC.
Well, even if it's not Benji, we saw in rounds prior, they tried the same thing with Woot. Like, you're gonna hold for the beginning, like 20 seconds of the round versus this comp because, well, maybe you need to hold a little bit longer because they're gonna push, they have to. They don't have the utility to slow you down other than literal slows. And those can only last so long. They found an opener. They still have a Hunter's Fury to play with, but they're going to need to do a whole lot more. Getting that information, though, is pretty important. And you can see already the Boo's gone back to holding that cross. So they should have the info, though. He's already going to gamble with the rest of the team.
Chance for Woot to pop off. Mini Boo on the back. Never mind. Woot's down right away. Magnum picking it up. Mini Boo dashing out to try and create some safety for himself. But they're quickly on him. And there's no safe haven to sit with these pistols. No picks given unpunished. KC pretty much always having that extra man in the fight up until this last one where they go hunting for Rian's. A confident face to this attacking side. Double digits found. A 3-round lead in their back pocket as well. Now we get a buy out of Heretics, and, well, it looks like they're coming up to one of their last opportunities to get back into this.
Yeah, gonna call themselves a timeout. It's gonna be Neilzinho going deep into the Reyna Jet strat book. Guys, we've tried pushing A. We've tried pushing mid. What if we push B?
Not a bad idea. Is that what you reckon? Next round, B push,
it's
locked
difficult.
in.
Like, obviously, we're kind of memeing because this comp doesn't... This is why I said they need a lot of rounds on the attack,
yes.
Okay? It's because this comp, all you can do is push. KC know that, so they're waiting, and when they push, they die. Now, they've had a couple of openers, but again, the expectation of KC every single round is going to be that someone is going to be aggressive. And I feel like one of the main reasons we don't see comps like this played anymore is because of agents like Gecko becoming more and more popular. Agents like KO, where you could just knife, all right, he's there. Oh, okay, I've thrown a Dizzy over. He is there. And then we've got stuns. We've got so much util to flush them out with. It just becomes problematic. And then also, a lot of the time, you could get aggressive on retakes, but you've got so much post-plant utility in this comp as well from KC that it's incredibly difficult. That's why Heretics' other comp, the one that other teams, even Gentlemates, the really aggressive team, like, that comp's kind of cool, I'm going to take that. That's why teams are running stuff like that, because you can just flush so many angles with utility that you don't need a Woot Mini Boo run in and die like you have on maps like Ascent as well.
Well, we're kicking back off with round 18 and a quick attempt at making it towards the B site. Looks like the call was spot on, Tom. We got to get you in the coach's booth. But the result is not quite there for KC. They've lost themselves 2 players. Well, we expected Heretics to get aggressive. Instead, it was KC doing it, and, well, the further aggression doesn't work out great either. The trades coming through leave numbers in favor of this Team Heretic side, and the plant will not be found with Magnum falling. Looks like Shin needs a duel, and he's found it. Mini Boo a little quicker on the trigger with the big gun. 10-8, the gap down to 2.
Yeah, I think this was, as said, beginning of the half, one of the adaptations I expected to see at some point was going to be that jet hop. Like, it's one of the only ways you could ever sort of pad the gap a little bit with this sort of composition, is just have one angle locked down, and having Mini Boo to roam the map. It's now going to make things a lot more interesting for their defense. I expect that we're going to see him basically just play this rotational superstar. And he's been a bit quiet so far, but when you're playing that jet on defense, you kind of have to wait until you have this gun.
I'm surprised to see KC filling in there, actually. After the shot, Martin swings out, looking for him with the Blade Storm. But he won't be found this time. The rotation from Mini Boo is quick, and it's towards the A side after that initial shot off. Looks like he'll be posted in the right direction, as KC are starting to set their eyes on this site. Nobody else left in other parts of the map, and Benji Fishy's got them locked in. Although he's not spotting the cross back, he will be there to hear any steps. But this position, you know, if you're surprised by this, it must be the first time you've tuned in today. They are ready for it, but not ready on the fight. Just one found for Benji Fishy. It's not really enough in this situation. Thinning out the control that little bit, whilst the orb might not block a lot of vision on the cross. Those players have moved to the B site with only one player defending. It is Woot that has all the pressure on his back.
You did good.
Maybe not. They're going back.
Either way. Either way, it's going to be down to one of the duelists. I do give a little bit more faith over to the operator, especially with the
30
angle
seconds
being
left.
held, but his position has been given. Clearing him's not going to be easy, but there's a lot of utility to do it. Minibu does well. Finding that opener now, has a blade storm of his own. Try and play around with. Narrate those, already going to be able to trade out one. Turning things back into a 3v3. Timing is going to be absolutely everything. The other player was planting, and Minibu just causing havoc, but he runs out of knives. Even still, they're going to turn this back into a 1v2, but it's Woot. We've already seen so many times what this guy could do. Operator picked up for Martin, holding the angle, and he's not going to miss that shot. Definitely not today. This kid has not missed a beat. And KC will get up to 11.
Oh, both of those were tagged up too. That was looking a little scary when the Viper's pit goes down. Tamazi got pretty unlucky, getting caught by this aggressive play, and Minibu ducking in and out. He gets spotted out a number of times. The turret, he's just peeking in and out of the angle. They commit the flash to try to push him back. I don't know if you noticed, the flash even shot out one of the blobs. It saw him, but he ducked down underneath, swung out afterwards, and took the kill. And that's so frustrating because once the flash goes up, once it confirms it's seen someone, you feel so safe. You know you've got a second to swing that angle and take the fight. Wasn't the case this time around. Martin not getting his shot off at the start. The Team Heretics shifting direction again. They see the up, they don't want to see it again.
Yeah, with lockdown in play, you have to feel like this is going to end up as an A-site take. They've got to take their time, though. We know how aggressive this defense needs to be. So making sure they can get up and put themselves in position, or even pinging the back corners that need to be cleared. And you can only expect, yeah, we'll watch Magnum where he's going to jump up and just place that lockdown. It's going to cause so many issues. Again, there's not going to be much that will be available to deny it. They're actually going to throw in the Viper's pit, and he's just like, no, you know what? I'm going to place it further forward. Screw you. No one saw me fail the jump. Let's just ignore that. And now it's an even better lockdown.
He had dropped down. I wonder if he was even trying to bait the ult out on the other side in the very beginning. Viper's pit canceled out. Lockdown in play for the defenders is going to go all the way. They've got to back out. Got to respect it on the side of KC. With the spike down, well, there's no choice but to go barreling forward. Good detain. Woot caught. Almost the spray transfer on Rienz as well, who just about survives, escapes up top. Narrate hunts him down, and Magnum was looking for a little bit more. Looks like this swing could be good. With Boo on a sliver of health, the headshot was enough. 12 seconds left. That spike needs to be planted. Minibu tries to deny, can't find the angle. Sees an op now as well. Swapping it over as the res comes in. 6 bullets left, and the shot's not landing to start this off. He needs a shot to each player's head. The reload's the wise decision. The turret, the 4th man for KC, finally taken down. But Minibu getting value out of this is going to be tough. Taps the defuse to try to split these players, force them forward, but it's not enough. A tough clutch made tougher by the res. 4 rounds in a row needed for Heretics to push this to an overtime.
Yeah, again, it's just the success on these A-side takes. I don't think it's been necessarily bad from Heretics in terms of the read. Like they had a lot of players in the right place at the right time, but late flanks coming through, the res available for Shin as well to just buffer those numbers that extra little bit. Now 12-8 in the lead. No operator in play anymore. In fact, no Vandals or Phantoms either for the defensive side. This is a rough purchase. They're going to need a hero once again.
Oh, watch out. Woot's got Empress. Rienz has got an aggressive position. I don't know if he thinks he's got a dash or a dismiss on this. So aggressive, Magnum. Not wanting to give the pick away. He's playing the wise game. Look how patient they are.
Peek me.
He's just waiting for the aggression. Eventually, you think these players have rotated back. With Benji Fishy watching it, that might not be the case. But KC want a player to go pushing forward. On the heaven contact, Magnum would swing. Eventually, they get curious. They see Rienz. They don't let him back out. But he's done damage. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Even though Tamazi trades it out, this is now, once again, a winnable round. The wingman up close, he's not going to clear all too much. Might be picked back up, and we'll see a slight delay with Tamazi down, that's for sure.
He started to come back into form. A quieter first half. A wrap back around, it's going to put them in a prime position. And now it's left all on to Magnum to try and find anything here. It isn't going to happen this time around. A weaker purchase, an aggressive push, but this time it works.
this time, but they've got 3 more in a row. Heretics have to be flawless.
How many in a row have they had so far, Mitch?
Yeah, well, let me see. There's 1 there. No, they didn't get the next. There's round 18.
Yeah?
They didn't win round 19. And the one they just got.
Okay.
So
maybe now?
Ooh, yeah, they gotta take another 3, but this time all together with no adjustments from KC. And on the upside, KC not a team that's known for making adjustments to your play, Tom, you know?
No.
Bad team.
They haven't even spoken to him yet. He's still just chilling.
Call me if you need me. I'll take a nap.
I don't think it's possible to take a nap with Zai sat next to you. It's quite true. In the best possible way. I don't think anyone's napping while he's watching Valorant.
Give that energy boost.
Look at the early rotation. I think this has just been solved by Magnum and Magnum alone. I don't know if the reaction from the other players, though, is going to be quick enough. Like, the fake out worked, but 3 players are now going to be on this A site, ready and waiting. No ultimates to play with for that attacking side, and the one on the defense is one of the weakest ults in the game.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Don't diss the Empress in the hands of Woot.
Woot is not weak. The ult is. He doesn't need it.
Well, at least he's not a Cypher here. Some dueling ability. As Woot goes stepping forward, the timing is absolutely perfect. And those steps are heard. Look at the rotations towards the defenders. Spawn 2 players quickly making their way through to join Mini Boo and Boo in defending that B site. The Boo brothers on B. The flank from Woot will be late, but the spams through the smoke, finding a little bit of damage, a lot of damage, in fact. Martin is down. Tamazi's on 20 HP, make that 0. Narrate follows suit, and it's all down to Magnum, quickly crumbling as 12 to 10 is found. Now they found some in a row, 2 more to go.
Yeah, for the first time in this defensive half, they managed to streak a couple together, and a lot of it just came down to very good timing on getting that information. The initial fake wasn't really effective just because there wasn't like a pounce on it. I think Magnum did well initially, but then it was just a re-aggression that came out of Woot, a bit of a gamble that ends up just finding absolutely everything. Their 10th round found, and well, financially, this is where things are much more problematic for the side of KC, but as said, this is where they get to talk to the big boss.
What looks like on our HUD, the last pause that we're gonna see here on Icebox. And for KC, this opportunity is valuable, to say the least. Aang calmly communicating what he's seen over the last few rounds. No doubt himself and Zysh have had plenty of conversations. And with 2 chances to close this out, I believe what we're going to see from KC, and the buy is kind of corresponding to it, a little bit of a buy, a sprinkle of investment in round 23, and they'll fight for the 13-11 to close this out. I think it's valid that they give Heretics this respect based on the rounds we've seen so far, and frankly, based on the rounds we've seen so far with this comp. This is not an easy comp to make work, and I think they're doing a damn good job of it, but 2 more might be too much.
To give that context once again, if Heretics want to qualify today, they need to win this map. A 2-1 will not, well, this map.
Yeah.
If
2-0 overall.
Yeah, 2-0 in total. A 2-1. Still in a pretty good spot, but it would rely on Gentlemates not winning 2-0. So for KC, they're just looking at winning the game. A slightly different story. This round, well, as we've mentioned, they don't really have anything to play with. In fact, Narrate, I feel like he's almost waiting for one of his teammates to die.
I think a good spot by Woot. The ponytail of Shin was seen. They know now that that recon that found nothing was being waited out on Shin. Dropped down very quickly. Wall not even in play. Spam good. And Woot dismisses. Mini Boo saving him the trouble of cleaning up the other kill. And with the last man standing being Magnum, he'll have a damn good shot of it with the stinger in hand, but it's not enough. Remember though, this was the round that we expected. KC invest lightly. A sprinkle of credits here and there, and now round 24 is where they put their foot down. This is where they combine everything they've just learned. One last chance to win in regulation.
Funnily enough, like up until in that first half, I think Miniboo had like maybe 6 kills. I think he's doubled that already in the second. He's definitely been thriving when it comes to defensive jet. Now has the operator in hand as well, which was one of the major turning points in this defensive side. Looks like he's about to go aggressive with Woot on A.
A welcome alternative look Oh, the shot's not going to land, though. And he's 5 HP, trapped, up aggressive. Woot dancing around. The Lear comes through. The ult, the Hunter's Fury, might actually land a couple of tags. Could make it easier. They're not even looking at Woot. Able to find himself one and put this into a 1 versus 2. The lockdown forcing Rian's back, buying some space for Magnum, but he's not getting the spike. He's not going back. Instead, pushing forward the drone hard, and he'll follow up perfectly, but he has no idea on the last player. Boo could be anywhere, and the timing, the element of surprise is exactly what Boo will use now, filling back in that space. Magnum has to clear it all. And even look where the spike is. It's up top. He has to go all the way back around to find that with 50 seconds on the clock. Boo is chasing him. He is following his footsteps, as though he'd heard them moments ago.
It might help him, though. Because that's the thing. You're going to check behind now, and this will be the moment where Magnum's now only going to have to look in front of him, only look at the angles that are currently there. Boo is trying to play an even bigger brain game by going back towards mid, just in case there's been a rotation. I don't know if he actually spotted that spike, and now Magnum's going to start the run back. Timing here is going to be absolutely everything. If Boo catches him on the cross, if he hears a single step, that could be the moment that this round falls apart. And then is he going to start second-guessing himself? With 15 seconds left, surely the expectation is, okay, he's just been waiting outside of that A site, and not that he's going to plant on B, which is exactly what he's going to do.
No way to deny this.
Planted.
But Boo will deny him any further aggression. He has him in a box. From Boo's perspective, Magnum is back yellow or towards main, and that turret might give it away. He didn't have time to place it on the way there. Boo's trained in on the right angle. He's got the idea. The poison orb gives him the space, and what a shot! 12-12. Heretics have clung on to life on Icebox and pushed us to an overtime.
I thought Magnum had done it. I'll be honest with you. I think it was such a good little play towards the end to sort of take things back, try and reset the round, not knowing where his opponent was, but it just came down to landing that final shot. 12-12. KC looked like they had this one in the bag. It was, as I said, just individual rounds being won on that defensive side until a 4-round streak. This young Heretic squad proving time and time again that they have the resilience of someone with 10 times their experience. And I do think Boo being at the helm is one of the major factors for that.
Oh, it's definitely helping them, I'll tell you that. 12-12. An overtime buy that sees 2 operators in play. No surprise, the impact of that weapon has been high, and honestly, there's been a couple of shots that haven't landed. Could have been even more of an impactful weapon as this went on. Now, no aggression off rip. Take a look at where Martin is, pushed up on A a little bit, but it's a tight angle with Heaven being watched. Towards B, they give up the control immediately. Perhaps the idea to play the retake. Although, to be honest, KC have had a very good time at just spamming through those walls when Heretics are pushing up, and with their inability to really fight through it short of a Lear, why not continue to farm that value? Tamazi even has the Phantom, so the perfect weapon for it.
Once again, it's the aggression being attempted. It might just be a ruse. Just trying to bait out some of that utility, although it looks a little bit hesitant from the side of Heretics, so players not knowing which way to go. They've got the time anyway.
Caution here.
The thing is, it hasn't moved anybody. Okay, we're starting to see Shin back off, maybe just to put the wall over on the other side of the map, but for now, at least, they're still just waiting and watching. And with 35 seconds, Heretics are going to make their move.
I wonder if when they fake those steps back, if Magnum couldn't even hear them. It's worked out well for KC either way, but the players here ready to fight. Woot tried this before. There was no success, but the barrel is spotted. Magnum's in a lot of danger, but the swing from Narrate. Pixel, perfect timing. Magnum survives late into the round, 15 HP now, but Narrate is by his side, ready to take these fights, and Miniboo suffered a lot of damage, 28 health, backing out of there. Actually, no. Not backing out, staying close. Now down to 1. I mean, it's a negligible difference because he was 28 a second ago, and the value found, the element of surprise. Who expects a player to stay inside that orb up close? Heretics are playing a crazy game, but one that has results. Shin, the last man standing, put 2 on the board, 3, and he's out of ammo. Tries for the res, but Miniboo shuts him down with 28 health. What a way to decide the round. 13 for Heretics, and 1 away from closing this map somehow.
Shin was born with magic in his fingertips. I don't know how that was even remotely close. And well, KC are going to be the one to take themselves a pause here. This round looked like it was going to be over. And then just, well, we need to see this again in all its glory. This kill especially, snapping it back, and well. I don't think there should be that much excitement winning a 4v1, but they'll take the OT round, and, well, it was almost there.
What a play by Miniboo, not just to sit in the orb in the first place, recognizing 28 or 1, more or less the same. I'll take the element of surprise. The fact that in that last fight, so I'm not sure if he fully ran out of ammo or just switched straight to the res, assuming the last player wouldn't peek, because you're going to run down that clock, right? You've almost won on time alone. Why give him the opportunity to actually clutch it out? And that ends up winning them it. In both cases, Miniboo takes a very aggressive stance, but that's what you want out of a duelist like this. Heretics, I mean, we were ready to count them out. They only found one round in isolation here and there on their defensive side, and right when they need it. 5 in a row, 4 on defense, that one attacking round, and if they can replicate that defensive success here, that's one map in the bank and playoffs on the line moving into Lotus.
As I said, they're going to buy straight back into this operator. No surprises there. That was one of the pinnacle parts to this map turning around, and the angle is perfect. Not going to be connected, but there's a second layer to it. Woot just causing disruption once again, and he's not stopping. A second kill already in this round, maybe the beginning of the end. He's not looking to give this up just yet. Able to fall back with Shin and Narrate. 2 heavy hitters already gone. They need to fight from a huge deficit.
Oh, those are big kills to take. Getting control over this site will be tough, but the wall is still there to play with. Toxins run out, Magnum grabs 1, but the kills come back. It's Woot again! 4 kills, but the ace is denied. Tamazi with a near impossible clutch. He's already found the first of his 1v4. With the screen down, the fight on Boo is pivotal. He's taking some hits, but he's still kicking. Still here to fight, waiting for the Toxins to go up. But he can't go forward and retrieve that spike. He's trying to make them misstep, but Heretics know 40 seconds, 3 players. They've got everything they need to run this clock down. Nobody needs to overpeak and make a mistake and give an opportunity to a player like Tamazi, not one to squander. When he gets this shot, 25 on the clock. Spike retrieved. And this is terrible. The plan secured, the Viper's pit online, and the flank from Benji. Maybe some semblance of hope that he will not be aware of it. Benji with another flank. This time to lock in the map.
He's always behind you. He's always behind you. It has been one of the major things that they've struggled with in this map, was the fact that Benji Fishy is always lurking in the darkness. And again, 2 back-to-back rounds. It could have been a clutch. Either way, we got 2 or 1 map to come, as we'll be back after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Oh, they changed their comp, but it's still the same old heretics on their same old winning ways. I'm your host, Yingson, back here with Kakuka. Now, when I saw the comp change, I was not a happy gal, but Kakuka, how the hell did they bring that back to OT and win it?
It's so surprising as well, right? Because we were mentioning they start on the attack, right? They have this double duelist, they can do so many things. Yet Minibu was not finding the pacing. Nope. Time after time, he was going out as the first death. Not only that, they managed to take this to overtime and win it, even though they won. They lost both of the pistols. Like, it's so surprising that they managed to find this kind of pacing onto them. And honestly, it just makes me very happy because I really want to ask them if they win to actually have the chance to ask them, is this something that just happened on the day after you saw the map select, or this was always what you were going to do? Also thinking about the next map and the fact that they haven't played it with now, like we could see everything new today.
If they play Reyna on Lotus, I'm leaving. I'm actually just going to leave the premises, but they've validated all the Reyna lovers out there. Yeah. Obviously, Icebox wasn't in the pool last year, but the last time we saw Reyna on Icebox was in EMEA, was Leo on Guild, Kakuka. So it's been a long, long time since we've seen
Good
this.
old times.
Yeah.
I miss Guild.
I think that was Bonkar's
I miss
Guild.
Bonkar. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It was probably the match where Bonkar got the 4K from behind. Do you remember? I broke the Samba area that day because What a play. But yeah, I think that we're doing a disservice to the community here because we're kind of showcasing how strong Reyna can be. Surprise, guys, you probably won't be Wood, but in so many cases, he was being so proactive and exactly what he was supposed to come from him. They did not have that many tools to play for the post plant, even to get the spike down in most of the situations. But it doesn't matter because this man, he just kept going time after time. We were talking about, is his performance going to be the same as it was last week? Well, he's definitely feeling himself.
Do you want to have a cheeky guess when the last time we saw a Reyna Icebox win in EMEA was? Obviously, we have one today, but we haven't had that many in the past. So when was the last time? You want a stab in the dark?
When was the last time that we saw it again?
2020 June, Leo on Guild.
Okay, I'm going to say...
2022, sorry, June.
February 2022.
It was actually just a little bit after that. It was May, but it was CNED that played it. For Ascend against Focus.
What?
Against Focus.
Man, like sometimes it's crazy to just go back down memory lane and think about what was going on.
Yeah.
Also, the hood looked terrible back then. Like I'm just thinking in my head about those matches.
Speaking of what's going on, here is Narate here in the AIM Labs warm-up, as Cloud would call him. He had a good game though. He had a good map.
Yeah, I think that for Nare, this is always the constant. He's just reliable. He's consistent. He is the kind of player that you would like to have on your team. Now, we need to think about that second map, right? That Lotus and the nuances of the map, right? We were talking about probably the changes coming in for the side of Heretics since Patatek is not here, but this is the map that they chose to go. And there's so many show-ins of what both of the teams like to do in this map, how they approach it. This is the first map that actually gave us that headline of oh my God, how good are KC on those retakes?
Yeah, this is the thing. Both teams, they're solid here. They have a lot of reps going on. Here for KC, I think they're pretty happy with their comp. We're not expecting any kind of drastic changes at all. They've been using that comp a lot. But what is the answer here for Heretics? Do you think that Wood just slots in what Patatek was doing before?
I think that I would like to see a different approach, even if the composition stays the same. I think that I still like the Omen Viper. I think that it's something that you have to run, especially if you're comfortable with it. We need to see also some flexibility on the side of Minibu. Sometimes, even though individually is simply excellent, I think that it needs some variation because KC is the kind of team that is so used to it already. We were talking about the preparation, and if Icebox, yes, probably was a question, and maybe Heretics did not expect it, Lotus was almost a must here.
This is the thing though, do Heretics also change it up to surprise them? Because it feels like the only way that you can maybe get one up on them is like, hey, I know you prepped for a whole week. I know that N's been in the VOD dungeon, but here's Reyna.
No, here's the thing, like last week when they were playing, I believe it was the Sunset, sometimes like they're very good at recognizing when they need to give more and when they can just stay and repeat the same round time after time. Like identifying that is so valuable for them that I only think we will see something outrageous if they feel like they need to show it.
But do they keep the Neon? Because like you said, you know, Miniboo, he's a great player, but I just feel like on the Neon, he's just different, man. He's just in his element.
Yeah, completely. I think that is something that they have to do in both the maps, in both Sunset and Lotus. Just take the best out of the Neon. Honestly, run it and bump yourself onto every single wall that you face, just because if it happens here, you will avoid it from happening in the future.
Well, okay. I mean, there's changes. I mean, Wood is just going to go straight into what Patatek was doing before. There's not really an agent change. But what about the Cypher?
I mean, moving away from the Killjoy is not the end of the world. I still think that the setups for Killjoy Viper are so ridiculously strong for both the defense and the attack for playing post-ban. But in this map, if you want to have a little bit more space, getting that passive information, maybe Magnum has cooked something up. I think that his lurks in the past have been very, very on point, and he feels very comfortable with that.
And for those of people who aren't familiar, Wood has been farming on Viper in the Turkish
League. He's been farming full stop. He's been farming full stop.
He is extremely comfortable here, but this is it. Over to Mitch and Tom and see if KC can get a map back into the series.
Well, it's time to see if they can put that map on the board and leave Heretics watching some of the future matches to figure out if they're going to playoffs or not. A 2-0 here. What a statement from Heretics it would be. The Cypher on Magnum, Tom. A little bit of a change from KC. Talk to me on that.
Yeah, I can only assume that this is a mini boot counter. Like, you've got someone who wants to like full sprint into angles and basically try and take as much space as possible. Hey, put a trip in his way. And normally when you have something like a raise, your blast pack might destroy it on the way in, or you can go over a lot of that utility. Miniboo's not going to have that option. So I like that as well. And a lot of their utility isn't even really destructive either.
Hate to ruin any hype here, but it's not Fnatic Navi, in case anyone gets excited back home. The Heretics KC, map 2. We're still rolling with it. And as we saw, right, Lotus, you come in, you're expecting Miniboo to pop off. We've seen it before. We've seen him take that space. I like that Magnum comes in with the adjustment. And for this attacking side, it's going to be a task, dealing with Boo right off rip. And he is out of here, not looking to over-engage as a solo C player. And the paranoia pushes him back towards the B site. So, it looks like a retake after a misread from Heretics. The plant will come through, and the lurk is perfect from Magnum.
That's nice. They tap the door so that he turns around, and then the second you see him try and retreat because he's in such an open position, they have somebody behind. Good start to this one for KC. As now, a 5v4 retake is going to have to ensue. Definitely not the easiest, especially with a lot of that utility being dodged by Martin. It's a really awkward fight. And the trade is eventually there. In fact, a lot of them are for the side of KC.
Big play needed to get back in. Miniboo does well with one, but that's all there is to be found. And, well, hope quickly slipped away. KC 1-0 with the pistol under their belt. Remember, though, last map, I believe they won both pistols. The map still slipped out of their grasp.
I like him. Again, just this sort of double luck potential. I think as well, you have to bear in mind that this map was picked by Heretics. That means KC gets to start on the attack. When you run a Neon comp, it's definitely going to be difficult. Now, a lot of what Boo is going to be doing is firstly taking space, especially over on the A side of the map, with the stuns, but also just those faster rotations. In this round, he's going to be that solo aggressor, just basically trying to catch somebody as they push the jump up. I don't know if I would have seen him, but never mind. An easy kill for Tamazi in the end.
Yeah, nicely connected. And the benefit of this weapon, obviously, now you can just lock down that range with a reasonable degree of confidence that nobody's going to be able to take that fight up against you.
It's the good thing about making your superstar duelist from a team last year into your Viper player, is you can give him a sniper rifle, he's probably going to land the shot.
Well, that's it. I was thinking during the last map, like realistically, Tamazi, we talked a lot about him. He's a good player and a great duelist, but I think more so is the good player comes first. Able to constantly change up his role for his team, but still pack that punch when it comes to aim duels. Having this on his back should be a nice little benefit. Now, I wasn't expecting him to go towards the door, but with the Prowler to clear everything, you don't run the risk of going straight into a pistol. I think that's often the concern, like having Woot. And we saw it, Sender, I think, is the guy that rings true the most for me. Sitting inside tree with that Viper wall, having a shorty ready to pop once you go through, but the Prowler just eliminates that possibility entirely.
Yeah, I think that has to have been considered as well. When you think of KC, if there was any team that was going to run a Gecko, I think they've been probably the most popular team for using it within EMEA. So the fact that they're opting for the fade in this scenario, it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of tight corners that you need to check, a lot of ratty cubbies that people like to play in. For this round, it does look like the remaining players over on Heretics, their only goal is to try and die to that spike.
Yeah, I don't think there's much intention in terms of dueling, standing close to the door and cracking it open. No, in fact, the opponents are going to do that for them. Here comes this spike explosion, the wall up to keep him safe, and there you go. All down to the spike. No orbs for their opponents, no free farming. But KC are going to be happy enough to put 2-0 on the board. And I think they even got an upgraded Marshall, but they're not going to keep it.
Yeah, maybe Narrate could use it, but considering he is the Stinger King, I don't think that he's going to be trading out that weapon anytime soon. And now KC get the opportunity to play a fairly effective bonus round. Still having a couple of rifles, the Outlaw in there as well for Tamazi to try and fight, and you can see this is going to be an all-out brawl towards A.
Straight up fight, stuns from Miniboo off rip. Here's the push on the fast lane, and he's already in past them. They might not expect him to be here this quickly. The stun should give it away. The blast pack to get out of there has worked perfectly. It put Miniboo off his stance. He had no accuracy. He couldn't fight back, and well, that is a convincing brawl for KC with a 4 versus 2, with upgraded weapons, with sight control, and a plant that's near undeniable. Benji, Fishy, and Woot both have had spectacular rounds. They've been lights out. A big clutch ahead of them. Wanting to get this round on the board, they still go for it. Commit their rifles, commit their lives, and Benji already pays that price. Woot, the last man standing. Surprised his team still stepping forward, but no more damage shall be found. 1 kill onto Magnum. And the rest of the squad carries forward free weapons, a stacked economy, and a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, it's surprising. Like, considering how much was actually sent in there, the stuns as well that left so many players in awkward positions, and the fact the opening kill went the way of Heretics. Well, it was a slippery slope from there, that's for sure. Everything seemed to fall apart.
Oh my. He had no idea where he was.
That's ridiculous. That is failing successfully.
Yeah,
he has fallen up.
Let's go. Tripped up the stairs. Looked stylish doing it. Well, we're back into the game. Barriers already up, and you can see 3-0 for KC. The attacking side stacked up in terms of guns. Heretics struggling quite a bit. The Marshal comes back out. The Sheriffs to work alongside it. And this contact play from KC is going to be deadly. Prowler already, paranoia, and no way out for Benji Fishy again. This Outlaw still in play on round 4, and Tom, it's either no shields or light shields. That's the same thing to Tamazi. He'll one-shot you.
Still got to be careful of Wu. I've seen a different Turkish player hit quite a few headshots through these walls. But not this time. Eventually going to be taken down. Again, the expectations of this round are low. Never 0. Rians at least will be able to get 1, but honestly, Tamazi is just farming almost towards his Viper's pit. In fact, they didn't even get the plant. If he'd managed to get that, he would have had it online already.
Yeah, well, in fact, it should be quite easy thinking about the map that's in it. All the Tamazi, the guy's 8-0 right now, by the way. All he has to do is push up and grab an orb. Contesting towards C should be easy, and with an Outlaw in hand, he's been dominating those duels. For Team Heretics, that's a tough one to really find a solution to, because you just got sniped out. Reality is, though, they didn't have the shields. Right? Now they do, at least most players. I see Benji still going to take a little bit of a risk. He will be the one peeking C, but with everybody stacked up outside A, it's another massive brawl on the back of the dash up from Miniboo, and he's emerging from the smoke, but this time they're more than ready on the side of KC.
Yeah, they have been. Even from the early rounds, I think they knew that there was an expectation of this man going aggressive. Trips for behind them as well in case anybody was to push up. They just want that extra information that the turret hasn't really been given as of recent. I think that's been one of the major problems, is not having that range or the field of range of the turret has forced some people into a switch when you know your opponent's going to be aggressive. Even still though, they've lost the rate. Almost loses life by tapping that button. Even still though, look at where the attackers have managed to get to. The rest aren't going to be able to cross though. Maybe needing to be a little bit more patient. They got past, but without that screen, they've fallen to the Odin.
Well, in the hands of Wood, it seems to be a pretty scary weapon, but he's very low, down to 13 HP, and his help is going to be needed. Spike dropped, but it could be retrievable, if not for Boo. Watching, holding, and dropping Magnum. Martin, the last man standing, looking to cross. Again, one shot to Wood, and he is down. A lot of this round falls into Boo's hands, but never mind. The swing is perfect, and that's a triple kill from Woot with the Odin. Didn't expect to say that one, but hey, I'm happy anyways.
I also just feel like that was a bit more of a misplay from the side of the attack. Like, KC managed to sneak their way through, like get really far forward. Maybe there was the expectation that the opponents weren't watching, but then they didn't utilize the screen to cross for the rest of the players, and they just walked straight into what was a firefight. If they even just waited a little bit, I think they could have caught that rotation, had a perfect surrounding of that A site. Maybe thought they had the jump on them. Wow. They do have the jump on that, man. I'm going to say stop doing that.
Oh, the shorty. Oh, the flash, but never mind. Shin's there. Plans within plans. KC left with a huge advantage to play with. And, well, between Magnum and Woot, I'm in for a good game here, Tom. It is some good spam play. This time straight through smokes, not even the walls. That take that, and that's a big problem for Miniboo, because a lot of these rounds have relied on him getting aggressive on A early, and now there's an adjustment there from the attack. The result is clear. 5v3 and C site wide open. Once these nanos fade, there'll be nothing to stop this attacking side from walking in and getting the plant.
Miniboo is definitely taking the, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again, because it has not been successful whatsoever thus far. Although he's definitely limited to what he can do with this Neon. For the rest of the team, Benji had a great first map, but right now is on the goose egg, yet to get a single kill on that board. But it's been a quiet start from them overall, and I think they've realized they've got to escape. The thing is, though, I think he did get caught. He's currently caught through the wall with that seize, but he is eventually going to be able to escape.
Tim, as you realize the timing of the round here doesn't look like Heretics are going for it, even after being spotted by the alarm bot. He's going to continue some aggression, but it looks like Heretics are in a safe position. Nobody on the attack quite close enough to take these weapons out of their hands, but they have decided to save. The round committed to KC, 5-1, locked in. And those weapons, short of a major misplay, will be carried through to the next. So at least Heretics get to forget that previous one and come right back into the fray. Miniboo has his ultimate to pad the gap in terms of economy, and they can drop a weapon over to Boo. But Tom, the question still remains, what is the solution going to be to KC? They have the early spams, they've had the control
Maybe
even without
A.
them. You reckon?
Yeah.
I think the A side could be weak.
Succeed.
Let's try it.
Keep running an Odin and getting shot in the face.
But it wasn't even that. You've had players with shorties watching for it up close, like Martine's been a criminal for that. He blast packs through, watches the right side of Rubble, and Shin teleports across and watches the left side. There is just no way in.
Above.
Oh, how's Miniboo getting up there?
Boo. His brother.
I see, okay.
Bigger Boo. He's able
Above
to
and below.
climb. You know, Mini Boo's not quite tall enough to get up there, but Boo is.
I see. Hasn't got the speed to ramp it up
You
or
should
anything.
see Giant Boo. He just steps
Oh,
over.
God. Yeah, one day I'm hoping I saw Heisenboo over in Madrid, the bigger brother.
All right.
Let's see if we get him on the server one day. He could have a deadly trio.
They can face off against the Susantos in the future. How many brothers can we get? But either way, 5-1. I think there has to be some variation. And while it does look like Miniboo is building up to go towards this side of the map again, I'm hoping slightly more passive, but again, you're running a Neon. It's the same expectation as the last map. There has to be a level of aggression to what you're going to be running, but it's just been fantastic so far from KC to be able to deny this. I love the cam as well. He's able to spot both sides of aggression with the cam and himself.
Oh, Heretics not pushing on A. And we hear Woot spamming away with the Odin on the other side of the map. The rotation's coming in extremely quickly. Miniboo rotating to the C site. And there's the Prowler in action. Boo tried to hide in the corner, but gets caught. He's trying to teleport back. It's a huge play! You'd never expect this kind of lunacy! But Magnum doubles up nonetheless. The advantage sits with KC when Miniboo falls. And the C site is under threat with the Viper's Pit in play. And Rien's spotted crossing. He has to give it up. Can't commit his life inside of it. No element of surprise to play with, and the ult coming in is going to reveal him even further. This is a tough position to play from now, as getting through that pit, Tom, should be a near impossible task. Both players trapped behind it.
Not a fan of the Odin pushing into the pit play.
I like an Odin in a pit, but more so from the other side. The ult committed here for Rien's, the flash going through, and the snake bite actually trades. That's a little bit of a disaster, and this is where things really start to fall apart with a cam. Rien's was not ready for it. He's being revealed, and he's got to bail. The time now running surely too low. He's come back.
It really is ticking quite fast at this stage, and financially they are in the bin. It would have to be a pretty big blunder from this one, and what Magnum is going to kill him off without too many problems. I don't know. I think maybe holding on to the gun would have had slightly more value there, but hey, Rien's clearly believed.
This is insane. To go straight back into that angle, I can't believe he had the gall to do that. Yeah. That was aggressive TPs.
No.
Oh man, I thought the snake bite landed after. It's not that he just went, Viper's Pit? Snake, I can run through that. I'm pretty sure I can run through that. The math did not add up.
And you can see the elation on the face of Eng. Almost smiled for a second.
The day I see that match here, 22 HP. Like Rien's spot, but KC don't. I'll quickly put that to bed. Yeah, I thought maybe a good little surprise factor with the player in the corner, but nope, not this time. KC are ready for everything.
No charges.
They're doing well to clear out any aggression that's there from KC.
Spike planted.
It really does feel like Heretics have thrown the book at them, pretty much everything they've got, and as of right now, nothing is succeeding. The flanks from the last map of Benji are well noted, but also everybody's playing within their means, within the site. So the first thing he's probably going to get contact with is a cam, which I'll be honest, the Cypher really has had a lot of impact so far, be it Magnum on an individual level or just the utility that he's putting into play to stop them having any level of surprise factor. So ready for that final position, and well, Boo now looking for at least something, but no, and Andaluthia flawless. It almost looks like KC are making these rounds cleaner as they go.
And this is it, Tom. You remember in Icebox when KC were leading by a bit and it was looking like the map was going to be closed out in their favor. We said, don't worry about it. You tried something, it hasn't necessarily worked. It ended up working. But this was the map where we'd realistically expect Heretics to come in and, well, look a whole lot better. Look a lot stronger. But instead, KC had the read from go. And I think a lot of this comes down to Miniboo not being able to play in his comfort zone, not being able to take those aggressive stances in the way that they've planned, in the ways that have worked for them again and again. Flash up, and that's the showstopper. Landing on the Boo, landing on the Rienz. But even despite that, with 6 HP, he's able to fire back, take down Martine, trade out Boo, and leave Heretics with still somewhat of a chance.
Even still, though, it's debate. And Magnum's actually the one to land the shot. Woot, though, has done well. Again, he's been one of the glimmers of hope in the one round they won. It was down to him, and this Odin narrate is trying to be cheeky. He's run straight through the util. Almost manages both, but not quite the shot onto Woot. And now it's left all onto Shin, but the swing is met with an instant response. Woot the hero again, but I don't know if that's repeatable. It looks like another blip on the radar.
No idea what you're talking about, Tom. That is textbook Odin play right there from Woot. Beautiful stuff. The wall bang on the third kill as well.
To do something in 2 rounds, but not in the other 7. That's the typical Odin player.
Yeah, Tom,
that does sound like you, to be honest.
Hold on. Whoa. Listen, they don't always come to his site, okay? Retake him with this weapon.
I got a wall bang in round 3. I haven't had a kill in 8 rounds, but that's beside the point.
Slander, Tom, slander. Listen, I've been climbing that rank ladder. You don't diss this play, okay? Woot knows where it's at. 7 and 6, really starting to heat up on that Odin. And here's the spray. Can't see a damn thing with that wall in the way, but that's the idea. He wanted to damage them on the cross. He hasn't succeeded.
They've had to pull an immediate rotation. KC may not have won the last round, but they're not shying away from this. Spams not able to connect just yet. Definitely a little bit wary. Might just be surrounded, paranoia thrown through, but not connecting anything. And, well, it's almost the shorty to do the work. Immediately overdrive put into play, but Martine lands the shot and a second as well. The remaining 2 players just too far away. And with their finances almost at absolute 0. I think they're just gonna have to save this one. You'd think, but then again, we saw Rians go for a round, which I thought they had no hope in a moment ago, so maybe they're going to try it again.
A part of me almost thinks Banshee's going to ult based on the rounds we've seen before, but 2v4, it's not the time for it, and there isn't time for it. That clock ticking away as the spike gets ever closer. The trap will be destroyed up close, but so will Benji Fishy at the end of the day, going through a Viper's wall on his own. The win rate on that is not that high, and at least Boo's able to cross. He's sticking around for damage.
Cover going out.
Damage that I don't think is really going to be felt by the side of KC, even if it is found, but they don't expect him to still be here. Opportunity to drop a few.
It's even worse.
But yeah, I think he's made the right call. Like I say, a kill or 2, if they punish you, well, Heretics would feel the weight of that much more than KC would.
He's got his ult. It's not even the most impactful anyway. And his opponents are going to get orbs for it. So if he killed Narrate, for example, you'd give him Nightfall. And if he turns around and kills you exactly the same, and you don't have the gun for the next round, the value just really wasn't there. And that's why I'm surprised they went for the 2v4. Like, honestly, you've thrown another gun. I think it might just be a moment of, okay, well, we have to get some rounds, otherwise we're screwed. We've got to try something. But it does look like the only real semblance of hope so far has been Woot winning in 2 rounds. But he doesn't have an Odin this round.
Well, that's it. If the Odin doesn't pop off, you don't win, and ultimately that's how the game should go.
Right.
KC, 8 rounds as they look to take over this A site. It's stacked up, but it's stacked up with pistols. Boo here to support, but they haven't committed to the site just yet. Instead, keeping these ranged fights, picking them off one at a time, and when Boo eventually gets a chance to fight, He's got no comrades to pick up that weapon, no one to swing with him, no one to take the brunt of that execute. Only Benji left and, well, in a familiar position, smoked out, and he is out of the round. 3K for Magnum, 9 rounds for KC. And I did say, you know, they won both pistols last map and they didn't win. Well, now it was a 4-0 lead. This is 9-2 with one more. I would say looking unlikely, right? Heretics have 4 ults to play with, Tom. That's got to be worth something.
It would also make a nice little pattern, you know? 4 rounds in a round win, 3 rounds in a round win, 2 rounds in a round win. It's really pretty. That would be nice. Let's complete the pattern and give the Heretics fans at least the 9-3 curse. Because right now, KC are looking really clean, and they're not actually having to change too much. They're continuously pressuring this A site, and guess what? Heretics are going to try and fight them for it. But even with all the utility they're throwing in, their over-aggression or their very aggressive plays haven't been successful. Cam already going to give them information, but not a mass amount. There is someone tree, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I mean, just the timing on the door as well, but they can't follow up on it. Narrate, ready to go to grab that information. I like this. Look at the amount he'll be able to clean from this. 4 players spotted for sure. They have the info. There's no need to commit. And it's time to make a move. What? He committed it! I thought for sure he'd cancel, but they can't hear. He knew the sound cues were lost on them. And Shin rolling over the site. 3 kills with Benji Fishy. In the same old story. No smoke separating them this time at least, but players all around, and now they've got the exact location. 3 rounds for Heretics would be something, but it ain't happening today. 10-2 we go. I cannot believe they saw 4 players there, Tom, and they commit. I thought at the last second he's going to cancel, but Knight goes all the way.
I just think it's no one turns around and looks at him for obvious reasons. They can't hear a thing. Every single player hit by the Nightfall. And this is the version of KC that we love to see. So synergized in the way that they're doing things, so committed to the choices that they make. 10-2, what a dominant attack side we've just seen out of them. Now they head into the defense. Granted, that was where Foot was able to disrupt them with their unique comp. But, well, it's going to have to be something incredibly spectacular from the side of Heretics to turn this around. And bear in mind, if they even lose a map, they will not make it to playoffs today. They would be more reliant on, I think it's Gentlemates not winning 2-0. You don't want to be in that position. You want your life in your own hands.
Yeah, you don't want to rely on Logan losing for you to get through. Let me tell you, that's not a foolproof formula. Little plant coming in, Mini Boo up top, love the position. We see a lot of value from this spot as players often don't check it on the way through. And even now you're seeing no one's there from our team's perspective. Okay, you start looking elsewhere for fights. Mini Boo just has to choose his moment correctly to take that swing. It's Benji Fishy to fall though. Heretics numbers thinning out, and KC, they've been so good in these fights, and their pistols as well, yet to lose one. But Heretics step it up this time around. 3 kills from Mini Boo, and they found themselves a pistol.
Yeah, it's a lifeline, that's for sure. Already seeing the value that this guy can have switching up. We had it in the last map, it was the other way around, where he had a bit of a poor attack side, pulled it back on the defense. This would have to be far more impressive, as last time they went in even. Definitely didn't go in with an 8-round, now 7-round deficit.
Well, if KC win this one, they'll be in a partnership with Foot in no time. Excited to see this approach the attack side from Heretics. Fast lane used right away for the cross, and as you can see, no congestion from KC. In fact, sitting way, way back. The flash won't catch them to begin with, and the key thing is, if that Dizzy goes past the choke, doesn't get shot immediately, it's gonna see 3, maybe I think 4 players within sight. Before he ends to throw it there, he'd be committing to losing it.
Cover going out.
Or having to commit to the fight. That info could be so valuable right now that the only way I see KC winning this round is if Heretics go blindly pushing into the pistols, and the alarm bells have got to be ringing. No Cypher util, no traps. Nothing whatsoever here, and no player defending it. Why would the C site be that open? And they've made the right call. It's because this site is stacked on the other side, and Woot, wise to avoid this fight. It looks like he will back off.
I thought for a second he was going to take them off.
So did I. So did I. Guys,
just
no one
walks
see?
in like flexing, like, yeah.
They won't expect me to walk up.
Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna have my Viper's Pit soon.
He could have a great opportunity to cut off the rotates, I suppose, but it's not worth it in these rounds, right? If they had rifles, if this was round number 15, maybe he does that, but not against the Classics. They just overwhelm you. Right call made by Heretics, plant secured. Now they just have to hold on against a Classic retake, if it's even attempted.
Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to see Rians, well, we already do. Rians get a little bit more aggressive. He's 2 away from his ult already. Only has a ghost to play with. So even if he gets a kill and dies, that is value. Even if he just dies, to be honest. 1 away, he's actually going to get nothing. That's a little bit unfortunate. Now it looks like it might be Benji's turn. Only with the Sheriff. These are guns that can be committed, can be thrown in. It's not too much of a problem. The rest look to try and die to the spike, and you know what? They've done well there. They've denied at least any of their players getting a mass amount of orbs. They'll remove a couple of extra pistols, and they'll all go down to the spike. It's about as good as it could have got for KC there, and even still, Rians is going to be 1 away from his ultimate and have a rifle going into this now.
Well, that's the big thing, right? Having Thrash online could clear them a lot of space, could get them on the board, cripple KC's economy, and really open the door for Heretics to start their run back. Don't let me confuse you. It's nowhere close to an easy run, but it is doable. We've seen it before, much to my chagrin. From 10 to 2 down. Let's see what Heretics have. We don't want to, normally you come into these rounds and go, yeah, well, they should lose it, so it's fine. They can't approach it like that, not with such a thin margin for error on this side.
Yeah. This is like trying to run the total wipeout course. You're just trying to make your way across the big red balls.
Yeah.
And
big purple ones here.
You think you're getting close, and then you faceplant into the water. That's currently what we're looking at. They're at the first one.
Yeah.
They may have a grin on their face, but it could very quickly be wiped off, especially now there is a purchase on the other side. Utility available, Magnum being left as that solo A-site defender. But he has been superb. Seeing him back on the Sentinel is always exciting. Even though Tomazis has been nothing to frown upon. And that's the thing, they have a lot of intel coming from him and the Fade, and then a lot of delay in combination with the Viper. That is just a little bit of spam that's got rid of Rians. He's got his ult online now, Mitch.
It's there to work with in the next round. Unfortunately, not going to help them out too much here. But Heretics not giving up on the round. 30 seconds. Sight set on B. Door broken. The push comes through. KC hear it. Steps are heard. The walk back coming through from Woot. He tries to take a little bit of extra space. Maybe a late lurk to come through or just to keep that side control. Heretics, though, right now they're watching every push through. At some point, they're going to have to make a move, try to isolate some of these players before they pincer correctly. Woot might get impatient. Why hasn't that player moved up on A? And eventually he will, catching Woot off guard. Boo now, stuck up close. They know they're spamming. He's 8 HP, stuck in the corner and dropped. All down to Benji, who will fall to. Fantastic retake from KC. The patience as they ran down that clock. And I think that's what got the better of Heretics.
Yeah, that kill on Woot was basically the turning point. He had an aggressive position, he gets rid of Magnum, and the round could fall apart for the defensive side, but that is the thing, as said, when KC play their best VALORANT, they're just so good at sort of taking their time, using their utility as well as humanly possible. You can even see players being blinded by the paranoia. Every single piece was perfect, methodical from them. And for Heretics, as I said, it relied on somebody stepping up and finding them an individual fight in that post-spawn. Unfortunately, with the early battle not going their way. They do now have Thrash. They also still have a buy, so it's not the end of the world, but you kind of would have hoped they take that round and, well, it's not started too poorly. They're going to continue this fight for Mount, and eventually it goes the way of Heretics.
Yeah, Thrash did well to draw their eye. 4 versus 2. No. Okay, listen. On the way through, we saw KC consistently have Prowlers because of this man narrate being so close.
He's got to use Thrash though, right? Come on.
Thrash is online. It's not a Prowler, but it's close.
He's got a Thrash, he's
all
got
he has to do
he's
is
got Wingman,
check the left side on the way through the swing. It's perfect. Thank God Woot was ready for that. That could have been an absolute disaster. It still could be with Magnum here, but they seem to be aware of the possibility. The reality, though, could catch them off guard. Is Magnum far enough forward? They haven't seen him just yet. The swing is good. The kill is great. A second and a third to close it. Just one man between him and the info about to fall into his hands. He's seen Benji. He knows he's towards the back in the reposition here from Magnum. Nice angle. Will Benji spot it? He's still down below, 30 seconds on the clock. He's not in a rush, moving to the boxes. The jump up here from Benji could win it.
30 seconds left.
Just needs to see the tip of the head, just that little shorter without the hat on it. And Magnum sneaks his way under the door open. But the challenge, as it's being held, Magnum won't catch the angle. Okay, looks like Benji's got himself a plant, has to break open that door, but very little that can be done to stop it. There are a couple of traps in the way. No way they slow him down enough, though. It will quickly be broken. The second one as well. 7 seconds, and there you go. Just about enough time. Magnum sprinting his way in. In fact, trying to interrupt, and he has! He's pulled him off this plant! And the time has run out! What a disaster for Heretics, left on 4 rounds! This could have been the clutch to ignite the fire under them. Instead, they're looking extinguished. 8 in a row, needed double what they currently have.
Oh, we've seen that exact clutch earlier in the season from Benji, where he lets go of the spike, insta-pops the head of his opponent. Instead, this time out, it is that Red Bull clutch, and Magnum, what a performance from him. 18 and 5. I've said it many a time, like, he has switched up roles for this team to give other players opportunities, put them on more comfortable roles, and right now, back in his element, 18 and 5. Unstoppable. And 1 round away from taking this to a 3rd map. And who's going to stop them now? I don't know if Heretics have got anything left in the tank, although Boo is trying his damnedest.
I got the spike.
It's a good start. They still haven't dealt with Tamazi. Right now, they know there's a second player here, too. Narrate ready to peek on the back of the Prowler. Benji, though, through the Prowler, finds his kill. Narrate trapped in the open and dropped as well. Benji might not have gotten the chance to close out that last round, but he won't let go of this one. It's Magnum again. Somehow I feel that plant will be committed.
Yeah. He won a 1v3 just seconds ago. I wouldn't even mind seeing the lockdown committed here. But he's already quite far ahead of it. Timing going to be everything. Looking for a spot over the top, hoping for an angle to find, but they're both sat together at the back of the site. Already the information is to be had. Going to try and go back and see if anybody is taking a peek, but they are not moving. They are not giving this man an inch. And Woot will land that shot this time. Not going to strike twice, but even still, I don't even think they made it to the second big red ball yet.
Well, Heretics have done well, having Boo bail them out of that position. Benji on his double as well. So important to open that side up for them. The 2v2 could have gone any way, but they played the 2v1 perfectly. 7 in a row needed for Heretics. My God, what a path back in. You can't help but wonder, at what point will KC just pop off, reawaken? Magnum had one hell of a slow start on the previous map, but 18 and 6. Looks damn near unstoppable. And his utility this time set up towards the A site. Camera waiting for them to walk through. But Heretics aren't picking up the pace. Instead, relying on Benji lurking out on C to potentially find space late into the round, Tom. We've seen this a couple of times. Break some util and play it slow. I'm not expecting them to go pushing forward. Where's Woot off to?
Got to be careful. That's a 1v1. That's a bit of an overcommitment with very little info. Narrate now into the corner as well, and they have no update on that cam just yet. That's coming soon. And look at that from our team! This is all falling apart. A blip that could just end it. The showstopper. He's even taken himself out. He knew it was too dangerous to be kept alive. And while Benji, he's just witnessed a loss to a 1v3, now to do one better. But look at these positions. Look at the aggressive spot. He's not going to expect it. And in the end, it is an instant resurgence from Carmine Core. 13-5 domination on their opponent's map.
They won both pistols on their own pick, and it ended up going close, but falling into Heretics' hands this time. A closer affair in that regard, and only that regard. Domination from KC with map 3 up next. We're settling the score on Bind.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
That's my IGL indeed. Magnum, what a fantastic performance there to bring KC back into the series. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Kakuka. Not the way I thought it was going to go.
Definitely no. I think that Magnum, ever since he had that 0-15 in Lotus, he's just somebody else, and you do not want to be playing up against him. When we saw the change in the composition, we understand that, you know, maybe he wanted to try something different, but this round 12 summed up everything that attack from KC was, right? Taking a little bit of time, using that super deep utility, because actually, even though the attack is about the flashy plays, you know, like a lot of duelists, initiate, and yada yada, it was actually the supportive utility that was so good, and this is just beautiful. The way that they catch on 4 people, like Heretics was so desperate, they were already with 4 people trying to lock down the site. The Fate ultimate is so good, they're all defend. Shin just TPs behind them and gets this free round. Everything was working for KC. I think that this is a perfect sum up, because I think that they ended up going to 8 rounds?
In a row, yeah. It was 10-2 in the end, 10-2 in the end, but they could not care less. They see 4 people, they're like, we're gonna go, we're gonna kill all 4 of them. I mean, we mentioned Magnum already. They made that change from Killjoy to Cypher.
Yeah.
In that round that Benji was trying to plant, there was a bare Cypher impact. I feel like the trip saved them.
Man, every single time, and it's Mitch. I think it's Mitch. I remember when Enzo didn't plant, and this time around, Benji
He's always
didn't
a scene of the
crime. But hear me
crime.
out, I don't blame him, because the moment that he hears Magnum running, after he's already taken down 2 of his teammates, he knows that just because of those trap wars, he doesn't get to a safe position to plant. So he needs to force it. Now he's running onto him. There was no winning situation in that. It was just unlucky that he decided to go all the way to A.
Honestly, my heart breaks for Benji there. You can see that he was really, really kind of shaken by that experience as well. But this is the thing, as we head on to Bind, this is where Magnum himself admitted it. Last week after beating Koi, we probably didn't even deserve to win there. He felt like Koi could have been the better team on that map. Surely they got to do better this time around.
I think that is something that he says, looking at like his performance and probably the decisions that he thinks he made that affected that scoreline being so tight going into overtime and yada yada. But now that week is over, that they've had, you know, a couple of days to let everything sink in and actually look for solutions, right? Yes, there were some things that could have been done better, but I honestly believe Koi did a much better job on that bind. It ended up, as we were saying, go into overtime, but I think it's going to be very, very interesting, because this is probably a map that to me was also compulsory today. Like, Heretics has not lost it regionally. For KC, I think that there's still a lot of depth that has to be discovered or rediscovered for them in this map, and this is the perfect moment to do it.
This is what Cloud was saying, right? When you go through times like that, you can go back to the office, you can point out what's going on, and you can fix it. But if you are Heretics, if you're Neo, Xenio, or Weber, and you watch that VOD, the majority of the times Koi was catching KC off guard, was being a nuisance, was just pushing on defense.
Literally.
So maybe this is what we need to see Heretics do, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if we think, for example, of their composition with the Euro, you know, having that possibility of being aggressive, but also going back without investing anything, denying the trade, or even the possibility to have a counter strat in the moment. I don't know. I understand that probably KC came with an idea for Icebox, but they looked like a completely different team on Lotus. And also, it says a lot about them that they can go from that Icebox that run up very, very long and how it went to have this kind of performance.
I mean, KC, they chose to start an attack here, so they've got to be a bit more aware of the flanks. They got to be more aware of the double pushes on long and showers and so on, because it's not just easy to be like, hey, just push them and you can maybe do what Koi did.
Yeah, exactly. I think that another person that we feel mentioned maybe quite too much might be Narrate, but
not enough.
Yeah, not enough, in my opinion. I agree.
There he is.
He's looking at us. He can. I hope that he cannot hear us. But I'm looking forward to the Gecko. We see no changes in the compositions whatsoever. As you mentioned, Sue, Carmine Corp is going to be starting on the attack. And I said I'm looking at Narrate because I feel like Martin was super well set up on Lotus and was one of the winning conditions. Yeah, Thomas, he was also there. Magnum, I cannot say anything, almost anything negative about KC in the previous map. Now it's time for Heretics to show up something different, to give a little bit more of that edge and go back to seeing Miniboo having the impact that he was having at the beginning of the year. Now when his team needs it the most.
Yeah, it just felt like he wasn't getting traded, right? He was kind of swinging, and it was a tough time for him, but things are going to get even tougher here. Heretics, they need to win, but for KC, it is very simple. Mitch and Tom, if you don't win, you're in the bin.
Thank you, indeed. For Heretics, realistically, the 2-1 isn't the end of the world, but it is going to be a damning thing to have to sit there in the crowd and watch your fate be decided by another squad. For KC, put that 2-1 on the board, sailing. This is what I like to see.
That is the thing. If KC now lose this map, both teams will be watching. So that's going to be
true.
The fun thing about it. They could leave it wide open for KC. If they win, they qualify. So that's the difference. For them, this is everything. For Heretics, you still don't really want to be reliant on your opponent losing. Like that, you might maybe you go, okay, they're just going to win 2-1. It at least feels a little bit better. But I don't know. You'd be reliant on Liquid winning for you, which I'll let Mitch take it from here.
Which is very likely. And so if anything, straight qualified already. Easy peasy. Well, I don't like your laugh, Tom. I don't know why you're laughing. Nothing funny was said. So for Team Heretics, defensive side start, but it'd be forgiven if you thought they were on the attack. A little bit of aggression out of Rienz and Miniboo, who've gone through Bath and cleared this entirely. They know now that it's a B hit, but delaying it, stopping it, dealing with it, a whole different story. Snakebite down. Benji Fishy gets his reward of 1, but he's flanked out by Tamazi. Good damage, though, had already been done to Magnum. The Snakebite slowed the rest of them, but they make it to the site, and KC will at least find a plant here. However, the HP pretty low on the rate, and the flank from Miniboo much earlier than I think they'll be expecting.
Where they're playing, though, that's the thing. I think it's only Narrate that's going to be within danger. The rest of the players have actually decided to try for the wraparound, maybe having the expectation already that the push is going to be in from behind. A deep position from Boo. And well, now that information is almost definitely going to be given away. The fight for Boo goes okay. Actually, Miniboo has now already traded one out. It's left on to Shin, the man who can pull through the wins even when things are in the bin, but not this time.
No ult or TP behind them to work with in this round. 1-0. A pistol round falling into the hands of Team Heretics. And well, that's going to be a nice feeling to pick up a round. It's been a while. That last map, their choice. A loss 13-5. If anything though, Tom, those are the easiest ones to bounce back from. Although KC did a pretty good job after losing in overtime on their choice.
Yeah, I do really think it depends on the team. I think especially in maps maybe you didn't have the expectation to win.
Time to jump.
A close loss might not be too bad. In maps where you do expect it, maybe it's a little bit worse if it goes the distance. Nonetheless, I think both teams have definitely got their head in the game right now. But for KC, it is as little as you can invest. They have not got any pistols purchased. They're just going to be trying to find anything just by purely overwhelming their opponents, pick up some orbs along the way. You can already see Narrate looking to try and farm up to that Thrash.
The smoke up top does not land on time. Miniboo way ahead of it with 2 quick kills, 1 for each barrel.
I think the second one
plant won't be found either. That's a wallbang kill with the Outlaw. Tallying up kills and ult orbs as he goes. Tamazi might be about to give an orb to Benji, but no. Well, I suppose he is. Benji gets a kill. I was alluding to him dying on 21 HP, but they can't follow up. That's an Andalucia flawless in round number 2 for Team Heretics, and well, that couldn't have went any better if they dreamed it up.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. And I want to see the first shot, okay. Yeah, second one, absolutely nothing. Just a random shot in the dark, and even going to deny the plant in the end. Not a lot claimed in that round from KC, but this is where they'll come back in with the buy.
Oh, wow.
I want to see how they're going to pad the gap, though. You got a couple of Spectres, a couple of Bulldogs. There's no primary rifles available for the side of Heretics, so you expect that this is going to be a little bit cheeky. I'll say a little bit. They've already pushed Miniboo right up front, taking full control of the showers.
Well, the one player the Recon got is already using his dog up on A, so you start to get the sense that Bath doesn't need to be held as tight. Miniboo going back to put a gate crash down. Can at least bail out of here and find himself in a safe position if he does get pushed on. And, well, he's about to be. The one shot landed, and somehow he managed to TP out of there safely. I don't know how. With 5 HP, he's ready to go again on that Outlaw. Oh, some decay.
Deploying drone.
Okay. Already, though. It's going to be those trades back. It's so messy, but there is Miniboo. Able to do a little bit more damage. Narrate with the trade. Keep things in their favor for now. It looks like he's going to go back for a little bit more, but it may not have realized that Shin was up close. It leaves Boo alone for a bonus round. An extra kill here could be massive. And this guy is always good in these sort of scenarios. It's going to be an awkward fight, but he wins it anyway. And he wins it clean. That's not the gun he was looking for, that's for sure. And now Thrash even going to be committed. Oh, he's gone up above. This could be disgusting, but no, it fades just at the moment to give Magnum a kill. If he looked down, he had one for free, but I don't know why you would check that angle.
Well, this is it. Magnum was 10 HP. If he puts that smoke down a second earlier, if the original smoke went down a second later, or even if he just keeps the gun out, that round could have been won there and then. Great damage done, but not enough to stop KC from bouncing back with that buy. Still, as we say, a lot of this is down to how much damage can you do, how many weapons can you take out of their hands, and the reinvestment from KC has left them with no credits on 3 players. Heretics have an opportunity now to fight right back into this with a 3-1 and economic control under their belt.
Immediate flash. Let's try and fight for information. And the orb. You can already see the ult is available for Miniboo on this defensive side, but the build-up is going to be towards, well, B side. So they look to try and hold on to some control towards long. They are eventually going to be forced back. I wonder if we may even see the ultimate used in more of a retake here. As I don't know if they're going to be able to deny the aggressive take. And in fact, they are forced back.
Yeah, fake TP out of Boo, didn't quite sell it. Went for one at the start of the round, but they were ready. Diving on in now to eliminate Boo. By the looks of things, that's a wide swing. We didn't see it, but neither did Boo. That's the good thing about it. Nice flash, but ultimately only good for the trade. And in this situation, KC will take those trades all day long. Narrate gets ahead of it before Martin even takes a bullet. He's there to take the fight with him. And the buddies in the corner find that one easily. Shin closing it out with the final kill. They're equalized.
Yeah, I think they may have had that realization. Okay, if you have a dimensional drift online, much more likely to play the retake. Let's not allow them to. A little bit of an aggressive peek, especially when Boo had utility. And from there on out, it is just trading. Like swinging off the contact of your teammate. And on the other side of things, for Heretics, it was very disjointed. That was a domino round. That was one where the second you lose one player, every single player is fighting to get you back in and ends up losing you even more dominantly.
Miniboo's gone for a Guardian in this round. Looking for the aggression, nothing to do with ulti being in play. Just wants to get aggressive and look for those opening duels. Finds nothing, spams through walls, but doesn't see players. And so his gate crash and rotation to the B site might all be for naught. You can see the KC are stacked up ready to take the A site. And with the range in play and the main real danger being lamps that cleared that out already and now have left these players down to long range angles. Decoy going through. Not really helping them out. As KC just sit back and wait for Heretics to show themselves. They have flank protection as well from Tamazi. Granted, someone could have pushed B and be walking behind them, but that's something they'll be conscious of right about now.
Being methodical, being careful. On the other side, though, it's rash, it's aggressive! And Benji's landed a couple of kills, does damage onto that third player as well. Woot available for the trade. They've just punctured a hole directly in this attack, which is now just trying to defend, but Miniboo arrives on the scene as well, leaving just Tamazi. One man to try and fight versus the might of this squad. He's given a fight or two. Still, though, this is not going to be easy.
Anything but, Tom. They've got everything working for them with that spike control. Snake bite now down. It's time to make a move. It's not even deep enough. If anything, he's just snake bitten the bomb. That spike now irretrievable with the flank play from Boo, patient as can be. The best part about that Thrifty, Tom, you see both teams postured, sitting, waiting. And I heard the call from Benji. Even from here, I could hear him shout, okay, let's go, let's go. And they run it in, and it's this moment. Let's go, and he pops 2 quick heads like that. And look, from that point forward, I think this round was already gone. What? There's another let's go. This one, a little happier than before.
Do you remember when this guy was picked up as a clout pickup, right? Clout?
Yeah.
He's
social media, Twitch following, just basically an influencer, you know?
He's not even good at the game.
No. You can't do that to Benji.
I bet you there's a few people who've deleted their Twitter accounts. They've just gone, it's time to go.
That's the thing. If you thought that, you're clued out. This is a guy that wanted to go into the tier 2 scene, wanted to put his reps in to make sure he was ready to play at the top level, and my God, it shows. What a competitor, reaching the highest level in other esports, delivering Oh, already an international event under his belt. But no doubt that's not the goal. Now looking towards this A site, showstopper popped, and good night to Miniboo. No way out for him. But there's still a lot of players here. The numbers might catch KC off guard.
This pit will at least make things a bit more awkward.
Revealing area.
It's whether or not they go back, but look at the position of Boo. He's so ready for this. He's waiting for this, and they fall for it. He's going to try and teleport out of there. It's not going to get it done, though. It took a little bit too long, and now things become problematic. He was well placed. Potentially do more damage in that round. Now it's down to Benji and Rians to try and turn the tide.
And both players coming from the same spot. One that KC are aware of. They've spotted Rian, so the spray certainly gives it away.
There.
And the players tucked up close, nothing. What? I was gonna say nothing for them to get out of the smoke with. They haven't got a pop flash, a reveal, anything to work with, no drone, and just a straight spam will get them the first, but a second player in this position now, not quite expected. Rienz has a chance, 50 HP on Martin, but the headshot comes in to keep KC neck and neck.
Balls of steel. It literally just sits there. Plants. He's not even jiggling. He's not even moving. That is a man who sits there and goes, my reactions are better than yours. You can pre-fire me and I will hit this shot. That's an alpha male if ever I've seen one. it just, I don't know how you have that confidence.
He hadn't even moved from the position where he got pinged as well. Just stood there. You know where I am. Come and fight me.
Rians saw him. He knew exactly where he was. It didn't matter. Confidence versus the Turkish aim. We've been talking about it for the last 4 weeks. Martin might just be better. 3-3. Scoreline equalized, ever so close, and there's still going to be an investment here. Now, I will say everyone's on a 4-buy. Now, you might be questioning because Benji's got a pistol, but we saw the last round.
Nice stuff by Boo, but no way out. And Woot swung to trade with him to take the fight together. They both meet the same fate, and now the plant is on the way. Advantage to play with for the attacking side, and it only gets worse with a Viper's Pit in play. That's a nice connection. That's the Viper tag. That's a kill on the raid, and also Tamazi. Viper's Pit is down. Great flash. Follow-up is not there. In fact, it's Rienz for another 3 kills already, and the bow comes out for the reveal. Martin, though, he stays close to Blast Pack and a swing, but Benji fishies ahead of it. Might have only had a pistol, but that's all he needed.
Thanks.
Rienz didn't like the comment about Turkish aim.
He took that to heart.
He definitely can't hear me, but he felt it, because that was absurd. It didn't even need the gun for the most of the round. It was just a superb Hunter's Fury, and it was a bold one at that. I think a combination that ended up being with a snake bite, but it was almost irrelevant because he landed the 2 tags on both players. Impressive stuff. Even Miniboo's impressed.
Well, Weber's thinking, I could have done that.
Yeah, he's like, you learned that from me?
He reminds me of me when I used to play.
Oh, but no, don't do it like that.
Back in my day, that would have been my clutch.
Where was the young man?
Many years ahead of him, but maybe in the coaching seat, in the assistant coaching seat. I don't know, though. Himself and Zeiss surprised us last year. Let's see if Heretics can extend this lead as the site is under pressure. The pistol's getting ever closer, but an off angle for Miniboo. That's turned the tide back in their favor. Tamazi doing his best to pull it back into KC's hands. And that's 3 kills already for this Viper main. Woot around the side. Okay, his position might not be expected this late. And if they thread the needle and make it away from both these players, Seekers are online to track him down. In fact, I expect them to be used pretty soon.
It's only whether or not Woot wants to keep the element of surprise. That's the main value of him not using that utility. But I like this. KC are just looking to completely reset the round. They got 45 seconds. They can now be completely elusive in where they're currently playing. Both players from the side of Heretics are sat just waiting, and the smoke's going to hold them for even longer. The expectation that the plant will come in on that side of the map, and in the meantime, they're walking. There go the Seekers, finally looking for that reveal, and that will give them the information they've been waiting for.
I think it's a wise play to go back as well from KC. I wonder if it's a part A part of it's to do with Boo and Woot previously playing in that position over on B. They expected the flank, now both spotted though. No idea where that other player is. Shin on the off angle. That was 4 kills for Tamazi, the ace denied. But Shin, being unknown, might just swing this in his favor if he gets around the corner, and the ult can even check whether they're committing or not. No paranoia to work with. There it is, a commitment, and it wasn't being stuck, so the time not going to be too heavily pressured. Halfway stuck by Woot, but he comes off it, expecting the swing. There's the tap again. Shin wise to it. He just wants to run this clock down, and it looks like he'll get it on time, but instead, he swings in for the kill.
He's a safe pair of hands. Like, that's the thing, you've got so many really explosive players, and don't get me wrong, he is definitely one of them. But there is no man you'd rather have in those clutch situations. Trust him to get that over the line, be it off time, or be it off hitting that final shot. We really do have a game on our hands. 4-on-4, a back and forth matchup. It's mostly been those sort of thrifty victories that have been giving Heretics their rounds. Benji currently at the top of the board. I think he may have as many kills with pistols as he does with rifles.
That might be accurate. I think you might be spot on. Oh, this could be very awkward indeed. So many players caught up close. Only barely making it away was Benji Fishy now inside his orb. Able to find one, but he's dropped immediately. And the kills all going the way of KC. Boo, the last man standing. It's not quite the weaponry you'd want in a clutch like this. Or is it the numbers advantage? Showstopper for Martin too. If he goes for this one, we'll give the man a medal if he wins it.
Yes, it's a judge 1v4.
You want more? Here's more.
They still had the Thrash available. It's a little bit unlucky, if anything, for Heretics. That was the perfect counter to their push-up. I think Martin's just had the 2 easiest kills of his entire career. Well, for Boo. Saving a judge is never really an ideal thing to do, but the fact is, with the finances being at almost absolute zero for the side of Heretics with the way the game has been going, just having anything into that next round can leave him in an aggressive position, hope that the side of KC make themselves a mistake. For now, though, they are going to take themselves the lead on that attack side as they look to climb to their playoffs qualification.
Earlier on the desk, we heard it from Kukuka, buying the home ground of this squad, KC. At least that's how people are looking at it nowadays. And, well, this round, I wouldn't even say you could see it in it. Like I said, the easiest round of his life, finding that. But Tamazi has been heating up these last couple of rounds. My main takeaway was Martin's ability on the Rage, but the Viper's the one drawing my eye. And I think it's, yeah, it's drawing the eye of the coaching staff too. Breaking a smile out. That's a different look. I like it though.
Tamazi's 4K in the last round especially was just absurd. Like, they came in with basically nothing. He was able to drag them over the line, and when they get into the buys, normally that is where they have their success, but I think Heretics have done really well to sort of just work off each other when it comes down to the individual sort of plays, but the trades late into the round have been fantastic. Benji with the Sheriff. Not too worried about him, but the rest of the purchase definitely not looking good. And you have to bear in mind, last time out we saw this map, Woot was 23-12 on the Sky. He had an unbelievable performance in their victory versus Team Liquid. Definitely looking a bit quieter this time around. 3-7. And that's the thing, when you are this sort of explosive Sky, you're going to be taking a lot of fights. We saw him win the rounds in like crazy scenarios. You remove a few of those rounds, and maybe you face off against a better team as well, especially on this map. And this game might not go your way.
I'll be honest, if he was having performances like that, especially against squads like this, consistently, just get rid of the rest of the team. You know, man's a one-man army. Let him do it all himself. Give him 4 bots to take control of in the spawn when he dies. I think you have to have that level of depth to your team. That even if you have that slower start, and also remember, you're on the defensive side. A lot of the time, you're not going to have a choice on how these rounds go. Here, immediately picked off going towards Bath. What else can you say about it? They looked for the fight. They won it. But surviving into the late round, that's where his value can be found.
Yeah, the thing is, the way that they've managed to win a lot of these thrifties has been grouping up together and sort of swinging. And we saw that the last time it was an attempted push towards A. They hit a really nice timing altogether pushing. So him going for the individual fight, not as big a fan, I'll be honest. Especially when there's a Sky on the other side. Even if he did damage, it wouldn't have had much value.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, though, Miniboo's there with him, right? So you've got the pistol swinging, some control to be taken. Probably they're getting into position for a really deep flash that's going to clear out all of Bath and get them that early info. Remember, the pistol round is where we saw that double push-up from Miniboo and Woot. But the idea here to replicate it, not going to work out. Snake bite down for Benji Fishy. It's going to buy him a little bit of space to dance around the backside. Miniboo good for one, but Rienz is caught, and so is Miniboo. They know Benji Fishy's around this area, so no element of surprise to work with. Still grabs himself one, much to my surprise. But now, what can Boo do with a judge in hand? Hey, listen, A for effort, but an F in the results.
He's definitely been watching Red God demos.
Yeah, at this point,
I've seen
convinced.
that one before. 6-4. KC now really starting to stabilize. It was a real back and forth in the early rounds of this map with explosive victories, but you can see just, again, well, okay, that's
full blind.
The trades from Narrate have been fantastic. And this is the thing with this guy, is like, we'll always highlight like the crazy plays he does. Like, he'll win you a 1v5 versus Na'Vi. But he's also so good at just being that second man in, just running in behind Martine. And if Martine doesn't kill everyone, a lot of the time he will. KC are actually going to be the ones to take a pause here, really wanting to make sure that they're getting these attack rounds onto the board. Interestingly, though, when they played against some of the teams in the past, like when they played against Koi, it was actually their defense that looked quite a lot stronger, although versus Na'Vi, it was very similar to this, an 8-4 attacking half, so clearly spotting something. Eng's always one to be proactive. I think that's something that really takes you from being a good coach to a great coach, is if you're ahead of the curve, and he is someone who definitely is ahead a lot of the time.
I think you can see the impact of that just thinking back to the last map, right? What was able to be done there with the comp they came in with the denial of space, the very ideas that Heretics brought to the table that make them a good team on Lotus, that make it a map pick for them, were just taken out of their hands immediately. They were no longer options.
Yeah.
And anytime they tried them, they were punished immediately.
I never feel like a change for them is just based on a whim. Like that Cypher, you can watch that back and you'll find impact other than the kills in almost every single round.
Hey, the traps won him the 1v1 at the end of the day. So ran the clock down just enough. Oh, Magnum. He'll be living that one back for a while. Immediate contact taken. KC. Double split on A, much more pointed this time with the showstopper, and well, you're not getting out of that one. The trade potentially with Benji Fishy close, not expected, but reaction is perfect. Blast pack, pinpoint accurate, and 20 HP on Miniboo. The headshot not needed. In fact, the shot through the wall will take him down. Martine even eliminates Boo with it. 4 kills for this man, and Woot, the last one standing. An ace potentially on the board with 20 HP. Most players would be that little bit more passive. They'd hide away, but not Martine. On the cusp of an ace, he wants it! And the headshot is not found. Woot, 1 versus 3. 3 more kills for his 1v4. Time ticking away. Players obscured from his vision. And a contact swing on the back of the Narrate peak. Easy peasy. They put 7 on the board.
They were happy to let Martine go for that because you are confident in the rest of the players standing that they're not going to give anything away. And it is sort of what I said about, about the trades of Narrate. It's like, he could get a lot of trades if Martine doesn't kill absolutely everybody. And that is what happened in this round. Just a truly filthy individual play. I'm seeing a red hue. Oh dear. Pansy's still in the building.
Have we not sent her home yet?
That's what we normally do. We ask her to leave so that they actually just unplug the red lights.
You remember, I think it was week 3, we were pretty clean. There wasn't too much of an issue. I'm pretty sure we had security escort her out as soon as the game was over. So we need to reset, go back to the old protocols. For now, they've let her at the cables again. Little tech pause, and it is an in-ears issue on the side of KC. Certainly not a mouse issue based on that last round, I'll tell you that. But 1 round left to play for in the half, and for those of you at home that don't know, a technical pause, you're not getting the chance to talk to your coach. In fact, you're not even getting the chance to talk to your teammates. You can think. I mean, I don't think we have a way to stop you from doing that, but...
Stop thinking! we get someone in their face.
I don't know. You've seen the girl that plays like Elden Ring with her brain and stuff like that? We could install one of those in every player. I'm not sure it's worth it, though. The payoff might be a little tough.
No, I don't want it. Because I also... There's certain players I don't want to see what they do if they did everything they think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean like, I was saying to monitor brain activity. I wasn't saying let them play the game with it, but that would be interesting.
It would be really entertaining.
I'd like to see Angel dialed into the game, jump peeking Haven long with a breach at the start of every round.
Do you know what would be even better? He has his plugged in, but also you have Eric, or Doom Bros, also plugged into the same one, so he's going peek, 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 and Eric's going, it's a battle. He's got to try and think quicker than him.
Stun, stun, stun first!
And he loses every time. He's like, is this plugged in? It's like, hey, yeah, we've actually dialed yours up to double.
You're not winning that battle against Angel, I'll tell you that. A steadfast thinker. But here on the side of Heretics, they're not winning a lot against KC. It's been a streak of rounds for that attacking side. 5 out of the last 6. And that's going to be felt. The scoreline so close because of the pistol being under under Heretics' belt. And since then, it's just been a straggler round here or there, nothing to repeat, and a lot of impact off the back of low buy rounds. When it comes to rifles, I think KC have been in a league of their own so far.
Yeah, I think as well, like going into the next half, we don't have a mass amount of data, at least from this split. We did obviously see a decent game from Heretics when they played versus the likes of Sentinels as well, but last time out versus Liquid, they were able to close us on the attack. It was quite quick because they had a decent defensive half as well. So I do think that it's not the end of the world, but they need some wiggle room because this KC side is so good at, firstly, the retakes are something they've always been fantastic at. But on this map in particular, I think especially if people like Martine are just popping off Tomazi on the other side, you're just going to have problems.
Well, nothing but problems for Team Heretics. Well, maybe a little bit of a silver lining is those ultimates. Benji Fishy off rip has a Viper's Pit to work with, and I mean, just peep his position and his hand movements. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's coming into play. The punish can't really be there for KC this early on in the round, but Thrash is going to be committed. Straight through it goes, catching one. In fact, Miniboo was already dead by the time it came in. Martine's gone in with a shorty in hand. It's a brave play. One that doesn't work out, at least not to drop Benji. The off angle from Magnum, though. Benji still going inside the pit. His classic 4 kills! I mean, they're all decayed down, and now an opportunity to find that ace. So many players have been on the cusp of it in this series. And he's got the read down to a T. It's timing based, though. Magnum sneaking away. 1 versus 2.
Oh, this is smart. This is really smart. Just avoid that pit altogether. Look, a guy just got 4 kills within it. Just leave.
The classic.
Yeah, it really is just absurd what he's been able to do. I said he's getting more kills with the pistols, even in rounds where he has a rifle, it seems.
This is a bit absurd.
The thing is, though...
Oh, no.
Oh,
he's played himself.
Might have overplayed it.
Okay.
Might have overplayed it.
He's just checking.
It really is just a battle of the brains. It almost feels like Magnum's battling with his own at this stage. Now, he's 1 away from getting the Seeker, so a single kill, and he can make that final fight so much more awkward. Removing Benji from the pit leaves him on just 32 HP. He almost has to be used as a trade at this point, but there is util. You still have yourself the dart, you still have shock darts as well.
Standing ahead.
Try and clear out these positions, but we've seen Magnum from these spots just be so deadly in these late round scenarios, waiting for it to be tapped, knows he eventually is going to have to try and swing this. Benji takes the aggressive fight, and now there is the Seekers available, but he's not even going to need it! Magnum's going to close things out with a Red Bull clutch, and it's an 8th round now for KC.
That could have been a KC round a little bit earlier, a little bit cleaner, and the heart rates wouldn't be quite so high coming into the elongated pause as they swap sides. This is ridiculous. Shin was already low. He saw the barrel, catches another, and somehow turns around.
Did he get 3
to find
kills
Tomazi
with 1
spanned in front of
clip?
him. Yes, yes, 1 clip of the classic was all that he needed. And the screams from Zysh. My God, we couldn't hear that because I think the microphone might have peaked out. I'm not sure it'll be functioning.
He broke the sound barrier, that's why.
We figured it out now. We've had tech pauses where the assistant coach couldn't speak. It's because of this, man.
Somewhere out there, there's a dog just like squealing on the floor like, ah!
There's a dog out back. So I feel bad for him when Zysh is in the building. My goodness. KC, 8-4. Double the scoreline of Team Heretics, who, by the way, won the pistol round to start out that first half. This has been an abysmal showing on Bind, but will their attack side be any better? Woot. Well, certainly hope so. That's a 3rd kill with a wall bang here in the pistol. And he's looking for more with the swing out from Tomazi, punished by Boo. Magnum, you've clutched out a round seconds ago.
No, shut up. Shut up. Don't even bother setting this one up. He's got 10 HP and the guy is behind him.
You never know, Tom. It's never over till it's over.
He did know that one. Andalusia flawless, by the way. And I think that might be Woot being back. He had 4 kills in the first half. He's had 3 in this one already. And well, the third kill especially. Fair enough.
Ridiculous. A little ridiculous. Oh, double tap through. Double tap from Benji as well. It worked.
That's both pistols under the belts of Heretics.
I love the contrast between the two of them. Neilzinho sat there contemplating his life, thinking about the long game ahead of him. Weber's just smiling. He's having a good time.
Gotta enjoy it. Again, it's going to be nothing invested. KC love taking these sort of hard ecos, but again, when you have such success with the extra utility, with the extra weaponry, I can understand why. And instead, their gambles are based around their positioning. That's all they can really hope for. On the other side of things, Woot's looking to try and really pad those stats. Had the same amount of kills already in this half as he did in the last. As said, I don't think it's going to be the same story. And it's almost unfortunate, because if KC had lost that round just as dominantly, I think it would have been fine. The fact that he got nearly all the kills, I'm now starting to worry for them, because the second he seems to get his confidence back, I'm scared for them.
As you said, though, that slower start, the pistol round can be a coin flip. Couple nice shots. Hello. And realistically, it's the next round that we're worried about. That's where we get a real litmus test of what's to come on this defensive side for KC. 8 rounds is solid for their attack. And most recently, we saw their defense be very strong against Koi. But I mean, Koi are a hard team to pin down, especially when it comes to bind. I never know what team I'm getting.
Well, it's normally one team in one half and a different team.
Well, very much so. Very much so. They have many faces. Not all of them are good.
Yeah.
Most aren't. Well, Woot's gone walkabouts.
Yeah, he's almost got his ult, that's why. He's looking to just try and farm up an extra orb. In fact, he'll get himself 2. I think that'll put him 1 away from Seekers. The other 2 players are just going to die to the spike. That was something I was expecting, but it was just because Miniboo was so far away initially. And yeah, but there you go. He's almost got that ultimate online, especially with where you can fight for the orbs on this map. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them go for one of them early.
Here. A familiar wall setup from Team Heretics as they'll attempt to cause a bit of a ruse on A. Curious to see KC's approach. So early round, we saw a lot of aggression out of Heretics. They like to push up on positions where they didn't see players, especially clearing them with the Sky Flash. Wouldn't be surprised to see one through a TP to clear out Bath or something like that with Magnum's position. He's dodged that reveal, and he's ready on the pixel, but the shot doesn't land. Mazzy under pressure as well. It seems like they're being pushed back on B, but for now it's just map control. Heretics have themselves that wall, as I said, out of Benji Fishy, and his lurks on that first map especially were sublime. Look to see some more of that later on in this round, as I think Heretics will want to take it back towards A eventually.
Timing is everything. Benji's given an opportunity. But isn't really going to find anything more. They still have the Seekers available now after claiming that orb on B long. So this should give them the information. If too many players are spotted in this direction, they may just opt to take the TP instead. They're going to try and push off of it. Tamazi, though, even more tagged, is going to be able to get one. Miniboo, however, so much info off the back of the done. It's not pretty, but he does eventually get the job done, and so does Benji. But look at the HP already.
Everyone's tagged up. The nade's gone over and in. It won't find much. Benji, just a sliver of health. Miniboo can take 2 shots.
30 seconds left.
Plant now coming through. Paranoia for the left. Will they clear the right on the way in? It's Miniboo. He's clean on those shots. Great adjustment onto the blast packing Martine. The round found for Heretics. The gap is now just 1. The pistol, I wasn't sold. I needed to see more. This round, though, has put the wind back in their sails.
It's just... This was just ridiculous. I expected it to be so much cleaner, but you know, it's always more difficult when they're facing the other way.
Hey, listen, you're telling me. You're telling me. Be a little easier with the Odin to make that adjustment, but I'm not sure about his walking speed.
Yeah, the TP into the site with an Odin play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see that. If anyone can make it work, it's Miniboo. Thankfully, he won't be doing it today.
No, or ever.
We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe the day he retires.
The Odin meta's, it's catching up, man. People are starting to realize.
What about the Bucky meta? Well, if we had that, that's been and gone.
Yeah, it's those days are no longer with us. A weapon used to be ridiculous. Back in my day, Bucky FC.
Someone with a Bucky from miles away.
I can't believe people didn't know Summon FC. That's crazy. I feel old, Tom. It's wild.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's true. Unlucky.
Quick rotation already, though. Got 4 players waiting on the side of KC. Weaponry definitely not ideal, but we've seen them do much more with much less. Miniboo's already making his way in. The Stinger, they love this gun. Magnum almost goes down. May want to chuckle it off. A nice shot from Whoop, but they're immediately going to go through the TP. And you can see Narrate, he was at a prime spot, now has to start sprinting his way back. But he has managed to find an angle, and especially with the orb down on the site, he might be able to get a little bit closer than they might like. It's a safe plant, though. Not going to allow for anything.
Look at Benji's spot. His timing is near perfect. The
He
right
didn't
spot
know
on
what
the
to
side.
do.
Look at this. As the wall goes down, Benji's going to clear that side, move up, and find a wide open kill onto Magnum. Not harder to hit him when he's looking away, apparently. Shin hasn't got all the pressure on. Tamazi's here with him, but doesn't have a rifle to work with. Depending on the way he looks here, could be in a lot of trouble. Boost position. Advanced, but Tamazi's peeking it. That was a headshot as well. The low HP barely even mattered. Still so much more to do. Tamazi with 3 kills. All headshots as well. The Sheriff working wonders for KC.
This is just a Sheriff map. It's not even just KC. Like, I've seen so many absurd Sheriff kills, but Tamazi, well, we got the 2 Vipers at the top of the board. This was just ridiculous. Yeah, you said it. The pressure wasn't all on Shin.
Yeah, well,
I guess none of it was.
I mean, I just saw it coming. I knew, you know, this guy with a Sheriff, what could go wrong? Benji's been doing well with pistols. Obviously, the Viper on the other side has got to match it up. He can't be showing up by this guy, by an influencer.
Oh wow.
Wow, what a performance from Tamazi. And again, I said this earlier on. I came in expecting Martin to be my takeaway. He often is on this map. But Tamazi is stealing my eye.
Yeah.
What a beautiful play for that. That was outrageous. He should not have gotten away with that.
Martin has also been incredible.
I'm not saying he hasn't been.
I know.
Haven't seen him do that, Tom.
He did have the almost ace, like literally. Like,
Well, it wasn't an ace. Everyone here's had an almost ace. Everyone here's almost had an ace. Come on. It's about the Sheriff, but basically clutches the guy who was in a battle with, by himself. Gorgeous. And you know, the interesting thing, the timeout we just had was KC's. After this big pop-off round, they're getting the energy back down. Just chill out, take a breather.
That's just Zaysh.
That's just, that's everyone else. Zaysh, take one. Take one.
He's just like, I need a tighter pause. I've just fallen off my chair.
Yelzinho?
9-7. So much more needed for either side. Even still, these explosive rounds have turned the tide many a time already on this map, but it has been the attack side looking stronger so far. Seeker's online for Magnum, ult's on the other side, not particularly close. Miniboo could get there, and this is the side of the map where he definitely seems like he's going to be most pinnacle. Already though with the deep flashes, I think the information should have been garnered there from Magnum. Still opting to stick around, try and hold on to the control. Instead, it's going to be the play towards that B site, but again, it might just be the claiming of the orb.
Portal closed.
Still 1 gate crash for Miniboo, but he's got teammates with him. Playing off contact. If they flash Whoop, Miniboo can swing or catch them on the wide swing more so. Seeker's active for KC. Not a lot of information. Good cancel by Benji on the spray up on mid. TP through. Decoy used. They're not looking at it. In fact, the flash reveals Miniboo's real position. And Woot dropped after just the one. Boo trying to put up a fight, but he can't quite hold on. And KC keep the advantage for now with Rien's double swung on. And they almost have it. Benji Fishy will indeed bring it across the line. Another round found for Heretics. They're not going to let KC run away with this.
It's genuinely the Viper battle. Which Viper's going to make the best play? Tamazi had it last round, Benji had it this round. And it was trading back and forth all the way through. Like, the start off from KC was fantastic. The pop flash, giving away the positions of both players. And then again, just effective trades. It all just came down to this last moment of him being able to isolate the duel before Martin can get there and having just enough time to correct his aim. There's a very likely scenario where KC win that round. Instead, of what ends up being quite a peculiar buy because of the finances. You've got 2 rifles and then 2 players with classics and a frenzy.
Benji wants this control, but you can see KC are not looking to give it up. The snake bite pushed them back for a moment. The tiger reveals him, and Martin's swing is good. His aim is true, and the advantage now sits with KC in numbers, but not in weapons.
I think that's based on last round. Last round, it was Magnum playing along. So he sees the dog going and goes, okay, there's only going to be Magnum here.
Swing.
And instead, he has a guard in the form of Martin. So I think that's just an adaptation that's come through and completely caught him off guard. Because otherwise, that's an insanely risky play. But I think that was just off prior information.
Good adjustment. And for KC, they're still not going to have a ton to work with, but that extra rifle retrieved set them up to at least have some dueling power. The rotation underway from Martin. He'll be here on the B side to back up Narrate, who's only got a pistol. Tamazi was in the same boat. Shin popping the ultimate, clearing out a lot of control on A, and he's back and elbow, ready to fight. Every duel that they take has a rifle and a pistol to back it up, a player to retrieve it if they go down, and the thrash is the point of contact as they start. Oh, that caught Mini Boo!
That was one of the ults they had online. Now things just seems to topple. Even still, though, re-ends with a kill. And that could be his ultimate online. That could buy them so much time. They are not in a good position here. Just having to try and spam, use whatever shock darts he can, try and deny as much time as possible, but they don't actually know where Boo is. I think that's the one problem. He's TP'd behind him! What is this play from Boo? He's managed to bring it down to the 1 versus 1. That time is ticking. Rians has to peek. There's it. He's gonna close the round. Boo might have just pulled off one of the best shadow steps we've ever seen.
I am beyond stunned. That shrouded step, my goodness! We've talked about this all game long, about the aggressive plays from an Omen.
Estes, do you want to know? That is like, you know, the Doctor Strange moment. It's like, how many times does that play work? 1.
I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the Gecko? You're in your ult, you can't exactly ult your teammate, but the guy up top needs that kill. Oh my god, the aggression is insane. And KC are not winning it. In fact, not a single duel until Magnum steps up, but Woot's got his triple. And the A site, mini boost.
I cleared
He's wasted his ult.
Yeah, I cleared the site.
Wide open, no one in spawn. Great. Well, at the end of the day, the space is taken, and now they can feel secure in where they're sitting.
Well, we've gone from a round that came down to the wire, and a round that's ended within a blink of an eye. Literal seconds. This game has had play after play. Yeah, he has used Seekers. I guess they really want to try and hunt down the extra weaponry. You know, just removing everything. Obviously, we've seen a couple of rounds with KC just having 1 rifle or 2, so I guess the plan from Heretics is, okay, if we can take every single gun, our percentage chances go up significantly. But you also have to bear in mind, they only survived the last round with 1 player. So they can't just run in and commit everybody to this, so.
Boo's going for it, though. Boo might just get the angle, just get the timing. 3 seconds left, Paranoia is good, swing is good, but the kills don't come with it. Good result for Tamazi, at least. Those weapons will be kept through for the side of KC, but the lead will not. Heretics, 6 out of the last 7 rounds. 10-9 on the board, and this attack side looking a lot healthier than that first half did.
For Heretics, this map means a higher likelihood of qualification. It doesn't qualify them.
No guarantee.
If mates win 2-0, then it could be them still going out. That would be the change, I think, and then comes down to round difference. I don't even want to go into that. But it makes things more likely. For KC, they win this map, they are qualified. If they don't win it, they're in the group with all the 3-2s. Now, they do have the best map difference, but if all the teams in their group are to win their match, that's it. That's it. And that's the problem of these sort of groups, is you are relying on the other group to do well. It's going to be another technical pause, another break, and I think for KC, it might just be sweating in it at this stage, because you have lost a few rounds based off some unbelievable individual plays. Now, don't get me wrong, they've won some as well. They have definitely had their fair share. But it is clear the Heretics from, what was it, 8-4 down? Since then, they have lost a single round, and 6 have gone in the other direction. A truly unbelievable resurgence from this squad, again showing the strength of their attack, again showing that Bind is a map that they should be feared on. I will say, that's the only criticism I have of the bit earlier was the fact that Heretics didn't have a map, because I think you could have given them a few.
Yeah, there could have been a few.
You know?
They've had a few decent fighting grounds.
Then again, though, there wasn't anybody Spanish there who could have put Heretics as one of the teams. Definitely not a person who's like part of Heretics or anything.
No. That wouldn't make any sense, Tom.
She could compete. Is that door locked?
I hope so. I might run over and turn that key if I was you, Tom, just to make sure. A 1-round difference. The lead lost, and then a tech pause called. You can only imagine for KC with the stakes of this matchup, where that puts them, the momentum out of their hands. Although, I will say, they'll probably value the time to sit and think, even on the coaching side as well. I do wonder, though, as things get into it, you know, I look at KC, a little tense. They're waiting for it to start again. Heretics are on the breathing exercises. They've got a plan for this. Recline back, take a breather, chill out.
I will say, I think if there is a player within the entirety of EMEA who I don't think I've ever seen sweat, it is Boo. Like, that man is a stone cold killer. Like, he's just calm as ever. Mini Boo maybe not so much.
He is not calm. I mean,
he's not calm ever.
You can see the yin and the yang of that one.
I almost want a replay of when Boo won that clutch earlier, because I'm almost certain he just went, nice,
good job.
Good job, Reams. You got the last kill.
He's just immediately like, okay, next round we do this. Yeah. Everyone's like, dude, well done.
Oh, okay. Talk about TPs. This is one of them. Boo has just teleported directly behind that Viper's pit, and they now have to be wary of it. The rest of the team are building up to try and pressure through it. In fact, they've set a Hunter's Fury. This is a nice idea. The fact is, though, it's only going to be trades for now. Mini Boo has gone down. Boo is slowly being surrounded by the rest of the squad, and they can't even get through the TP because they have to go through the Viper's pit.
Oh, wow, Martine in with the blast pack to take the kill. There was a trade if needed. The numbers thinned out. The Viper's pit's done its job. It sent them packing in the other direction. And 3 players at the TP. It's going to be a very quick retake over Bath Control. They'll fight out from there. And look at the composition that's making their way through. Narrate, Magnum, so much to work with. They'll take site control back, but they won't be able to play into this Viper's pit all too easily. A lot of control, and players able to play into the spawn itself, knowing that there's at least 3 towards that Bath angle. They'll try to isolate any further rotations from the spawn, and, well, they're not coming through.
Yeah, this pit like majorly benefits them from the spawn side, and with nobody coming from that direction, they're now going to have to try and pivot, push into the pit. Isn't going to find anything for the moment. Wu kind of needs to get something done here. Needs to deny, and he has. In fact, the shock dart manages to find one. In fact, he gets a double. That's 3 kills overall for Rians. I don't think I've seen anything more ridiculous than the way this team is winning rounds. TPs, shock darts, everything's working out for Heretics.
Los Niños bringing a new playstyle to bear. What in the world? I mean, look, those shock darts combined with a Viper's Pit, they've got to push. Sure. They've got to take space. They've got to defend that diffuser. In this case, he was dead already, just a second in. But a good start for KC, but that end is absolutely tragic. Look, he goes down, but he takes 3 kills total with shock darts before he falls. You don't see that every... Oh, yes. He's enjoying it too. Neil Zinho's got to be hyped up with 2 more rounds needed for Heretics. And realistically, Tom, they've been unstoppable here on the attack. KC need an answer, and they need it now.
Every single thing they touch has turned to gold. Every single idea, every risk that is taken. KC have got to feel a little bit hard done by. There's definitely been opportunities for them, but it's not done just yet. Mini Boo TPing him, but he's only going to get the 1. An immediate trade from the rate. The flash is good, but his teammates there to back him up. They're holding the line, at least for now. Boo, though, has managed to TP into heaven. He's fighting them from their own position. They're looking to try and close him out, but it seems like he's just going to retreat, look to fall back with the rest of the team, and now Narrate wants to try his best to capitalize. They could just fall back. The nade is solid. It's going to force them out of position, but they will be able to escape. And again, the classic from the side of Heretics, they're going to reset this back into a post plant.
I like the idea for Rienz trying to catch them on the way through if they teleport behind, but KC are instead moving to the spawn. 3 players on their way. A lot of utility used already. No Dizzy for Narrate, but he's got the wingman to help them on the defuse. The problem is breaching through this smoke, the one-way put up by Booze, near impossible. They go to elbow instead, but Benji Fishy standing strong. 2 kills. That put it all down to Narrate, and he might not want to risk it. Not when Heretics are now about to push up to 12. 3 in a row will be needed for KC. The credits are down to the last. And this rifle being saved is pivotal for the defensive side having any chance. A gorgeous display from this attacking side. I cannot believe how dominant they've been in these last few rounds, Tom. Especially considering their map pick, Lotus. They got absolutely decimated there. But now, with their backs against the wall with tournament life on the line, they're showing up. 1 more out of the next 3 to put them in with contention for playoffs. Again, they still have to rely on other results, but this is their best chance.
After the 2-0 was gone, they would have been relying on results no matter what, but this definitely sets them up for the best possible scenario of making it into the playoffs. And the fact is, there is a world where both of these teams make it. With the map difference that's there for KC,
yeah.
But if they wanted to guarantee it today, they need to take us to overtime. They need to close out this map. And this is not the buy they want to be doing it with. 1-off, a showstopper for Martin could be a huge difference maker, but that's not the start they wanted. Magnum, I think that was just a jiggle peek, a jump peek to try and get information. And instead, well, he's got the info and a bullet to the face.
Yeah, and that info isn't going to hold true for very long. Those players could rotate, they could go anywhere, and only 1 was spotted anyways. Drone goes up, TP through, it's fake, but Tamazi doesn't know that. The pressure being made is all just to drag those rotations, and we can see that Narrate is on his way around. In fact, Martin is going too. Showstopper for retake could be very powerful if they need it. And let's hope it is.
Yeah, the 1 success at least of their A aggression was he was able to get the orb. The Heretics are being patient. The pacing of this attack side has varied every single time. Be it really aggressive takes into a slow default. Now they've got the gamble correct, at least for now, but Martin is quickly going to be on spot with that showstopper.
Yeah, the paranoia has gone through from Shin. This is the big break back. They don't know that these players are close. You don't want to waste the showstopper just yet, but steps are being heard. Players are getting close. And here's where, any moment now, you'll see it come through. What is that? Rienz was planting and got caught. Martin sniped out of the sky. Shin can't stand any longer. It's only Tamazi. 1 versus 5. The only thing standing between Team Heretics and a 2-1 scoreline. And they've caught him. They know exactly where he's going. Sure, Benji falls, but so many players still to be taken on by Tamazi. He's had some incredible clutches, never quite the ace, and not this time either. Heretics with a dominant attacking side on bind. Take it 2-1, and playoffs may be in their future yet.
Yeah, they still need a little bit of help from a couple of friends. But the fact is, they've done what they could today, getting them that 2-1 victory over KC, and well, it means that everything is still going to be up for grabs in the coming days of VCT EMEA. The fact is, though, this was a brawl, this was a battle with clutches galore, individual plays, and Benji Fishy sitting at the top of that board. He really has been a standout for this squad. Since the new squad has been built, at least. And while Woot, as said, he had a little bit of a slow start. I think it was 4 kills he had in that first half. He finished on 17. He did all right towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, he might be playing a controller here, but Benji Fishy, call him an influencer because he had one hell of an influence over that game, bringing it across the line for Heretics, 24-13 in the end. We were excited for Woot. He delivered a good game here today, but Heretics delivered a great one. And now, well, they have to stand and hold their breath, occupy a seat in the audience, and see if the results of other teams will allow them through to playoffs.
All I'll say is everybody on the stage needs to be careful, just in case Boo's going to TP behind them. I still can't believe he got away with that play. One of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen, but the fact is that is what this team does. They pull off plays that you're just not going to see anywhere else.
Well, this has been an incredible display from Heretics here today. KC can leave with their heads held high. It's not all over for them, but for Heretics, what an incredible showing. Playoffs. I think it's in their future, but it's yet to be decided. For now, let's toss it over to the post plant with Yinsu and Kakuka.
Thank you, Mitch and Tom. Welcome you guys to Postplan. In just a moment, we'll be joined by Team Heretics coaching staff, Neil Zinho and Weber. But for now, it's me and Kakuka. First of all, I'm going to congratulate you, Kakuka. It was a great day for Spain, finally.
Yeah, finally. I mean,
Finally.
it's been a difficult stage. Yeah. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Spain has been losing or that France has bbeen winning.
Oh, I have no dog in this fight. I'm just happy Turkey's been winning. Not quite today, but it's a great result. You know, we saw Giants win earlier. It's just unfortunate for Heretics. They needed a 2-0 today. They didn't get that 2-0, but they still needed a win. It's so big for them.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with how the rest of the year is going, how the stage is with all of the teams involved in it. I think that a win is a win. I think that they knew that the opponent was going to be a tough one, and they can be happy, especially the way that bind went and the last rounds that they played.
Yeah, they got their revenge as well, you know, all the way from kickoff. And I think we proved Cloud wrong. Cloud was really high on the KC train. I don't think he really believed in Heretics so much. But why do you think they were able to close this out today?
You were going to ask me, why do you think Cloud wanted them to lose?
And that, yeah. Hey, Cloud, by the way.
I mean, yeah, well, just to get that out of the way, they just wanted to lose because obviously Giants' chances of even making champs go through eliminating or, you know, feeding off of wins to
oh my
KC.
God. You're thinking so far ahead.
Yeah, they're thinking so far ahead. But what was the other question? Sorry.
How did Heretics do it?
I think that there is a lot of like it's not momentum, but actually feeling comfortable in your own individual performance, right? And after we see plays like Boo TPing on the spike, that working.
Oh my God.
Like there is no way you lose a match after doing a play like that. You just cannot lose.
Also, I got to shout out Benji as well, because we saw a couple of tweets, I believe, in the past where CNED was talking about how if they lost the game because of his clutch, that he didn't win, then he would never be able to sleep. It will haunt him forever. And I think I'm so glad Benji did so well on Bind and won, because I think that Lotus plant might have just haunted him for the rest of his career.
Oh yeah, completely.
Yeah.
I think that the mental reset that we were mentioning from map 1, from Icebox to Lotus, was definitely there for KC. But Team Heretics put up an amazing fight here on Biden, especially as you mentioned in Benji, just coming back alive. And actually, I think that he is the one that we always see like being the happiest, always smiling, you know, like carrying the vibes of the teams. I mean, I don't think that carrying the vibes, because Team Heretics, every time that we see them on camera, they're having the time of their lives if they're winning. But he was actually the proof that even if you're not having a good performance, if the rest of your team is violent, you will chime in eventually.
Yeah, and he looked so good. Look at him on the top of the scoreboard as well. I want to give you guys a challenge at home, because me and Kakuka were trying to figure this out. Has anybody, looking at Rians, has anybody gotten more than 3 Shock Dart kills in one round, one singular round in EMEA? Because the usual suspects I'm feeling is like Shao maybe, Leo maybe, but I can't seem to think that they have achieved that in the past.
Oh yeah, completely. And even more so, like that play was so perfect. The way that they were in that 3v4, Benji puts down the pit and starts playing with Rians, you know, like side to side. They decide to send Woods over just to glaze over what was happening. And that Viper's pit. And I think that even those kind of decisions and things working so well together for a roster that hasn't been together for years, it's amazing to see.
I felt like that was like a final. Do you know what I mean? How good the rounds were.
For them it was, you know, because at the beginning of kickoff, Heretics got the win over KC, then KC started the story in the rest of the region. They even got the revenge, but now things have changed.
Yeah, the boys have arrived. Here comes Neil and Weber. Good. Oh, we get handshakes. We get handshakes. Yes.
You guys are cold.
Been a while, boys. Been a while, boys. Take a seat. Come and join us.
Is it? It's boiling here. You're gonna regret wearing jackets soon.
First of all, massive congratulations. How did you guys live through that? Because Kakuka and I were on the edge of our seats, like screaming our head off. Yeah. So I can't imagine how you guys felt. How's the heart rate?
It's a struggle, to be honest.
Way too high.
My throat's gone. Yeah, my throat's gone as well. So it's
just screaming from it.
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll bring you guys down for just a little bit first, because we just want to know. We've been kind of like discussing why we think this happened. But the Icebox comp, I was such a big simp of your old Icebox comp. I was like, that's so annoying to play against. They got the game figured out. And I think this is the last thing, if you look behind you guys, that we expected. So first of all, why and then where, and then who, and
we
then
tell the truth
how?
or not?
Please,
I mean,
please.
yeah, like it's pretty much just comes down to the fact that one, we know they're a team that like to hard anti-strat, and the comp we kind of played not all of our hands, but we used a lot of it. And to be honest with you guys, like we only had 3 days with Mert, so we tried to play the old comp, and we just realized after 1 or 2 scrims, there's no way like putting him on Viper is valuable. So he was begging to play Reyna. So yeah, we knew it would catch them off, and
it also lets us play to our strengths in the team. Like obviously Mert is gonna go off on Reyna, so we might as well put him on his strength.
Is that the truth? Because you were looking at Neil like, should we tell the truth?
That is the truth. That is the absolute truth.
Thank you. Oh, we appreciate that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we were not that far off. We knew that it was on the realms of like anti-stratting. Did you think that was a map that was going to happen today?
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, we knew that.
Yeah, we prepared.
We had the guess that maybe the moment that you saw it, you're like, they're gonna anti-strat, but what if, there's a Reyna in the mix?
Well, I will say though, you were definitely there. I think you were also there, Weber. You were the scene of crime. This is the stuff that N used to do with Gambit. I think they were sticking shaders on the Reyna as well. They're really familiar with this. So did that come into your mind at all?
No.
Not at all, unfortunately.
No.
I mean, you won anyway. You won, so that's all that matters. Now I'm going to make you relive something, so apologies for your voice box, because Bayan and I were going crazy at this. Of course, Boo. Is he behind me? I just wanted to check. Just wanted to triple check. Talk me through what was going through your mind when you were watching this.
I just thought the round was pretty much over. Like when Domi got hit with the ult, I didn't know how we were going to win it. I was already thinking of attack pause next round and what to talk about. And then, yeah, I kind of knew we had to do something crazy, and as soon as he pulled the TP out, it's one of those things, like you either look like a genius or
an idiot.
TPs into someone just holds him. So,
did he call it?
He
said he was going to TP behind.
Oh my goodness. Has he done this before? Is this like a scrim thing? He just whipping out?
He does some crazy stuff in scrims.
You see it in scrims every now and then, but to this extent, no.
No.
But
respect it.
We always see the reaction on camera. Of course, your reaction is hilarious. You're like, oh my god,
this is so good.
But we do not see much of a reaction coming from Boo. Is he always like that? Like, what was he saying after winning that?
Nothing.
He's ice cold. He'll literally say nothing. He'll win the sickest clutch. He doesn't care. He'll just be like, move on to the next
I did that.
Yeah, exactly. That's how he is.
I do that. It's
me.
chill. Meanwhile,
who's afraid of little old me?
Honestly, you're so real for that. But I feel like then on the other side, you have like Benji and Rians, and they're just like screaming their head off after every single frag. But also, I want to ask, because I think the casters were also theorizing about when to call attack pause. Obviously, N seemed to do it at really weird times, sometimes when they're winning and he'll call attack pause. Do you ever take that into consideration? Like, oh, we can't give N a pause right here, so maybe this is not the time to do it.
Sometimes it just depends. Like when they attack paused, honestly, it helped us every single time.
I think the 2 attack pauses they took on bind there, they completely helped us.
Yeah, it was really good for us, to be honest. So thank you, Hank. That was nice. That was a nice.
In the nicest way possible. Thank you.
Yeah, but to be fair, I understand why, because he did it on, I think, Lotus as well.
Yeah.
And it worked. Like we just couldn't stop them on Lotus. So I understand why. Like, it's not. The thing is, like, he's an incredible coach. So. Yeah, I can't say anything bad, Like,
I mean,
everyone has the way they do their attack pauses, and
he has his way.
Yeah. Overall, now that the season is over, like this first stage before we go into playoffs, because of course your situation is not 100% locked in. But how would you differentiate this first stage for example? Obviously, it's different than kickoff, but especially different from last year because the season was way longer.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we're mentally exhausted. The players as well, just because we've had, hardly any time after kickoff, and then it's not just our team. I think every team in in every region struggling right now that went to Madrid, apart from Pacific. I think they're chilling. So yeah, it's been pretty hard, honestly. Like, and especially with changing Patty out, there was a lot of visa issues. Like, we didn't think Patty was not supposed to be there for the first game, and then we just kept finding out, week after week, oh, he's not going to come. So that was pretty difficult. But it is what it is. Like, you can control what you can, and that's our kind of philosophy right now.
Suffering from success, I feel like
literally.
now you are. Was there ever a time that we were going to see you get back on the stage, Weber? Because I
hoping,
feel like you did all right.
Like,
I was hoping so. Yeah, I was ready. I had the mouse in a couple of times for some prank games. Wasn't as good as what we saw last year, but it's a bit rusty.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You say that, and then you get on the stage and you'll destroy them.
You were
I think that would-
definitively the best
Yeah.
assistant coach / player last year. Definitively on the stage. I don't think that was
Is
even
getting some
comparable.
flack there, or is it?
No, I think Zeish had a harder time. He tried his best, I felt like, but like your individual performance, a lot of people were like, why doesn't he just play? Like,
That's
what
why I
is he
told Neil. I
coaching?
said, just slot me in, coach, and I'll just. No, I'm kidding, but no, there was a small chance of me playing, but no, I think we had it under control. Like when we knew Patty was available and he could keep on extending, then we'll just play with him.
That will be
That's
the
fine.
ultimate surprise, though. Can you imagine they prep for you for like 2 weeks and you're like, hey, I'm playing. No boo this week. It's me, Weber. There we go.
Not to that extent. We need boo. We need boo. We need everyone. We need everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, it does feel like you have a great group of guys. They always seem to get on really well. I want to quickly just talk about Benji real quick because Tom and Mitch were mentioning this. It felt like he got a lot of slack when he first came into Tier 1 because people were like, oh, maybe this is just a cloud pickup. But my God, he's so good.
Yeah, I think like for Benji, it was someone that I had an eye on as soon as he moved to VALORANT. There was a guy that I played with in NA at the time, Trick, and he said like, dude, this guy's going to be incredible. His attitude's insane. And then, yeah, I was kind of watching him even when I was in NA and kind of kept tracks on him. So when we had the opportunity to make a change, Benji was the first person I wanted to trial. And then pretty much after the first scrim, when we seen what he could bring in terms of communication and just general vibes, and I've never met a kid yet with such good attitude, kind of like desire to play. Like,
especially from the UK. You don't get that a lot.
It's not like the UK CS vibes like back in the day. So
Yeah.
Definitely not.
His mum's done a good job of raising him, that's for sure. He's an incredible
definitely.
kid. Like, I don't know. As soon as, I know he was getting a lot of slack in off season, but I said it to Benji, like, I genuinely don't care if you get no kills in the next, 3 officials on off season. It doesn't matter. He's gonna be insane.
He just needed some time, honestly.
yeah.
Like he needed some time. He needed some experience. Obviously, some of the Fortnite experience will translate into VALORANT, sure, but he needs time. He needs to lose. He needs to learn what it's like to lose and to kind of just improve himself.
Is this like a one-on-one? Have you guys been doing like one-on-ones with him? How did you kind of bring his experience up?
Yeah, we do one-on-ones with the players pretty much
every week, yeah.
or so. Yeah, so I mean, for Benji, it was just a couple of talks. Like we actually played like a 1v5 or 1v6 against Benji in Fortnite. And
lost?
No, we actually won.
We won.
It was close. It was close.
Oh.
It was
Wow.
close. But it was like when he was building so fast, and then like I was feeling so much pressure, and we kind of just said to him afterwards, like, mate, I don't know how you did that in Fortnite. Like, it's so nerve-wracking.
He's just good at everything.
If you can handle the nerves of people building like a 5-story building on top of your head and trying to shoot, like Valorant will be a piece of cake. Like, just chill and it'll come to you. So.
Yeah, it looks like, of course, there's been a lot of struggles of how the year is going and everything, but it looks like you're in a very good path already. What would you say has been, let's say, your biggest learning, that kind of stone that you've found in the way that you've gotten over and, has brought you the most knowledge of?
I mean,
I'll let Neil answer.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, do you mean with this roster in particular? I mean, for me, I think we spent 6 weeks or 7 weeks building the team on off season because we wanted to make sure we had, a functional team this year. We didn't really have it last year, the way it was put together. It was so quick. So we started off early. We didn't really have a break. We just got straight back from LCQ, started building the team and putting it together. So for us, it was more a case of being realistic. It was a dream that we managed to pick up someone like Patty and do as well at kickoff, but every single loss is going to help the guys. So we've not completed the game or anything yet, like we've still got a long way. So we just take it every week as it comes, and every time we lose a map, every time we lose a game, we just sit down, VOD review it, learn, and go next. So
yeah, I think we've seen a lot of this growth already in this split. Now we're gonna show you the standings real quick, and Kukuka was very keen to know. Do you guys know how you make it? Do you know like what needs to happen? Are you aware?
Liquid needs 7 rounds.
What?
Is that
Apparently,
it?
That's what I heard.
Who told you that?
Our manager.
Because
I'll throw
Kukuka's
him
about
under
to
the
tell you
bus
something
now.
different.
Let me see. I'm actually going to check on my phone because Kim wrote it down for me. So if you win, you either need Gentlemates to not win 2-1, so to lose a map, and then you're locked in for playoffs, or if Navi lose 2-0.
Oh, you're the biggest Fnatic fan.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
literally.
We need Fnatic to win, basically.
You need Fnatic to 2-0, or you need Gentlemates to drop a map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's a lot harder than what Nicholas said. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got lied to, but that's fine.
But now you know.
I mean,
Thank you
that's
very
what
much
we
for the information, yeah.
That's what we think, but there could also be like a kooky tiebreaker where you have
That's
to come
clean.
back and
That's
play
like clean
again.
locked, right?
But
But then, yeah, many things can happen still. And
Honestly, the scenes when you have to come back on Saturday and play again, can you imagine the tiebreaker? I don't pray for that.
I don't think people know that. I don't think some people know that.
Basically, you need to pray for Navi's downfall, and you need to pray for Gentlemates to drop a map. I believe they can win 2-1, right? That would still be good for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to be kind of crazy for that. I just can't believe that we're going into week 5, and even with 2 days left, we still haven't. Nobody's locked. Like everyone is still free for all. Does that make you feel like the league is a bit competitive? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, super competitive.
It's extremely competitive, yeah.
We said it at the start as well. Like even teams like Coin Giants, they've been getting a lot of slack, but when we play, especially Giants in scrims, like they're
They look
incredible.
good, right?
They're really good.
They're really good, yeah.
I think both Coin Giants are going to come back even stronger next season.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
every single team that's here is that if you don't play to your best, you will lose.
On the day, right?
It looks like that, especially compared to last year. I feel like last year, even the week to week, like teams would be more stable, but week to week now teams are.
Yeah, it's
on a
really,
different
really
planet.
crazy right now. Before we let you guys go, every single guest we invite onto Post Plant, they leave a question for the next guest that come onto Post Plant. So we had Brave from BBL here last time, and he left you a question. Take a look at this.
Okay.
You ready to meet the BBL who has really good confidence?
Are you ready to meet the BBL that has really good confidence?
We are more than ready. We weren't ourselves the last time, so my question is, are you ready to meet a confident heretics?
Oh, wait, to them?
The
okay.
BBL, yeah.
The BBL.
all right.
Or well, am I supposed to do it to the next person?
Yeah, well,
Supposed to be.
tomorrow, I'll tell you what, tomorrow we will have the winner of Fnatic or Na'Vi. So it will
Okay.
be a player from Fnatic if they win, or a player from Na'Vi if they win. So would you like to leave a question down that camera to somebody from Fnatic or
By all
Na'Vi?
means, yeah.
But I just,
Me?
yeah.
Nah,
Create some
come on.
drama.
Yeah.
Instigate. It's all right.
Yeah.
Instigate.
So is the winner? Is it the winner?
Of whoever wins will invite a guest on. I also heard.
Listen, I
go on.
hope that it's Boaster that's 1-2-0. If so, you are my best friend in the world. If not, and it's Eric, I dislike you, man.
Wait, that's not a question.
I know, but like, okay, if it's Eric, he has to definitely buy the next round of drinks when we go out.
Oh,
how many?
That's still not a question.
No, the question's coming.
Oh, you want? Okay, you look at that camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you'd be looking into your eyes.
Oh, right. How many beers do you think I can handle before your wallet breaks? That's what it's gonna be.
We're gonna end up inviting like Zipan or something. He's gonna be so confused. He's gonna be like, what the hell is going on?
Just invite Eric.
Do you know what? We'll do. If they win, we'll do it for you. If they win, we'll do it for you. Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you, Weber, for joining
thank you
us.
very much.
Huge performance from you guys today. Enjoy the match. Thank you, Kukuka, as well, for joining me. Nobody has locked for playoffs, so tomorrow things are about to heat up even more. We're gonna come back here and start with Vitality versus Koi. Have a lovely rest, everybody, and we'll see you then.
Let's go!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Rocket as well.
Oh my god, he's...
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds. You should run.
Gets caught, he's trying to teleport back. It's a huge play! You'd never expect this kind of lunacy! Mid, it's time to make a move! What? He committed it! Did it in the end.
It is an instant resurgence from Carmine Core.
Benji falls, but so many players still to be taken on.
Go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Fucking go!
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice.